Well, good morning from the Seat Unique Stadium. Welcome to the Gloucestershire Somerset local derby here in Division 1 of the County Championship. I'm Ian Randall. Dan Whiting's alongside me as ever to bring this game to you. It's reasonably bright overhead. Forecast is pretty good, not only for today but also for the whole of this game, so it should be a genuine challenge between these two old rivals who've met something like 200 times in first class cricket, but only rarely in recent years in Championship cricket, because Gloucestershire of course have not been in Division 1 for a while. Last year though, game heavily affected by rain here. Gloucestershire drew that game, but they did win at Taunton earlier in the summer, and that, Dan, was I think quite in a sense a statement from Gloucestershire at that point that they really, in the conference system as it was then, they felt they wanted to get into genuine Division 1 cricket, the opportunity to do that on a regular basis, and here it is. And today they've probably done the first important thing, right, which is win the toss.
Yeah, morning Ian, and morning to all Gloucestershire fans and Somerset fans who are joining us here on the stream. And yeah, it's going to be an absolute cracker, but good toss to win. As we saw the game against Surrey here, the wicket tends to get better and better at Bristol as the game goes on, and it'll be really interesting to see how this plays, whether there's a little bit more juice in it. We're slightly over to the right. I think we're about 5 pitches over to the right from that Surrey game, and about 7 or 8 pitches over to the right from the Yorkshire game here a few weeks before that. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays. It's a slightly shorter boundary over to the Kennington Avenue side where the cars are parked, and my car is parked. I'm a little bit nervous about some of the hitting from Mr. Banton and Mr. Abel, whether my windscreen's going to be intact by the end of play today. But hey, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Let's give you the important news then, the team news. If I do the Gloucestershire side, Dan, and you do the Somerset side, so the Gloucestershire team includes all 3 loanees who were named yesterday as joining the club. So Brad Wheel from Hampshire, Zach Chappell from Notts, and young Jacob Bethel, the 18-year-old from Warwickshire. They all play. Obviously, it remains to be seen how the batting order will line up, but we think it's probably going to be Harris, Scott, Bracey, Hammond, Van Buren, Higgins, Bethel, possibly at 7, Zafik O'Hara 8, and then in all likelihood Zach Chappell, Matt Taylor and Brad Wheel in that order, 9, 10, Jack. So out of the side from the game at Hampshire, no Mohammed Amir because he's injured, and Jared Warner and Dominic Goodman. Really, I think as much as anything else, when you get to week 6 out of 6, Dan, with no break, and some of us have had a week off, it's a challenge for the bowling unit. It's almost getting to the stage of who's fit and who do you think has got overs in their legs. And maybe Dale Beggerstein has said, you know what, we need some fresh energy.
Yeah, we're speaking to people around the crowd earlier, as we like to do, as is our want, isn't it, Ian? And they seem to think that the fixture list has conspired against the hosts here, don't they? Because Yorkshire had a week off, didn't they, before the start of the season? They came in fresh, and Somerset have had a week off. But you know, that can work both ways, so it'll be interesting to see. The Somerset side looks like being Tom Lammonby and Matt Renshaw will open up. Tom Abel at 3, skipper. We look like we've got Tom Banton at 4. James Hildreth, Steve Davis, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Josh Davey, Jack Leach and Peter Siddle. So they've left out Rodolph van der Merwe out of that side, out of their 13, and Jack Brooks from the side against Warwickshire. And Jack Brooks has been bowling very, very well recently, so it's a little bit of a surprise. You know, he bowled very well in the game against Surrey, where he almost turned it around for them. He bowled very well against Warwickshire, where he wrapped up the tail, and he's lethal in the second innings of a game, Jack Brooks, and it's a little bit of a surprise. But when you've got that much firepower up your sleeve, as Somerset have got with Siddle, Overton, Davey, Gregory, it's you can see, you know, they've got real strength in depth there.
And just to be clear, from a Gloucestershire point of view, the injury list at the moment, no Mohammed Amir with a hamstring, Nasim Shah, who did have a little bowl this morning, obviously has been out since the Northants game, but hopes to be back for the T20. David Payne, not quite 100% yet, so he's out as well. That's 3 of your bowlers, and certainly if you say Amir or Shah would have played. You've got 2 frontline bowlers missing, and obviously you've got no Charlesworth or Dent either at the top of the batting order. So Gloucestershire are depleted injury-wise, and I think, although they would have been able to pick a fit 11 from the squad who were here for this game, Dale Benkenstein does not want to get to a position in the table where you're almost in a dare I say it, a scrap with a couple of other teams just to avoid the relegation spots.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to nip these things in the bud quickly, isn't it? But Dale Benkenstein's moved very quickly, hasn't he? He's been ahead of the game, and they've gone out to the market and went and got 3 signings yesterday, which obviously made us do some work as commentators with our research purposes.
And I have to say this too, I'm quite pleased, pleased is the wrong phrase to use, but Zafar Gohar gives the side a balance at 8. The worry for me, if you pick the 4 seamers at the bottom of the order, is that it's quite a long tail, and Zafar is a very natural 8. And it also, with Zach Chappell actually is not the worst bat, and that's why I think he might bat at 9. But if you look at the overall overs bowled, and the umpires just gone their way, by the way, Nigel Long and Paul Baldwin, Ryan Higgins has bowled more than 50 overs, more than anybody else. And Zafar Gohar is second at 132. So, they've tried to spread the workload out, but on the pitches at the moment, as they are, and there are a lot of good batting wickets around the country, I think what the opposition have worked out is that your overseas bowler and Higgins are the 2 main dangers.
Yeah.
Right. If you bat, can you bat around those 2 bowlers and get your totals from elsewhere? And that's on good pitches what teams have been doing.
Yeah, that is the difference also between Division 2 and Division 1, isn't it? And its strength in depth. And Zafar Gohar coming in at 8, as you said, he's a great number 8, because otherwise the tail is as long as a brontosaurus, isn't it? And you look at the Somerset tail, especially with Jack Brooks, who's been batting 11. I know he's not playing today, but in recent games, Jack Brooks at 11, he's got 100 in a Roses game, and they've got the tail of a Manx cat.
Yeah, it's Somerset have had a habit, not just against Gloucestershire, but against other sides as well, of getting runs down the order. Almost to the point where you think that almost anybody in their side could come up with a 20 or a 30, 10 or 9, 10 and 11.
Yeah.
And here today they've got 2 left-handers opening, with Gloucestershire looking for a good start, a strong start. They had it against Surrey, and then they got foiled by that very good stand where Jordan Clark got 100. And here they know that there will be no cheap wickets given away, and they will have to really be on the money against this Somerset team.
Yep.
It started poorly, but they've had a win and they've had a week off. Right, their morale will be up unquestionably.
Yep, 3 Toms in the Somerset top 4 as well. It's like an alley cat, isn't it?
Yeah, Renshaw and Lammonby to open. Renshaw batting in the sweater, and he's going to face the first ball from the Ashley Down Road end, and it's balled across him by Ryan Higgins, and it's pushed at by Renshaw and goes through to James Bracey.
You don't want that first up, do you?
It was a nice one to. That was a loose snap. I'm sure that Higgins would have had some bowling in the nets this morning, but out there in the middle, nice to start with one like that. So Renshaw waits once more, and Higgins forced him just to play that back down the pitch. That was very straight. I hadn't realised until yesterday actually that Renshaw played his Test cricket for Australia, but he was born in Middlesbrough.
Yeah, his mother from North Shields, actually, near Newcastle.
Higgins past umpire Nigel Long, out on the offside. I did speak to our good friend Kevin James yesterday about Brad Wheel, I just asked him whether he felt that he was somebody who would be better as a first change bowler or than a new ball bowler, and he said, really, I'll come back to that point in a moment. Higgins from the Ashley down road, and Renshaw got right round the wrong side of that. It's going down towards the boundary at third man, and they'll come back for 2, but he got squared right up by that. Tried to play it away on the leg side, and it was a horrible outside edge. It wasn't a catch, but certainly moral victory for Higgins. He plays in again, and it's dabbed out onto the offside, and good stop, or good partial stop.
Yeah.
In the gully. The slips are quite close for Higgins there, aren't they? I mean, that's what's noticeable here already. Looks like Wheel might be in that in the gully there. Higgins again to the sleeveless, sweated figure of Renshaw. That's again rounds his pads, likes it. Out onto the onside to mid-wicket, fielded by Matt Taylor into the first over of the day. You can see from the brightness of your picture that the sunshine is very firmly out here. A little bit of a cloud overhead, but not much. And it's going to be, in fact, Zach Chappell to share the new ball here. So I say, just to finish the point about Wheel, I asked Kevin James about whether he would use Wheel as that first change or not, and he said he's really first change at Hampshire because of the attack they've got. That's not to say he can't bowl with the new ball, but his role in their team has been as first change. And here too, it seems, that role may be the same.
Yeah, Zach Chappell returning to Bristol, actually. He had a little T20 game here back in 2019, and he's started his career off at Leicestershire, then went to Nottinghamshire, but he nearly got 100 on debut for Leicestershire, and he's from Stamford School, where he's under the tutelage of Dean Headley, the old Worcestershire, Kent and England bowler.
Interesting. George Scott at first slip, not Miles Hammond. Hammond at second.
Harris at third. So here he comes in, first ball, and that's wide, and that's through to the gloves of James Bracey. And that looks like, is that Bethel at gully?
I was going to say that might be Bethel at gully, mightn't it?
Yeah.
Because he is, he's a left-handed bat, and that throw very much looked like a left-hander's natural throw, didn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, see where is Wheel on that basis. He might be at mid-wicket actually. I think under the cap. All 3 players presented with their caps at about 10:25 this morning.
Yep, so here's Chappell. And that's driven firmly down the ground. Graham Van Buren fields mid-off. So Dale Benkenstein's moved quickly into the loan market, and it was an interesting day yesterday, wasn't it, Ian?
Yes, I mean I was elsewhere at lunchtime, and returned home later in the afternoon, and the social media was busy, shall we say?
Yeah. So Lammonby facing, 21-year-old from Exeter. As Chappell comes in, and Lammonby works that one off his legs. That's quite a quick outfield, and that's down to third man and holding. Just a couple there. Gets Lammonby off the mark.
Yeah, Gloucestershire have
Matt Taylor down at fine leg there, actually.
Yeah, Gloucestershire have horrible memories of Lammonby in the T20 last year at Taunton.
Yeah.
That was a game which, looked to be quite tight, and then in about 20 minutes Lammonby took it away.
Here's Chappell in, and that's driven again out to Graham Van Buren at mid-off. Yeah, so Lammonby is these two run very well between the wickets apparently. I haven't seen any of Somerset this year, but what I'm hearing from my sources is that they run particularly well between the wicket. Lammonby making his debut in 4-day cricket back in August 2020, what was the Bob Willis Trophy back in that season, and in his 4th game he got his maiden 100 against Gloucestershire at Taunton, which he followed up with hundreds against Worcestershire and Essex in the final of that season. Is Chappell into him, and Ammonby up on his toes, defends that watchfully out to Graham Van Buren. So it looks like he likes playing against Gloucestershire, doesn't it? He got a 90 of 36 balls in that last game last year.
That was just crackers batting, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It really was.
Yeah.
And I think the thing that always strikes you is when somebody who hasn't put together a knock like that does it against
your side,
yeah. So to speak.
Yeah. Here's Chappell. In, and that goes through to James Bracey. That completes Chappell's first over in County Championship cricket for the Shire. You can drop us a line if you want to get involved with us today. Any questions to Ian Randall or myself, Dan Whiting? It's commentators at glossccc.co.uk, just coming up on the screen there. And drop us a line, and we'll answer anything that's half reasonable that you send in.
Anything that's half reasonable, I like that. It narrows it down a bit. Interesting. Chappell's an interesting signing in a way. He obviously started at Leicestershire, went to Notts. Hasn't played a huge amount of red ball cricket there. Only had 3 games in the Championship last season. But players want to be playing. They want an opportunity, and this is one for him, and indeed the other 2 loanees as well. Higgins around the wicket from the Ashley Down Road end again into Renshaw. I must confess that I quite like Brad Wheel. This isn't a love-in for Brad Wheel, by the way, but in terms of his numbers, I'd seen him bowl quite early in his time at Hampshire in a game against Worcestershire, not long after actually Dale Benkenstein brought him to Hampshire because he's spotted him playing for Natal in an age group game. Brought him over. He looked quite raw then. His run was very, very long. Here's Higgins in and driven riskily, but through the gap by Renshaw and away down towards what would have been the wide third man boundary 4-4. It's not the longest boundary on that side of the ground today.
No, so he wasn't in control of that shot. He definitely was not in control of that shot.
It was never a chance, but it was a bit skewed, and he does pick up 4 runs for 8 without loss. Higgins will be encouraged that he's playing those shots. He stays around the wicket here, and again, he played around his pad that time, and up to Matt Taylor at mid-on. So just to continue the story about Wheel, by the time we saw him last year play against Gloucestershire in the match at Cheltenham, the rhythm was still there, but the run had been cut. And ultimately, he had a good season, played regularly. Here's Higgins in, clipped into the leg side, fielded by the aforementioned Wheel. In fact, he only missed 1 championship game for Hampshire last year, and he took 30... I did scribble it down because I knew I wouldn't remember it otherwise. 34 wickets, I think, at 26, which is a decent return. Yeah, 34 wickets at 26. Gloucestershire would take that. Higgins in, let go, this time by Renshaw, through to James Bracey.
Bit of a Labuschagne leave there as well, wasn't it, with a extravagant pull away of the bat.
So it's just gone in a little bit, but but Wheel, I think, of the 3 signings, he is probably on experience-wise, he's the senior one. He's probably the quickest, and his record would say he's the one who might be the greatest chance of taking you some wickets. Steered away off the inside half of the bat by Matt Renshaw. Keeps the strike at the end of Ryan Higgins' over. Gloucestershire won the toss this morning. Graham Van Buren, I don't think, would have had to think very long about fielding first. Generally, the 2 factors you have to consider at Bristol. The most help is generally in the first innings on the first day, and if you're batting last, as we've seen in several games last season and already this season when Yorkshire chased the total on the 4th day of the game here. It's hard to bowl sides out on the 4th day, and you generally back the batting side. So Gloucestershire give themselves both those options by saying we'll field first.
Here's Zach Chappell from the pavilion end. Languid approach into the crease, and Renshaw just works that off his hip. And a bit of a misfield, and they scamper through for a single. That's Brad Wheel there. Matt Renshaw's got a nickname of the Turtle, and I'd like to know why. Let us know. Let us know on the stream. He's both parents are Poms, as they say in Australia. Mum's from North Shields near Newcastle. Father's from Nottingham. And he's in his second stint at Somerset after joining them in 2018. We scored 300s at 55. Here's Chappell into Lammonby. And that's played out to point to Zafar Gahar. Always in there at point. Good fielder. Good all-round cricketer, Zafar Gahar. And after his marathon stint at Lancashire, where he bowled 65 overs in the innings, the most ever by a Gloucestershire bowler since 1904, I think it was, wasn't it?
It was a long time.
He'll be.
I wasn't there the last time it happened.
I thought you were just a small lad. Then,
yeah.
Chappell into Lammonby. And a little bit of nip there, back into Lammonby, who plays that one into the onside.
I mean, at the moment, what they call what looks to be the stock length for Chappell. I mean, he's a tall man. He's back of a length.
Yeah.
He's not bowling anything that's drivable.
No.
Is he?
No.
And just looking up towards the pavilion, noticeable today, and this is a derby, obviously. The seats on the upper tier, that's the top tier where you can sit outside, noticeably busier than on the other matches.
Yeah, it should be a healthy crowd in. Chappell comes in, that's well bowled. Again, an extravagant leave there by Lammonby this time. And Somerset will be disappointed in the way their season's gone so far. They won the last game against Warwickshire by an innings and 82 runs. But they were getting some horrendous stick on social media. Their first game, they lost to Hampshire by an innings 113. They then beat Essex in an absolute humdinger. Oh, sorry, lost to Essex in an absolute humdinger by 1 wicket. And then they lost to Surrey by 3 wickets at the Oval, where their skipper Tom Abel got 150. Chappell in, and that's well bowled. That's a thick outside edge. It's all along the floor. It's running down to third. Zafar Gahar's in pursuit and will fetch it, and he's quickly up onto his feet, gets the ball out of his hand quickly and cuts off the 3rd run. Bit of overhead traffic going through.
There's quite a lot of that during the Surrey match.
Yeah, I'm expecting quite a healthy crowd in, aren't you, Ian? Especially Saturday. I think Saturday could be a...
Yeah, obviously it's a working day for many.
Yeah.
But good sprinkling around the ground at the moment.
Busy downstairs from us. Chappell. In, and Lammonby again plays in that area. He seems to be... I don't know if he's slightly late on the ball, but that concludes the 4th over, 12 for none. Lammonby on 4, Matt Renshaw on 8, and the Somerset coaching staff are out here this morning, led by Jason Kerr, who's the head coach, who played for Somerset from 1993, where he made his debut against the Australians before moving to Derbyshire. Originally from, or born up in Greater Manchester, or Bolton. And he was a good seamer, but back injuries ruined his career.
Here's Higgins to start the 5th over of the morning, and into Renshaw, and again trying to play that into where Matt Taylor is at mid-on. That's the natural angle of that shot, but he again squeezed it out on the offside, and Graham Van Buren does the fielding. I mean, the best delivery that Higgins has bowled, strangely at the moment, was the first one, which really was in the right place. But he's, at the moment, just trying to persist with this round the wicket line to Renshaw. Scott, Hammond and Harris in the slips. Interesting that is a change with Scott now in the team, and given what happened here in the match against Surrey, just moving Miles Hammond, you know, one space out, so to speak.
Yeah.
Higgins again to Renshaw, lets that one go outside the off stump. Carry again, pretty reasonable, but those slips are not that deep, are they?
No, they're not.
Here.
I thought George Scott batted very well in the second innings at Hampshire. I was really, really impressed with him. He's easy on the eye, he's good to watch, and he's a product of the Hertfordshire Cricket League from Potters Bar Cricket Club, and went to St Albans School, which is where Josh De Caires, who's at Middlesex side, is from, under Mark Eilert.
Higgins again, and outside the off stump. Did I see a piece? Was it Tim Wigmore in the Telegraph? I saw sort of just a brief synopsis of a piece that he'd done that said of the England, I think it might be the 19s, he said if you picked a squad of 14 players, only 2 would come from a non-private school. Higgins again outside the off stump. That's just, it's just straightened a bit. It's a bit wide, easy one for Renshaw to leave. So I think it's that old argument. If you don't go to a private school, are you really going to get into a county cricket system?
Well, I don't want to give too much away, but I might have a column going in the Cricketer next month regarding the same thing, but I can't give too much away at this stage.
Scoop Whiting. Here's Higgins round the wicket. That's driven pleasantly by Renshaw. He's got that in the area he wanted to, just onto the leg side, but driven pretty straight and all the way down the ground. Nothing Matt Taylor can do, particularly with this outfield, which is pretty fast, very dry, despite the rain we had in Bristol yesterday. Half a day's rain really, but it was nothing more than sort of light to moderate in terms of intensity. And I spoke to Paul Collett on the way in this morning, one of the ground staff. He said, well, I basically went straight through. You know, it didn't really touch the side, so to speak. And the outfield is still as fast as it was for the Surrey match. 16 without loss off 5. Renshaw has 12, as you can see. Lambie has 4. And Somerset with a pretty strong batting order. Abel, Banton, Hildreth, Davis down as far as 6. And then Gregory and Owes are not the worst. 7 and 8.
Chappell in, and Lammonby plays that one square out to Zafar Gahar at cover point. I thought the outfield here for the Surrey game 2 weeks ago was absolutely lightning quick, and we saw a couple of double hundreds in that game. Chris Dent for Gloucestershire, who's missing. He did his ankle ligaments, didn't he, in that game, and he's been a big miss. And if you think the top of the order, which is Gloucestershire's strengths there with Dent, Harris, Bracey, how much of them are we going to see in 2022 as Chappell comes in? And that's Lammonby again, plays that square. He doesn't play down the ground, he plays it defensive shot square, as if he's opening the face a little bit.
I mean, just on the injury front, so you've got Charlesworth out, Dent out, and Harris going off with the Australia A. I think I'm right in saying that we're unlikely to see Harris in the Championship after this game, maybe until Cheltenham.
Yeah, exactly.
Charlesworth possibly the same because of his injury. Dent possibly the same because of his injury.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a great situation.
Ravaged. And that's a little bit quicker from Chappell there. Somerset also going to be missing Matt Renshaw. He's been picked for that tour, hasn't he? It's Australia A to Sri Lanka, I think. So he's that was a lovely shot in the last over from him as well, down the ground. It really was. It was a really nice shot. But Renshaw also had a little stint at Kent back in 2019. Made his debut for Australia against South Africa in 2016, replacing Joey Burns. And got a big 100 against Pakistan in his 4th match. 184 Chapel in, and Lammonby punches that one off the back foot into the offside. They think about 2. Graham Van Buren's quick, and they turn back. There's a little bit of indecision there on the running.
Probably never more than 1 there, actually.
No.
Tom Van Buren's got to the ball. He whips that throw in.
He's quick, Van Buren.
Yeah, interesting. Renshaw on the cusp of 5,000 first-class runs. He only needs 22 in all from the start of this innings to get to 5,000 in first-class cricket.
Yeah, there are. There's Chapel in. Oh, and that's well bowled. That beats Renshaw outside the off stump. Yeah, there's some good stats coming through from Somerset. So Renshaw needs 22, as you said there, Ian. Craig Overton's 4 wickets shy of 400 first-class wickets. James Hildreth needs 62 to score 18,000 first-class runs. Lewis Gregory's 26 short of 3,000 runs in first-class cricket. Tom Banton 27 from 1,000. So that goes through into the gloves of James Bracey.
Banton's feels a bit lightweight against some of the others, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, Hildreth at 18,000.
It's unbelievable.
I'm sure that so many people have written the uncapped James Hildreth in that time. 17 without loss here. Gloucestershire won the toss and decided to field first. And you have to say, at the moment, the pitch looks as good as the other 2 that we've played on so far this season here. Both the Yorkshire game, the Surrey game in particular, was a batting paradise pretty much.
Yeah.
The Yorkshire game offered a bit more, I think we'd say, in terms of bat and ball.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say there was far more of an even contest. The Surrey game.
Here's Higgins staying around the wicket to Lammonby this time. Lets that go, quite an extravagant leave, and that's probably 5th stump anyway outside the.
I wouldn't say the Surrey game was ruined by the pitch, because we saw some entertaining cricket. We saw some wonderful cricket, didn't we? And it was, an absolute joy to watch those knocks by Chris Dent and Jamie Smith for Surrey. He got 200 as well. But yes, I prefer when there's much more of an even contest between bat and ball, even slightly with the ball in the ascendancy.
Higgins around the wicket. That's again punched down the ground, but not with any great power by Lammonby, and it's stopped by that Matt Taylor. Just where he's running, he's at mid-on to the left-hander. That's where some of the drainage the club have spent a lot of money really going back to when the apartments were built on drainage to ensure that cricket is playable at a time when 15, 20 years ago it would not have been. And just 1 or 2 of those areas are a little bit bare.
I've got a theory on drainage.
Higgins goes round the wicket once more. It's turned down to Chapel by Lammonby for a single. Just rotates the strike once more. 18 without loss. Somerset. Theory on drainage?
Yeah, I think I think that the improvement in drainage has made a lot more play possible, as you said there, Ian. But I think that in a way it might have sucked the life out of some squares around the country as well.
Back over the wicket to Renshaw this time. Again, that's on his pads, partially stopped by Wheel. I say partially stopped, in fact it's beaten him. It's gone through him in the end. I think he might have got something on that, but once it's got past him, it's skated away, and it's gone all the way to the boundary at deep square. So that was a little more than a clip from Renshaw, who was waiting to see whether Wheeler could stop it, and he wasn't able to, right by the umpire there. And so 4 more to Renshaw. Higgins into him once more. That's a better ball. Just angled across, doesn't allow him to play around that front pad. And taken by James Bracey. Still the 3 slips in. And Jacob Bethel in the gully, the young 18-year-old. I mean, of the loans, his is the shortest. His is only for this match. but he's in there quite close in the gully. Higgins again, and this time Renshaw lets that go. Last ball of the over. He's on to 16, and Somerset, having been put in, still with the openers together after 7 overs.
Yeah, my point about drainage is that I think some of the pace and life has been sucked out of a few squares. Not just here at Bristol, but I think various places around the country. And you wonder if there's a lack of pace and bounce and carry through to the wicket keeper due to the drainage systems being put in. And whilst they're generally in the outfield, you wonder how much that they're sort of sucking out of the square as well. Chappell is about to run in to Tom Lammonby, and gets up on his toes and defends that in an unorthodox fashion. As Somerset will be pleased with this start. They haven't lost a wicket. We're coming up to half an hour, and they're 22 for none, and they'll be pleased with this start because the wicket can do a little bit here at Bristol in the first hour especially, and then tends to get easier as the game goes on. The ice cream van's in place over there. I'm sure my colleague Ian Randall will be there for a 99 flake with his sprinkles later on as Chappell comes in, and that's well bowled. That takes the defended, but off the outside edge to Zafar Gahar there.
No, I don't think you heard me right, Dan, from the Surrey game. Don't do the sprinkles.
You don't do the sprinkles.
No.
Are you a sauce man? Are you a chocolate sauce or raspberry sauce?
No,
or?
no, can't be doing that. No. Ice cream with the flake will be fine, thanks. Chappell's a leaner version of Luke Fletcher, isn't he? In a sense that he's got that slightly aggressive length that he bowls.
Here he comes in, and Lammonby works him into the onside defensively.
Is it fair to say that Fletcher is a cult figure at Notts?
Oh, he's a legend. He's a legend at Nottinghamshire. He's we had him on our podcast last year, and he's a very, very funny man. And
probably too fair. He's probably part of the reason why Chappell doesn't play much in red ball cricket, because he keeps him out of the team.
Well, he had a fantastic season last year, didn't he? I think he ended up the top leading wicket taker in the country, didn't he, Luke Fletcher last year? There's Chappell. Comes in, and that's it on aerial off a leading edge over the head of Zach Chappell, but bouncing just before mid-on. Ryan Higgins there at mid-on. Oh, that was a funny old shot. Oh, he couldn't have placed that any better if he'd tried. Slightly shorter, and it had been a caught and bowl to Zach Chappell. Slightly further, and it had been straight into the waiting, pouching hands of Ryan Higgins at mid-on, but he's got it right in between there. Chappell in, and that's better from Lammonby. That's a good leave. Much more circumspect there. And Chappell's just nibbling it about.
Yeah, I don't think he doesn't strike you as somebody who will swing the ball very much. I think it's the movement for him is going to come off the seam.
Yeah.
Higgins has the ability to move it both in the air and off the wicket if there are conditions that are suitable, and even if they're not, provided the ball is new enough.
Yeah. Here's Chappell in, and that's gone a thick inside edge down to fine leg. Lammonby there, and that's a good over there by Chappell.
A little bit more in that over from Chappell.
Yeah, you say he looks like Luke Fletcher. I think
a leaner version of Luke Fletcher.
Yeah, he's like a slightly taller version of Michael Stipe, lead singer of R.E.M. actually, but
very distinctive in the outfield. You can easily spot him.
Yeah, with his great goatee.
Equally, when the team gathered in the huddle this morning at sort of 20 past 10, and you heard the applause. You thought, right, someone's going to be given their county cap this morning on their debut, and And when Chappell was the first one to be given the cap, it was pretty clear, I think, that all three of the loanies were going to play. Here is Higgins round the wicket, and Lammonby plays that defensively back up the pitch to the bowler. I think the debate, as you say, around the ground this morning was, Bethell almost certainly looked to be playing. If you sign him for one match, why wouldn't you pick him? Wheel was the most experienced of the bowlers with the best record. Why wouldn't you pick him? The question was about Chappell, because he's played quite a bit of white ball cricket. Would he play in the championship game? When his name was out first, it was pretty clear that all three were going to come straight into the side. Bright sun here at the Seat Unique Stadium, and that's clipped again. That's a little bit outside leg stump, and he's gone to mid-on. Lammonby off for the single straight away, and Matt Taylor does the fielding, but I think there might have been a direct hit on there, but he would have had to really gathered it cleanly and thrown in one motion, and he didn't do the first of those, so the single was pretty comfortable in the end. 24 without loss. Renshaw now waits for Higgins, who's staying over the wicket to him, and that's driven down the ground. That'll be 4. That sounded pretty good out of the middle of the bat.
Lovely
on the
shot.
bounce.
Lovely shot.
It is the shorter straight boundary, but it was pretty clear that Renshaw got plenty on that. Here's a second look at it. He's played a bit round his pads this morning, but that was just across him enough. He didn't really need to move very far. It was, sometimes he's played one shot where he was stretching for it a bit. That was just in that comfortable area where he just right movement of the front foot, and he's right to the pitch of it. Steered away on the bounce, but stopped by Bethell.
Absolute textbook there from Matt Renshaw, wasn't it? And I was going back to that last over, though, from Zach Chappell. The ball started to nibble around a little bit, and we've noticed, haven't we, and we're saying this from the Surrey game, the first few overs with the new ball, until the lacquer comes off, it doesn't tend to do much. And then from 8 to 20, 25, it does a little bit, doesn't it?
Well, that's where Gloucestershire are at the moment, and there's a big cut appeal there from Bracey, but nothing from umpire Nigel Long to send Renshaw on his way. But Bracey certainly liked the look of that. May have maybe flicked a trouser. Here's a second look at it.
Good delivery.
Yeah,
it was a really good delivery.
All the slip cord went up.
I
could have flicked a pocket or maybe the sweater.
I don't think he got anywhere near it.
Higgins again, and steered on the bounce out into the offside. Already, though, I think for me, that end of Higgins is over. He and Zach Chappell sharing the new ball here. So Higgins has bowled 5 overs this morning, and so far without success, but a couple of near things, and 5 overs for 21. Chappell with the 4 more economical overs, but the fact that the slips are where they are suggests, even at this stage, that is a pretty easy pace pitch.
Yeah, it's placid, isn't it? It looks placid. It'd be nice to see, what Mohammed Amir could have got out of this early on. But here's Zach Chappell anyway. Oh, and that's nipped back. That's a little bit of extra pace, a little bit high for Lammonby. They thought about running on the missed field there this morning in the slip cordon, but they decide against it. But a little bit of nip here from Chappell. He's nipping it about a little bit. And as I said, the ball from 8 to 20 overs does a little bit, and then it's not long soon after that the captain's asking the umpires to get the ball changed, isn't he? So here's Chappell in, and that goes through to the gloves.
Yeah, that was a little. That was Bracey. A little bit fuller, wasn't it? That was. That was. I say the stock length from just seems to be just back of a length, sort of not drivable.
Yeah, he's a big unit.
Trying to actually create the error or force the error, if that's the right phrase you wanted to use.
There he is on your screen, walking back to his mark. And that's well bowled as well. That nips back, and good leave there from Lammonby.
He's just got that sort of that ball to straighten a bit now, isn't he? He's just in that sort of area where Lammonby's got to judge on length whether he can leave it or not.
Yeah, finding his areas. Lammonby's had a couple of stints abroad in T20 cricket as well. Karachi Kings in the Pakistani Super League and Hobart Hurricanes in the Big Bash as well. He's been signed for Manchester Originals for the 2022 100 as he defends that. Completely different game in red ball cricket. Ball nips around a lot more, but he looks like he's got a decent technique, Lammonby. He looks well-organised player.
Well, you said he's got, was it 3 first-class hundreds?
They were all back in 2020. But I think he had a bit of a few struggles in 21, didn't he?
He only averaged 19 last year.
Yeah, he had a few struggles.
Although he
got 100.
Yeah, played nearly all the matches, but 19 for a top order batter. I know he does bowl a bit.
Chapel in, and Lammonby drives that down the ground pleasantly. Not sure it's going to go all the way. Ryan Higgins is in pursuit. Cuts that off, and Lammonby gets a couple for what was a gentle push. No Lewis Goldsworthy in this side either. Just saying Somerset have got a big catchment area. If you think of everywhere south of Bristol, really, they tend to attract their players from, don't they, with Lammonby coming from Exeter, Goldsworthy, a Cornish cricketer, and they've tapped into the Devon area for a lot of their players in recent years. Chapel in, and Lammonby lets that one go. The Overton family are all from Devon, aren't they? And
yeah, I saw Goldsworthy played in an England 19s game that was part of that might have been the 19 Cheltenham Festival actually, and made runs in that game. And I thought looked at you could see why he was being highly rated by Somerset at that point.
Yeah, he can bowl as well. Goldsworthy bowls a little bit of handy slow left arm.
Named in the squad for certain matches this season. Played in a couple, but not named in the 13 for this game. If you've joined us since we started, then the two players left out from the Somerset squad were Van der Merwe and Brooks. And here is Renshaw facing Higgins. And again, punches up to mid-on. Likes to get... And he's played some nice shots both down the ground and into the onside. Higgins is obviously aware that when it gets offside of the wicket, it doesn't look quite as comfortable, Matt Renshaw. Higgins past umpire long, and again that's round his pads, and that will be 5,000 first-class runs for Matt Renshaw. That's going to go all the way out towards the rope. It will in fact just get there. It's a long boundary out there, but he goes to 24, and with it he passes 5,000 career runs in first-class cricket.
Lovely shot. Lovely shot, yeah. Middlesbrough family. I wonder if he's had a Palmo.
Do you know, I didn't know what one of those was.
It's a heart attack on a plate.
Is it? Oh, right, yeah.
I think it's deep fried chicken with cheese melted on top in a bun, isn't it?
Here's Higgins in bright sunshine again to Renshaw. That's punched down the ground, and that will be 4 more. It's out of the reach of Matt Taylor's dive, and it will get just to the rope now at the boundary at long on. Taylor a bit angry. He didn't stop that, but it comes back to that point about where he's fielding. It's just 1 or 2 bare areas in front of him, and it wasn't treated kindly by the bounce there.
Yeah, I think he got a fingernail on that.
Treated by the way he's wringing his right hand. So it's at 38 for no wicket. Higgins around the wicket to Renshaw, who Lets that go. It was a tight leave. But mine goes back to the game here last year where obviously 110 overs for bonus points, and Somerset got to 300 in 102, which is not, you might say is not overly fast. Renshaw again goes back. Higgins forces him to play defensively. But then in the context of the game, what they'd done was really upheld by Josh Davey and Craig Overton, who had both late on I think the second day and early on the third day, because there was not a rain in that game, really produced a spell of carnage as far as the Gloucestershire batting was concerned. Renshaw in, steers that away, Higgins to Renshaw, who steers that out into the offside, fielded by Zafar Gohar. He looks far happier playing either straight or on the leg side, Renshaw, doesn't he, Dan?
Yeah, he certainly does. He's both of them, actually. I mean, Lammonby's got this defensive shot which tends to go square on the offside, but he's looking to work it through square leg mid-wicket, looking to work Chappell through that area. And Renshaw is another one who looks stronger off his legs, but has played a couple of very handsome shots down the ground, hasn't he? Or 3 handsome shots down the ground.
So Chappell, 5 overs for 9, being replaced.
We're going to see Matt Taylor in.
So first bowl for him, and therefore you would assume that Wheel would be the first change at this Seat Unique stand end the Ashleydon Road end in due course.
Yeah, bowled well against Surrey here a few weeks back, 3 for 85 off 29. Here he comes in. Oh, that's well bowled. That takes the inside edge of Lammonby's bat, and I think he's bowled well. What I've seen of him this season in all the home games, saw him in a pre-season where he picked up a 5-for against Exeter University in a game which was marked by a solid 90-odd from a man who's playing for Somerset second 11, Dylan Church. Taylor in, and that nearly sneaks through as well, but Lammonby's behind that. Yeah, Alex Barrow is the coach of Exeter University. He's ex-Somerset, and I think although Dylan Church is a Leicestershire lad and in the Leicestershire Academy, I think Alex Barrow has probably had a little word with his ex-employers. And all of a sudden Dylan Church is playing for Somerset twos and got 100 the other week as well. Is Taylor in? And that's over pitched and worked through the leg side, but only finds Graham Van Buren at square leg.
It's because the pitch is where it is on the square for this game, and you can see threes being run very easily towards the main scoreboard side of the ground, but towards the Kennington Avenue side, if it beats the field, it's going to race away for 4, isn't it?
Yeah, it most definitely is. It's very short over there. It's Taylor bowls and Lammonby solidly behind that one.
Which it's an obvious thing to say, which means that you've got to be line-wise, you've got to be very accurate bowling from the pavilion end to not get worked through that leg side.
Yeah. Yeah, especially to the left armour, to the left-handers. So we've got George Scott at first slip, Miles Hammond at second. Marcus Harris has moved into what's quite a fine gully. Taylor in, and that's driven out to mid-off. We spoke about that in the Surrey game, didn't we? And it's sort of between fourth slip and gully where Harris tends to hover. It's like a floating slip, and he's in there. Zafar Gohar's round at point, and you've got an extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Graham Van Buren's sort of between square leg and mid-wicket, quite forward of square. And then we've got a fine leg as well. Taylor's in, and that's a nips back. Big shout from the cordon. Taylor's not interested. Possibly height. Possibly doing too much, but that's 3/4 of an hour gone, and Somerset will be very, very pleased with their start, moving along at over 3 and over. 38 off 12. Renshaw on to 28, and Lammonby much more circumspect, much more watchful on 10.
Just some drinks for the two Somerset batters, and a bowling change at this Ashley Down Road end. So Higgins has bowled 6 overs in his opening spell. 6 overs for 29. That doesn't look great, but I think he's not bowled as those numbers would suggest. And we are now going to see Brad Wheel for the first time. So on loan from Hampshire. And as a, in a sense, known to Dale Benkenstein from his time coaching there. 25 years old. And very much an energy and skiddy bowler. A real sprint to the crease, and Wheel in, and that's, again, that's back of a length too, and played out by Renshaw into the leg side.
You can see the increase in pace there straight away, can't you?
Yeah, it's a proper approach to the wicket. But say when I first saw him in this country, his run was a lot longer than it is now. So at least, I say a lot longer. He's walking back quite a long way, to be fair. Wheel around the wicket and let go by Renshaw through to James Bracey.
Graham Van Buren will have one eye on the over 8 because they got docked a couple of points, didn't they, from the game against Hampshire last week.
I was going to mention that I know that it's one of your particular beefs, and to be fair, it's something you don't like to see, sides, you know, being sluggish on over rates.
Yeah.
But when you work hard for bonus points and you have 2 taken away for an over 8 loss, that really isn't very good. Here's Wheel again round the wicket and let go by Renshaw once more. Takes his bat well out of the way.
Yeah, it's careless. It's you know, I've seen it with Middlesex over the years. I mean, Toby Rowland Jones had a run up which went further than I used to go on my holidays.
Yeah, that's the line, isn't it?
Yeah. It's reminiscent of Michael Holding back in 1976, but they were always up against it. Always up against the rate, and they'd have to bring on Ollie Rayner just bowling off one pace, who'd winkle through and over very quickly.
Wheel to Renshaw, who finds the gap at extra cover. There's a chase of Van Buren up towards the rope. He'll just be able to haul that in, and they will come back for 2. So that shows that there are 2s on that shorter side of the ground. But by and large, I think we'll see maybe a higher proportion of boundaries that side, and boundaries and singles on that side of the ground. But that was just in the right place for Renshaw.
Renshaw looks a very, very good player. Easy on the eye, he's good to watch, and some of his driving has been absolutely glorious this morning.
Wheel does have 3 slips. Renshaw to face him again. But only defending this time. Out once again to Van Buren at a shortish extra cover. He's kind of on the single there. But there are some warm-up wickets on that side of the square. So I mean, here we are, in the middle of May, and the fact that the weather has been so dry, already we're seeing certainly some areas that are worn. Renshaw drives again. That'll be 4 more. No need to chase that. It's a good shot. He didn't like the sound of that off the bat. It went pretty quickly. Out again, Kennington Avenue side. Dan's car is safe for the moment because that was all the way along the ground. And 4 more to him. Here's a second look at that last boundary. It was probably a 5th stump, but he got the front foot in the right place. Head down. And it's a good start this from Somerset. 44 without loss. John Murphy's been in touch from Sandridge Cricket Club. Your coverage reaches far and wide, he says. loving the commentary, and come on the Cidermen.
Yeah, he's a good lad, John Murphy. Known him for years. Sandridge Cricket Club, just outside St Albans in Hertfordshire. And he's a good guy. Likes a beer after the game. Matt Taylor's coming in to Tom Lammonby. Good morning from sunny Horfield, says Alison Spurrell. I'm coming down later after a few chores, so watching online at the moment while ironing. Well, Alison, leave that ironing alone. Get down here earlier. You don't want to do it. Do it over the weekend. Do it on Monday. You were kind enough to mention my fundraising knitting for St Peter's Hospice during the last match. I still need sponsors. I'm knitting every time Ryan Higgins takes a wicket. Just search for me on justgiving.com. Taylor in, and just worked backward of square by Lammonby. Today I'd like a shout out for our brilliant club. I attended 2 free events at Gloss yesterday. Walk and talk in the morning and time to declare in the evening. Both were brilliant. In the morning we had a Q&A with Mark Elaine. In the evening a talk and discussion about the effect on the climate of advertising in sport. Well, Alison, I think everyone's been talking about that this morning, and Gloss have really putting on some wonderful events off the pitch, and we'll have more news for that this afternoon. I was due to talk about it this morning, but I forgot the leaflet. I left it over in the office, but I will come on to that this afternoon. As Taylor comes in, Renshaw leaves that one well alone. And Alison, what you're doing for St Peter's Hospice there, it's fantastic. Unfortunately, Ryan hasn't taken a wicket this morning to get you with those knitting needles in your hand, but it's absolutely fantastic to see. Dan Botton, thanks for the commentary, gents. He's enjoying it. Should be an intriguing game. Craig Overton hopefully looking to cement his England place in the first test. And Tom able to nudge the selectors as well. Somerset performance has been increasingly getting better up to this game, and Lamby is an immense talent. Oh, and that's edged! Oh, and that's fallen just short of Miles Hammond at second slip. That was well bowled there by Matt Taylor. Not sure he had to play at that, Renshaw, actually. A little bit wide. Yeah, a little bit wide, but it was only just short Miles Hammond, who's up quite a long way, as Ian Randall said. So Dan Botton saying there's the jinx on Lammonby. Although that was his partner Renshaw there, as Taylor comes in. And that's a little flick of the pad, big appeal. Goes through to James Bracey. They're appealing for the LBWs. No shot from Renshaw. So you can be out if the ball impacts you outside the line with no shot. No, I don't think it was doing enough. It was never going to nip back far enough to actually hit the stumps. So Dan Botton saying Lamby's, saying an improvement from Somerset. Still, though, we should be doing much better with this squad. Who would make a combined Gloss-Somerset 11 from this side? Oh, great question. As that's driven out to mid-on by the Queenslander Renshaw, the Queenslander via Middlesbrough. So, that's a great question. Well, I think you'd have to have from Gloucestershire. I mean, you'd want James Bracey in that side, wouldn't you? I think Bracey might pip Davis. Davis hasn't been in the best of form, but let us know. Let us know. And
I had a long email here from our good friend Mark Halliwell as well, which I'll perhaps try and get to during the wheel over. He says, with regards to the decision to bring in 3 loanees, I make it that Gloucestershire have 28 players in their pool to pick from. So we'll start with the 8 that were already here. Scott, Harris, Bracey, Hammond, Van Buren, Higgins, Matt Taylor and Zafar are all in the squad for this match. Here is Wheel. Oh, what was I? Almost a Yorker, but just a bit wide as Lammonby pushed at it through to James Bracey. Lace was unlucky in my view to be left out with 2 scores of 70 plus. No Shaw or Dale. 5 we are told are injured. Dent, Payne, Charlesworth, Shah and Amir. 2 others left out after playing in the last match, Warner and Goodman. 7 have played in the seconds recently. Ollie Price, Luke Charlesworth. I'll come back to the other ones in a moment. Wheel again is outside the off stump and let go by Lammonby. So the 7 have played in matches in the seconds recently. Ollie Price, Luke Charlesworth, Naish, Wells, Smith, Cobain and Jack Taylor. Taylor also has played obviously one championship match. Howell is at the IPL, and we haven't seen Van Meekeren, who obviously we know is still coming back from a back injury, and Tom Price is at Durham Uni. This has to be the biggest squad Gloucestershire have ever had. Does the signing of 3 loanees suggest that Dale Benkenstein doesn't think much of some of the options at his disposal, says Mark? Here is Wheel in, they'll squeeze a single out of that's good running. Turn into the leg side by Lammonby. And that's, I suppose, is the question, isn't it? You know, what... And I think, obviously, the injuries haven't helped. And we make the point about this is the 6th of 6 in terms of weeks of Championship cricket. And I think the thing that Mark does quite rightly, in a sense, throw into the mix is the amount of first-team cricket some of those boys have played. Goodman in, Reel in, and defended by Renshaw on the offside. So Jared Warner has only played 7 first-class matches. Dom Goodman has only played 5. You know, both those two are right at the start of their careers in a way, and even the 2 Price boys that Mark mentioned, their first class appearances are still in single figures, as is Ben Wells. So Wheel staying around the wicket, pulled not very reliably, but he might get 4 for it by Renshaw. He has got enough on it, and it will go all the way to the boundary at deep square. That didn't middle that at all, didn't appear to time it, but it's another boundary, and Somerset bring up 50 for the first wicket between these two. Benshaw's got by far the majority of the score on the runs on the scoreboard. As you can see, 38 of the 50 to him.
It's a good email from Mark Halliwell, and I do agree with him. I think Lace has been a little bit unlucky. Taking on that role, batting at 7.
Wheel. What a full toss, punched away. That will be 4 more. I don't think that will be hauled in. That's going to beat the chase of Jacob Bethel. And Wheel striving hard here, but at the moment, not quite got the consistency where he wants it. And I mean, it's the same thing with all sport in a way, isn't it? You change the coach, and either the coach, you know, rebuilds the squad if he's not happy with it, or he has to juggle it as he sees fit, and he has to assess, you know, what he has at his disposal. And really, I come back to the point that I think we made maybe just before the start of play, is that if teams work out that the overseas bowler and Ryan Higgins are the most threatening, you know, do they bat around those? And that's what sides have been able to do on good pitches.
Yep, here's Taylor in. And Lammonby leaves that alone. I've actually come up with a combined side.
And do you mean from the 22 players who have been selected?
No, from everyone available from both squads.
Everyone available, okay.
Yeah, and I've got 6 Gloucestershire players in there, and I've got 5 Somerset players in there. And there'll be a big hoo-ha whether I've gone for Ryan Higgins over Lewis Gregory, I'm sure, but I have. Here's Taylor in for Lammonby, and that's shapes away. Bracey diving away in front of first slip. So I've gone, and it's quite heavy, so people are batting out positions in the top order. But I've got Dent, Renshaw, Harris at 3, Bracey 4, Abel 5, Higgins 6, and then in no particular order after that, I've gone Craig Overton, Payne, Amir, Siddle, Leach.
I don't think Leach have batted 11 in that side.
That's just defended by Lammonby. No, I think
Amir probably
Amir would be at 11, wouldn't he? Siddle at 10.
Yeah, Leach might even be at 9, in fact.
Leach at 9.
Well, or even at 8, actually.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's a bit of a brontosaurus tail there, actually, isn't it, that I've picked? But what a bowling lineup that is. Craig Overton, David Payne, Mohammed Amir, Peter Siddle and Jack Leach, with Ryan Higgins in there as well. It's not bad. Tom Abel is a decent bowler as well. He doesn't bowl himself enough, Tom Abel, I don't think. Here's Matt Taylor in, and that's driven firmly back to him by Tom Lavery.
If Abel was to captain that side, which I presume you might have him down as captain, he'd feel rather fortunate to have that attack available, I think.
It's not a bad top 5, actually, is it? Dent, Renshaw, Harris, Bracey, Abel. Obviously, there's 4 overseas players in there, so, you know, but hey.
You're bending the rules there.
What can you do? What can you do?
Well, this is a strong start from Somerset, isn't it?
It's a very strong start, yeah. Taylor in, and that's driven out to Ryan Higgins at mid-on. Wicket looks good here. Renshaw's moved serenely onto 42. Lammonby a little bit slower on 12, but he's still there. After that,
I mean, this is
obviously
this is a long way down the track here, but you know, Surrey batted first in the last game here. Let's come back to that in a moment.
Taylor in, and that's well bowled. Out past the outside edge, but doesn't get any wickets. Yeah, sorry, Ian, what were you saying?
You said, so Surrey obviously batted first in the last game here and got a big score. Now, I'm not saying that Somerset will get 600, but if they got a decent score, let's just say they were able to get all batting points, or even say they got 400 even without getting all the batting points. They got 350 in the time and then kept going. I think their attack is stronger than the Surrey attack.
Somerset's?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
So the scoreboard pressure Gloucestershire would be under would feel just as great against Somerset with a smaller total than against Surrey, even though the Surrey score was 600.
Yeah, Craig Overton got 13 wickets in that game against Essex, didn't he, earlier this season? He's going to be a handful.
Right, here's Wheel, who's really putting his back into this, but at the moment, not quite got the consistency yet that he would want. 2 overs for 15. But he's going to... We saw at Cheltenham last year, he keep bowling for you, and about 1 or 2 occasions in that championship match at the college, he bowled quite long spells. What can he do here? Can he find a breakthrough? Let go by Renshaw.
Thatcher's bar looks quite busy, even at just gone 12 o'clock, as you'd expect in El Sideco.
Yes, it's. I'd say the crowd today is, I say, it's certainly bigger than we've seen for the other championship games. Good sprinkling on the Hammond roof, and particularly on the top level of the pavilion as well.
Yorkshire, there were a few in as well, weren't they?
There were.
A lot of media interest there.
Wheel down to 2 slips now, and Renshaw, that's a shorter one. He doesn't pull that in any timing at all, and it comes out to Chappell at mid-wicket.
Did him for pace a little bit there, and a few words out there. Gets quite spicy this game, doesn't it, Ian Randall? Can get a little bit, a little bit fruity.
I think Somerset have the reputation for being quite loud certainly in the field. Whether they're like that with the chat and the banter from a batting point of view, I'm not sure. Wheel over the wicket, and Renshaw lets that go through to Bracey. So Scott and Hammond in the slips. Hammond moving from first to second, and that one nick that did come his way was short of him, short and wide really. But interesting that again, if you see an issue in the team, you've got to try and do something within the parameters that you have to improve it. Wheel again, and asks for an LBW against Renshaw, but only really from the bowler. And umpire Long not moved at all. Nigel Long played for Kent, from
He
memory.
did play for Kent, yes. He's been a member of the elite panel of umpires, or was a member until June 2020. But yeah, he made his debut back for Kent back in 1990. And he also officiated at the 2019 Cricket World Cup.
Yeah, one of our more experienced umpires now, Nigel Long. Wheel. This straight approach. Quite a skiddy delivery, and once again Renshaw defending, but at the moment, as you can see, 42 out of 54, he's dominated the ball. I mean, the ball's faced is not that different between him and Lammonby. As you can see, only 4 deliveries different, but a big difference on the board. 9 boundaries to Renshaw, and none to his partner as yet, but he's picked off 1 or 2 that really were just good shots to a ball that gave him just a little bit more room than the bowler would have wanted. Lammonby, meanwhile, at the other end, has played second fiddle.
Taylor from the pavilion end, this short stepped into the crease, and Lammonby leaves that alone. But it can get quite spicy, this game, can't it? The West Country derby. It's town mouse v country mouse, but it can get a little bit. The Gloucestershire fans tell me that Somerset don't like coming to Bristol, and one of them even referred to them as Billy Big Time.
Sorry, who referred to who?
One of the Gloucestershire fans referred to Somerset as Billy Big Time. So that's defended by Lammonby. But Somerset are, although they're, you know, Gloucestershire are based here in Bristol and Somerset are down in Taunton. Somerset have been in Division 1 for longer than any other club. They've had their place at the top table of county cricket for longer than any other club in the country. And they're always there or thereabouts in the county championship. Taylor in, and that's worked to mid-on by Lammonby. It's unbelievable that Somerset have never ever won the county championship.
Well,
I mean, it's just one of those.
They've had this reputation, haven't they, of being the bridesmaid?
I mean, they didn't even win their first trophy until 1979 under Brian Rose, where they won a couple of pieces of silverware that year. But they're far too big a club not to have won the county championship. As Taylor comes in, oh, and that's played into the... Lammonby looking to work that into the onside and just played into the offside, and not overly convincingly. But, I mean, I did a... You know, I'm an ambassador for Melanoma UK, and I did a show down at Somerset back at the end of March, and did it with Jack Brooks, Steve Kirby and Tom Abel and Brian Rose, who was the first Somerset skipper to lift a trophy. And I found people down there absolutely lovely, really, really nice. And Matt Taylor's in, and that's down the leg side. Bracey goes sprawling away, takes that one. But yeah, everyone was very friendly, and the club couldn't have done any more to make us feel welcome. And
well, if you look at the cricket for Somerset since 2009, they've been either runners-up or beaten finalists 9 times.
Wow.
In various competitions. So the T20 Cup, runners-up 4 times, or beaten finalists 4 times.
Taylor in, and that's driven out. It's going to run over the ends of the pitches there. It's not going to go for 4. Zafar Gahar is onto it and relays it back.
And 5 times runners-up in the championship. 5 times runners-up in the championship, all since 2009.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a lot of seconds, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. I mean, you know, that is 2016 where there was the 3 of them, Middlesex, Yorkshire and Somerset, there for the last day, and It's unbelievable to think. We've got to be very careful what we say here, because James Healy, who's working with us, is a man from Somerset, and he's got his Gloucestershire kit on at the moment, and he's giving me the shh sign.
56 without Noss. Somerset wheel into Renshaw, who again defends. He's picked by and large the right ball to attack. He's made a couple of shots where you think he's not really timed that, and they've sort of squeezed away to the boundary. But some of his work straight in particular has been impressive, and although we were sort of indicating that there might have been a bit of tentativeness outside the off stump, equally that's down the leg side, taken by Bracey, that he played the one very nice shot out through sort of wide mid-off to that Kennington Avenue boundary for 4. That's probably the best shot he's played, actually. And should just say, I mean, Dan was talking about sort of Somerset milestones, and Renshaw's got past 5,000 first-class runs in this innings already. But James Bracey and Graham Van Buren both playing their 50th first-class match for Gloucestershire today, so we shouldn't knock that either. Here's wheel in, and that's an example of Renshaw not quite getting in the right place. He's got that off the inside half of the bat, down to Matt Taylor in front of the clock and the players' pavilion at long leg.
His feet went nowhere there. It was just concrete footed a little bit, Matt Renshaw, and Brad will be looking to exploit that.
Yeah, Wheel hasn't been able to get into the Hampshire side this season so far, but you have to say, on these records, he's better than somebody who should be playing second team cricket. That's a false shot, squeezed away by Lammerby. He's going to get his first boundary down towards the club office. It goes all the way to wide third man for 4, but he didn't know an awful lot about that. And just maybe a nod to Wheel to say that was one that he didn't get a lot of luck out of that, really. And Wheel at the moment has pulled things back a little bit. He was the first 2 overs a bit loose, but he's getting into his rhythm a bit more now. Lammerby forced to play defensively, it's a better length. But 61 in 73 minutes is a brisk start, and you get the kind of impression with Somerset is that they are a side that don't tend to hang about on the scoreboard. If all their batsmen try and play with this very positive approach, they're not accumulators as such, are they? They're order. They're all shot makers, and there's another pull this time from Lammerby in through the mid-wicket area, and that's going to go all the way for 4. It just clears the rope now, despite the chase from Chappell out towards the main scoreboard, and starting to look at the number of boundaries that have been conceded by Gloucestershire in this first hour and a quarter on what looks a very good pitch. And I think most amongst the crowd this morning felt Gloucestershire win the toss, they would want to bowl, but 65 off 19 is a brisk start when you haven't got any breakthrough at all. And Wheel, as you can see, 4 overs for 24.
George Scott having a little bit of a warm-up there at first slip. I wonder if it's time for some spin. I know it's quite early in the day, but I wonder if it's time to just see if these guys, as opening bats, love the ball, love the pace, don't they? Love the ball coming on. I wonder if it's time to take a little bit of pace off the ball as Matt Taylor, who's been probably the pick of the bowlers this morning, comes in, and Renshaw lets that one go.
I mean, Scott didn't bowl at the Aegeus, did he, at all?
No.
And it's just that if he's opening the batting, that's why he's in the team. And actually, come back to your earlier point, nice to see him get a career best there, because definitely somebody who needs some runs, you feel, to try and cement his place in the team.
Yep. As Taylor comes in.
But there is some I mean, I was
defended.
someone may have given him the nod here, because he's definitely limbering up to suggest that he might have a bowl.
Yeah, he's bowls wicket to wicket, doesn't he, George Scott? Steve Kirby's been spotted on the ground this morning. He's the assistant coach, bowling coach at Somerset, and he's a man who needs no introduction to Gloucestershire fans, having spent from 2005 till 2010 here, where he became an England Lion. Taylor in. Kirby is part of that night we had for Melanoma UK down at Taunton a month ago, and I'm not allowed to tell any of the stories that Kirby told that night.
No, probably best.
Because it's before the watershed, and B, because I'd get fired.
Actually, you know, his record here, I think something like 250, 260 wickets at less than 30. It's a decent record.
Very good record, yeah. Taylor into Renshaw, and that's just worked backward of square. One story I can tell, I am allowed to tell, was his time during Gloucestershire here. He became an England Lion, didn't he? He got an England Lion side, and he faced. There's Curbs having a chat, having a chin wag, as he likes to do. But he tells me he went through more helmets than bats in a season. He'd like to dish it out, and as such he copped a little bit himself. And played against Australia for England Lions. Taylor comes in, and that's driven out to mid-on by Lammonby.
So you finished your Kirby story?
Yeah, so he's come up against Brett Lee. Brett Lee first ball's dropped to a bouncer, and it's hit him flush on the badge. Absolutely bang straight on the badge. Helmet in bits. There's about 30 different bits of helmet all around the crease. Anyway, he's got up. They've picked up all these pieces of helmet, and he's called for another helmet. And next ball, he's prepared to face Brett Lee as Taylor comes in, and that's down the leg side. Bracey tumbling away. So they've got him another helmet. Next ball after that, he's ducked into one from Brett Lee, and again this helmet has gone into 15 different pieces. And he's seen the next ball. I think it's Liam Plunkett batting, and he's pulled Stuart Clark. That was the end of that over, and he's pulled Stuart Clark in front of square. And Curve thought, I'm going to try that next ball. Stuart Clark's hit him. That's 3 balls out of 3. Knocked him down, and I think Curbs ended up with a not out, but had to visit the X-ray department of the local casualty, having been hit on the head 3 times in 3 balls.
I've got a Kirby story, which it's only a brief one, but George Scott is to come into the attack. Brad Bill's bowled 4 overs for 24, and Scott's going to have a bowl for the first time in the Championship this season. Only his second match, of course, because he didn't play until the Aegeus Bowl. No, in his time at Gloucestershire, Steve Kirby, there he is on the left-hand side, talking to David Payne. He had a mental coach, and this gentleman was a man I used to play cricket with.
Right.
Not that I was ever at Kirby's level, you understand. Here is George Scott then, from the Ashley Down Road end, and a comfortable single nudged away off the Scott loosener. Again, it comes back to relative experience of your players here. George Scott, he's only taken 10 first-class wickets. He's not obviously played a huge number of games in first-class cricket. This is only his 23rd game, but not bowled a huge amount. And here, compared to Wheel, as that ball just dribbles out on the leg side, you get a leg bite. I wonder whether it's almost, you could almost see James Bracey standing up to Scott here.
Yeah, you can. It's military medium.
It does look quite gentle. Scott in again, and down the leg side, and looking for a strangle, but not upheld. I'm going to have Dave Bartlett on my case if I'm not careful. Because last year, to head of medical, I did suggest. What did you say? You said military medium. I was thinking I was a little kinder than that to George Scott on his pace, and I think Dave Bartlett might say to you, right, you get down the other end and you face him, and then you tell me if he's military medium or not. But I'm just thinking, I'm relative terms I'm talking here.
This was the first couple of balls that I saw, which, you know, he's getting into it. So, you know, let's have a look at him. The jury is out.
But I think if Scott is coming on after an hour and 20 minutes, then compared to Wheel, it does look a gear down in pace, and Renshaw able to turn that away for a comfortable single onto the leg side. So just Higgins at slip there, and Jacob Bethel at second, so just the 2 slips, no gully. And Scott now to Lammonby, works that into the onside for no run. Interesting, Scott before Zaffer. I mean, you said about a spinner. Interesting that Scott at least might be given a brief stint before Zaffer Gohar gets introduced. With the 2 left-handers, you might have thought Zaffer would bowl from this Ashley Down Road end 2 with the longer leg side boundary. You wouldn't necessarily want him bowling to the 2 left-handers from the pavilion end, would you?
Yeah, but you know, you wonder if he wants them to actually go across the line. He's going to tempt them to go across the line to that shorter boundary. Anyway, here's Matt Taylor. Oh, and that's well bowled. Goes past the outside edge of Matt Renshaw's bat. Very well bowled. But Steve Kirby, he's a man who's won the county championship, won it with Yorkshire back in 2001 under David Byas. Very good side that, with the likes of Darren Goff, Craig White, Darren Lehman in that side. And they won it at Scarborough. But there's a story about that actually as well. But I'm not going to use up all my Steve Kirby story. It's going to be a long 4 days. Here's Matt Taylor. And that's well bowled as well. And Renshaw.
I mean, the one thing, and you did your panel show with Kirby during the winter. The one thing that Martin Court said to me, who was the guy who was his mental coach, was that Kirby was like flicking a switch when he he stepped over the rope.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. White line flick. Because he's a lovely guy. He's one of the nicest men around, but he just had this reputation, as he says, of being this ginger lunatic when he was on the cricket pitch. Matt Taylor in, and that's well bowled. Big appeal. Turned down by Paul Baldwin.
Taylor,
look at that one.
By far the most economical of the bowlers this morning. Oh, he and Chappell actually, both from that far end.
Yeah, let's have another look at this one. Ooh, Matt Renshaw has gone nowhere on the crease there. I'd like to have another look at that at the end of the over and see what we can do there. But Kirby, you know, I'll come on to Kirby. Taylor in, and that's well bowled as well. Leading edge out to the covers from Renshaw. But Kirby, despite the stories and the laughs, he's deadly serious about coaching, and he's one of the good guys of the game. He does a lot of work for charity, and for the lazy journalists, they just see that, you know, white line fever and the stories of his sledging, etc. But there's a lot more to him, and he's an absolute gent, and I'm proud to call him a good friend of mine as well. So, but he's deadly serious about cricket, and he looks like being one of the most sought after coaches in the country as Taylor's in and Renshaw defends them.
Now, I'm just thinking, was he MCC Young Cricketers coach?
He was MCC YCs. I think he took over from Mark Elaine, who's
also on the ground today, by the way.
Yeah, he's around today. Yeah, so it'd be good to catch up with him. Played against Mark Elaine, dropped him. Second ball of the game, and he went on and got 100. Yeah, I did. Oh. Yeah. Well, I didn't actually even drop him, Ian. I actually called for it, as did another guy at the same time. We both left it to each other and watched it go in between us. So, Matt Taylor in, and Renshaw defends it. But Curbs, you know, he had that stint at MCC YCs, then he went to Derbyshire, and now he's at Somerset, and he's based in the West Country. He's been down here since he played at Gloucestershire. Lives just outside of Bristol, and I hope to catch up with him, maybe for the odd lemonade over the next couple of days. Let's have a look at this one then. So, no, we can't get it up just yet.
So we've had, as you can see this morning, so far a fruitless morning for the Gloucestershire bowlers. 69 for no wicket Somerset, having been put into bat, and non-striker Renshaw within a boundary of his half century. Just for the other left-hander Lammonby, Harris has gone into a short mid-wicket now off George Scott. That's down the leg side, and Lammonby misses out there. He might have thought he could just clip that into the big gap at fine leg, but Harris is at mid-wicket, Chappell at square leg. Van Buren's now captaining the side from mid-on. So 6 saving 1, and Scott gives a full toss, which is punched away for 4. Not much Chappell could do about that. He's looking for the Yorker length ball, but 4 more to Lammonby. He goes to 26, and it's the 4 balls that are costing Gloucestershire this morning.
Yeah, that's the 12th boundary of the morning.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Headaches here for Graham Van Buren.
Hasn't gone to Zafago high yet, but you feel it may not be long before he does. Scott again, and same delivery again, possibly a little bit towards leg stump, sort of middle leg. Even though he bowls quite close to the stumps, Scott, but that was an easy put away off that full toss. Scott again. That's a better line, defended by Lammonby out on the offside. Certainly the pitch, as we've said, it's if you take from the central pitch is known as pitch 18 on the square here at the Seat Unique Stadium. This is pitch 13, so it's 5 pitches across towards the Kennington Avenue side, so quite a lot one way. And here is Scott again, and again Lammonby defends, no ball. Bowled by Scott, just acknowledged by scorers Adrian Bull and Polly Rhodes up in the pavilion. Somerset advanced to 75. Scott doesn't take long with his approach to the crease. Comes in again, and again that's almost floated up and clipped straight to Zach Chappell at square leg. I think you could see Chappell having another burst shortly. Matt Taylor's bowled 6 overs in this spell, 6 overs for 4 runs, but you've got to be careful. There may be even a 3rd or even 4th spell for him today, so he's probably not going to do that long. Well, that's short, and it's just gone in front of Marcus Harris, possibly as a bump ball as well from Lammonby. George Scott just having a chat with Graham Van Buren about length and perhaps field positions there.
I'm not sure that was a bump ball. I thought that was, he was in the air quite a long time. I thought Marcus Harris might dive forward for that one.
Well,
because they're deliberately working him around that area. They've obviously, had a look at him. The analysts have done their job, and they've seen that he might whip that one in the air through the leg side. So Marcus Harris is placed at that short mid-wicket, and it was in the air for a long time. And only ended up just short of Harris. So
Taylor's going to continue.
Here he comes, and Renshaw leaves that one alone.
We're in what you would call the golden period here, Dan, aren't we, for the ball, you reckon?
I think we're coming to the end of the golden period. I reckon it's time for a change in, Randall.
What, a change of ball?
Yeah. It's normally about this time they start asking for it.
Well, if nothing's happening.
Yeah.
And there isn't a lot happening out there.
Taylor in, and Renshaw plays it out to middle. It's interesting though, because I've had a chat with a few people around the circuit about the balls, and spoke to John Simpson, the Middlesex wicket-keeper, and he said that it's not even swinging at Lords, and last year the ball swung loads at Lords, especially with those 2 new stands at the nursery end, the Edrich and the Compton stands that have been built there, and the ball's starting to, you know, last year was going around corners, and this year he said it's done nothing at all. Here's Taylor in, and Renshaw just works that one round the corner, moves him on to 47, score moves on to 76. Big game there in Division 2, isn't it, between Middlesex and Nottinghamshire? I'm sure Ian Randall will update us with scores from around the country, as we've got just under half an hour here to lunch at the Seat Unique Stadium here in Bristol, and ground bathed in sunshine. Somerset having a very, very good morning.
One or two other good starts as well, which I'll bring up to in a minute.
Taylor to Lammonby, who defends that out to mid-on.
Say thank you for our first tranche of emails, which James forwarded a little earlier. You can get in touch with us at commentators@glossccc.co.uk. There it is, top right-hand corner of your screen. Thoughts and comments welcome. At Edgbaston, Northants started well against Warwickshire, who chose to field. Northants 84 without loss there, so a good start for them in only 22 overs. And in the local derby, I say at Beckenham, but in Surrey and Kent.
Taylor in, and Lammonby again defends that to the same area.
Sorry, I've chosen to bat. I mean, I've been to Beckenham to watch Gloucestershire on a couple of occasions, and the pitch there can be a really, really good track, and it's a fast outfield too. Surrey 81 without loss.
Yeah, I like it there. Cope Road.
In the Roses match between Lancashire and Yorkshire, 31 for 2. Are Lancashire, having been put in that game at Headingley.
Big one that, both sides sitting just behind the leaders. Taylor, that's left alone. Both sides sitting just behind the leaders, but they both played a game less than Surrey.
Those are the only matches in the First Division in this round. And of course, once we get into next week, actually 10 days after this match for Gloucestershire, they start their T20 in the just before the last weekend in May, but it's been a hard start for them. 6 consecutive rounds, 3rd game at home of course, and here still striving for a breakthrough despite Graham Van Buren, I'm sure, doing what a lot of supporters would have done in his position this morning, and that is field having won the toss. George Scott to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. That's back of a length, but just defended by Renshaw. So Somerset with Banton, Abel, Hildreth, Davis. That's the rest of their top 6, and then some pretty aggressive lower order players as well in Gregory and Overton in particular. Sun's just gone in for the moment. Scott again with Harris in at short mid wicket, so it's a little dab out on the offside, played quite late there by Renshaw. We've not seen Zafar go high yet.
Division 2, Worcestershire was stuck in by Derbyshire, and they're 63 for 2. Glamorgan again chose to field in their match against Durham up at Chester Street. They're 69 for 1, Durham.
Scott in once more and fields off his own bowling. Renshaw playing the ball quietly back to him.
In the basement battle at Grace Road, Leicestershire against Sussex. Leicestershire chose to bat, they're 49 for 1. And at the top of the table, Nottinghamshire are 79 for 1 against Middlesex.
Scott bowling in just a short sleeve shirt, no sweater. Again, Renshaw defends. I wonder what that chat was with Scott at the end of the last over by Van Buren. It was a chat between the two, but I think it struck me as more of a one-way conversation between the skipper, who's saying, this is what I want you to try and do here. But maybe more of almost trying to dry the runs up as much as take a wicket. And that's all pushed out outside the off stump by Renshaw. More tentative with that than he had been for.
That one went the other way, I think.
Quite a few of the other deliveries that Scott's bowled to him.
Yeah, that one looked like it went the other way.
Some feedback on Mark Halliwell's here, the commentary from Mark from Madrid, who I'll come to in a second. That's dabbed out on the offside by Renshaw. End of the over. Somerset 76 without loss. So Mark from Madrid says Mark Halliwell's points are well made. If I recall rightly, when the club almost went under in 2012-13, it had just 13 registered professionals and supplemented them with amateurs. We have a much larger squad now and apparently real depth. Of course, the recent injury crisis has been astonishing, and with players such as Tom Price unavailable until the university term ends, the coaches had to explore the squad depth and see which of the players who would normally be on the fringes would make the grade in Division 1. We have been singularly unfortunate that we might expect to play one of Shaw, Warner and Goodman as fourth seamer in some matches. You would not expect to have two of them holding the attack together. More from Mark from Madrid in a moment, but Brad Wheel has changed ends and is coming on at the far end.
Yeah, here he comes. Replacing Matt Taylor. He's going to be bowling to Lammonby, and a little bit of extra pace there from Wheel. Good to see.
Mark goes on to say, I think the jury is still out on Warner, who is inexperienced, but the clock appears to be ticking for the likes of Josh Shaw, who needs to start taking wickets more frequently and at lower cost, Tom Price and Dom Goodman, though have done enough at lower cost. There was a full stop there. Tom Price and Dom Goodman, though, have done enough to suggest they could form a big part of a Division 1 attack if we survive this season.
Interesting. Here's Will, and that's good bounce, and he gets that fine, and that's a great stop down there by George Scott. Great bit of work, and that's the spirit that Gloucestershire need to show. Mark carries on, doesn't he?
Mark does finish with the coaches exploring his resources and trying to work out which players should form his playing squad. The trouble is that time is ticking. We are now more than a third of the way through the season, and the side is in urgent need of a couple of wins. Mark, always grateful for nice, considered thoughts like that. Well put together. Thank you, and hope you're enjoying the coverage from your part of the world.
Wheel in to Renshaw, who just works that into the onside. Jim Hode has said, Somerset Gloucester's live on YouTube. Thanks for the commentary and the video. It's really helping me get through the working day. Well, don't get caught by your boss, Jim. Do not get caught. We are not liable here. And
just to say, Mark, his actual surname is Mark Kidger, but he's known as Mark from Madrid on various social media channels, and I'm sure that Gloucestershire fans will know of him as well, because he's a regular poster and blogger.
His wheel into Renshaw, who defends that. Renshaw's been stuck a little bit at the moment, isn't he? He can't sort of get it away. They've tightened up to him. Just got the two slips in now, and the field spread a little bit more.
Yes, in a way, and Zafar Gohar has been the 8 at this time of the season. I think if Tom Price had been available, I think he would have certainly played a part in these opening 6 matches.
Renshaw defending that into the onside.
For me, I think he showed some ability with the bat last year, and he really made some strides with the ball as well.
Yeah.
Injuries are such a part of all sport, aren't they? And you avoid them, and you can pick a settled team. No coincidence that you tend to see, those teams, those sides being successful in whatever sport you might talk about.
Yeah, here's Brad Wheel, And that's let go, just goes through to the gloves of James Bracey. Matthew Cleave's been in touch on the email as well, saying, is the lack of swing you've referred to anything to do with the reported flatter seam on this year's Duke ball? Well, yes, it is. I think, you know, we're seeing that the ball's not swinging enough around the country, and we don't know whether it's the combination of a dry April, maybe a flatter seam, but it's not just here at Bristol that we're seeing big scores being rattled up. Well, I think we've seen something like, I think there's been 28 scores of over 400 so far this season around the county championship, which is unusual to say the least in April.
But here, though, are two teams who have not been awfully prevalent with batting points, to be fair, so far.
No.
Certainly the table tells us that both these sides have had sketchy starts, and you know, Gloucestershire have not made big first innings runs. It's been a problem for several seasons. It isn't just a problem with this group. Richard Dawson spoke frequently about it in his time as head coach. Scott again to Lammonby, works then to the onside, again fielded by Zach Chappell. So 20 minutes to lunch. Matt Taylor's had a long bowl at that pavilion end, so no surprise that he has been replaced by Brad Wheel for a second dart from that end. 7 overs 3 maidens, 0 for 5 Matt Taylor. Scott in, and again that's defended by Lammonby. He might just be, this is almost feels like it's a bit of a hole, a bit of a break, B-R-A-K-E, being applied by Scott from this end, maybe just to get to lunch, just to...
I thought we were on our holidays there, Ian.
Yeah.
Where you
try and think of different strategies if what they're coming up with at the moment isn't proving very fruitful. Still the 2 slips in for Scott. Harris is at short mid-wicket, as we've said. And Jacob Bethel in at extra cover.
There's definitely a ploy there, isn't there, with that short mid-wicket with Lammonby.
Scott trying to get in as close as he can to the stumps, and it is just, to Lammonby at least, just drying the runs up.
Yeah, the Scott's bowling in swing to the left-hander, and he's nearly chipped one to Marcus Harris. They're at a short mid-wicket, and they've seen something that they like there, the Gloucestershire boys, and trying to work Lammonby, trying to trap him.
All but 3 runs off the bat this morning so far. Scott in, that is too short, and that's pulled away. That should go for 4. It will. It'll race away through a wide mid-wicket, and having done the good work in that over, just the last ball was the wrong length and whipped away by Lammonby. Here's a second look at it. Scott at that pace cannot bowl it at that length. At his pace, cannot bowl it at that length would be a better term to use. And so if I go hard, just having a look at where the where Scott is landing there to see, well, might there be something there for me? Bowling to the left-handers? We'll see. Muzaffar Kahar might be thinking about which end he wants to bowl from. And I say our view was that with the left-handers in, you want the longer boundary, but no Zafar at the moment. It's still to be Brad Wheel.
Yeah, although Bracey and Marcus Harris are both left-handers at the top of the order for Gloss, so they won't be overly happy. Here's Wheel in from the pavilion end, and that's worked through mid-wicket by Renshaw. He's going to get a couple, and that's well fielded by Graham Van Buren. If that was a direct hit there, Lammonby might have been in trouble. That was a brilliant bit of work by the captain, Van Buren. Chases after that, gets it out of his hand quickly, and almost gets a direct hit. I'd want to see this from side on because it was close. James Bracey, head in hands.
It's hard from that camera view because Lammonby wasn't in shot and ultimately the ball didn't hit anyway. So
yeah, 15 minutes before lunch. You don't want to run out, undo all the good work. His wheel to Renshaw, and he just works that into the onside. That's going to be his 50. That's well batted, Matt Renshaw, off 86 balls, 9 fours, 105 minutes, and that's been a knock of real maturity there. Some of his drives down the ground have been absolutely imperious, so well batted.
yes, in a sense, he started by playing not exclusively, but the majority of his run scoring shots through the leg side gradually.
Wheel in, and Lavenby drives uppishly, but it looks like he's going to get 4 runs for it, and he does, just in front of point. But I'm not sure he was fully in control of that shot, but he moves on to 35. The score moves on to 88, and Gloucestershire are desperate for a breakthrough here. Absolutely really need one.
Yes, just a finish point about Renshaw. I think we've gradually seen his range of shots expand, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
During the morning. He started where he was comfortable and then just gradually opened up.
Here's wheel to Lavenby. And that's short, and that's pulled. And that is 4 runs. Lavenby latching onto that one very quickly, and goes a couple of bounces and into the crowd there in front of the cars.
Yes, well stopped by that gentleman in the
Yes.
in the very wide-brimmed hat.
He obviously doesn't have shares in the local panel beaters, does he? So that's 39 now to Lavenby. Catching Renshaw up. His wheel to him. And that's wide, and that's straight through to James Bracey.
I mean, so I think Surrey, I think at the end of that first day, 299 for 4 was the score that sticks in my head, because I remember you and I had a chat at the start of the second day, and you said that you saw only one winner in the game from that point.
Yeah, 294 for
294 for 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Somerset are going quicker than they were at the moment.
They certainly are.
And that's a dangerous thought.
Wheel in to Lavenby, who defends that, up on his toes and defends that. And there were a plethora of drop catches in that, weren't they, by Gloucestershire? I think they dropped 5 in that Surrey first innings of 600, that monster total.
So you start thinking about sort of chances created, and here there's been just the one that fell just short of Harris and the one that fell just short of Hammond, but neither were full chances.
No.
It's almost been a chance this morning, having been put in.
It has, yeah. I mean, these two have batted very well, but it seems to be, I don't think John Lennon could have had a more placid, peaceful pitch than this.
Scott to continue his spell as he's worked into the leg side, and Chappell does the fielding at square leg by umpire Paul Baldwin. Yes, there's no question which would be the happier dressing room at the moment. And Van Buren chatting again to George Scott. 28 overs bowled this morning, so Gloucestershire level on the over rate, probably from where they ought to be. Probably squeeze in maybe 3 after this might be possible, so they ought to get to 31, particularly if Zafagoha was to bowl one of them.
Well, Graham Van Buren, he's quick through his overs, isn't he?
He is. The skipper might give himself the notional over of spin before the break, but at the moment Renshaw waits for Scott, who almost pitches that right in the block hole, but Renshaw gets it off the bottom of the bat and then just rings his left hand a little bit and just checks the one that's got him 50 runs so far today. 9 boundaries in that. Just got into a 5th over. Again, that's possibly drivable. Another no ball, and it's gone past the dive at mid-off of Matt Taylor, and it's gone to the boundary for 4. So double cost in that for George Scott. A, overstepping, and B, he's driven up to long off for 4. And Renshaw, I think he's probably worked out by now that he doesn't need to really fling the bat at some of these deliveries, because the outfield's so fast. Doesn't need a full back lift. He just cracked that away though. That's 4 more. That's width offered by Scott. The first ball was, the set ball before was tighter, and that boundary brings up the 100 for Somerset in the 29th over, and the openers have they've punished the bad ball this morning. That's what they've done.
It's looking ominous for the hosts here. It really is. I mean, this could be another 600 job here, and it doesn't look to be a lot in the wicket. It looks a very, very fast outfield.
Now Bracey is standing up, and therefore Renshaw can't step out of his crease if he wanted to.
I like to see this from a wicket keeper. It pins a batsman back into his crease, and it brings, you know, not only just the stumpings into the equation, but it also brings LBWs, because batsmen can't get as far forward, and it brings bowls into it, and the batsmen like to get a long way forward to negate the swing, and it takes that away from them.
We've had 17 boundaries this morning, and that's slashed at and slashed hard, but past Miles Hammond at slip and all the way to third man for 4. Well, it wasn't a chance because it went so quickly, and it would have been a miracle catch if Hammond had managed to get hold of this, but it was quite a way out of his reach in the end.
Yeah, but well done James Bracey again. I wonder if him standing up there has inspired that edge, has, you know, been conducive to that edge. It's good to see. It's good to see good attacking cricket. Right, we're going to see a change now. We're going to see Zafar Gahar, as mentioned. So from the pavilion end.
Was it Matthew Cleave who said it's the lack of swing that's referred to anything to do with the reported flat team? So sorry, Matthew read your email twice.
Sorry, Matthew will be chuffed with that.
Yeah.
It's Somerset left out Jack Brooks this morning, which was a little bit of a surprise. Like man from Oxfordshire, like a number of the Gloucestershire players, the Taylors, the Prices, the Charlesworths, Miles Hammond. Jack came through Tiddington Cricket Club in Oxfordshire before moving to Oxford in the Home Counties Premier League. Then he had a trial at Surrey, went to Northants, and then he went to Yorkshire, and he's just shy of 500 wickets in first-class cricket. Got 68 of those in Yorkshire's title win of 2014. And what a cricketer, and what a lovely guy as well. Zafar Gahar in to Lammonby, who gets down, sweeps that one around the corner.
Just interesting that Zafar's come on from the pavilion end. From that end this morning, Zach Chappell and Matt Taylor have bowled 12 overs for 14 between them. That's not all the overs from that end, but that's 12 of them.
Gahar in, and Lammonby drives that out to mid-off. Canters through for a single. 107 for none. Renshaw 62. Lammonby moves into the 40s now. So in the 30th over. Zafar Gahar in, and that's a lovely shot there by Renshaw. He's not going to go all the way, but I think he's probably going to get at least 2, maybe 3. Yeah, they come back for the third. Chappell wings that one into James Bracey, and they move on to 110.
Yes, Will, I think, has bowled 2 overs from that far end. So if you look at the Ashton Road End figures, Higgins 6 overs for 29, Scott 5 overs for 26, and Wheel I think 4 overs from 24 from this Ashley Down Road End. So that's been the end which has been costly.
Yeah. Is that for Gahart? Yeah, and that's well bowled. Lammonby equal to it though. Forward defensive. Jack Brooks, we were talking about state schools earlier, Ian, and Jack Brooks is one of the few state school cricketers at Somerset, and he only played 5 games of cricket at his school, and 3 of those he had to organise himself. Zafar Gahar, Lammonby moves his feet and whips that one gloriously through mid-wicket. That's a great shot. As he moves on to 44, lovely shot, lovely footwork, and then brings the bomb hand into it and finds the gap with aplomb.
Lammonby picking up his scoring rate.
Yeah, that was nice, wasn't it?
I think he at one stage it was maybe even 48 to 12, and now Lammonby himself is on 44.
Footwork of Nureyev there. It's like watching you ballroom dancing, Ian.
Oh. No. I think you mistake me for somebody else down there.
Zafar Gahar in and Lammonby defends. That's the end of the over. I think you're, you fancy Strictly in, and what Craig Revel Hoare would think of your footwork, Ian.
Strictly what, I wonder? Be the answer. Strictly serious chat at lunch, I think, for Graham Van Buren and Dale Benkenstein and the Gloucestershire boys. This has been a morning where Somerset, I wouldn't say they've raced to 114, but they've accelerated to a point where they've now got 114 for no wicket on the board. And I don't know what Terry Blake announced there, but it is George Scott to continue for what might be the last over before lunch. Scott to Renshaw, who might well defend this and just bat this out, because Somerset have done more than I think they could have expected in this morning session. A chanceless morning, nothing going to hand for Gloucestershire. Scott down the leg side this time, and taken by Bracey, and just 1 leg by and 2 no balls in terms of extras. So the majority of the run, 109 off the bat, and they're scoring at a healthy rate with power to add. And Scott again to Australian Renshaw. I say Australian as we've mentioned before, born in England, but played his international cricket for Australia, and he's only 2 when we get to it later. Peter Siddle in the team for Somerset. He would have played at Victoria with Marcus Harris. There'll be a duel between those two. Know each other pretty well. Scott just waiting for a moment there, and now coming in this 31st over of the day. Clipped again to Chappell at square leg. I think Chappell and Higgins maybe first cabs off the rank after lunch. They've not been used since the opening spell. So again, just going in, but undoubtedly it's been Somerset's morning here. Scott again to Renshaw, just defends, but they've picked up 19 boundaries in this morning session.
Yeah,
and that's too many for a coach, isn't it? That's what we're looking at.
It tells a story, doesn't it?
Too many 4 balls.
Yeah, it tells a story.
And some of those have been good shots, which haven't been bad balls, if you like, but some of them have been picked off. Scott to Renshaw gets the bat at a very low angle. The clock says 12:59, Paul Baldwin is making his way in, but it ticks over and he won't get to the stumps, so the players will go off after 31 overs this morning, and the Somerset supporters in the crowd will feel very happy about the way that their openers have gone about things. Renshaw and Lammonby batting throughout the morning session. Lammonby 65 from Renshaw 65 from 99 balls, and Lammonby 44 from 89. As we said, 19 boundaries, no chances. Hard to make a case for it being anything other than resoundingly Somerset's morning.
Yeah, it'll be those who've travelled up the M5 from Taunton and from Somerset this morning will be the happier of the two camps here, and they batted it very, very well. Renshaw, some of his driving down the ground has been absolutely gorgeous to watch, but Lammonby's been good as well. He was watchful early on, but he's opened up a little bit before lunch, and that one where he danced down the pitch and whipped Zafagahar through mid-wicket all along the carpet before lunch was an absolutely glorious shot. But I think Gloucestershire looking a little bit flat, and I think Dale Benkenstein will be having words at lunch, and I think it's going to be a big afternoon session for the host, because if it isn't, Somerset are going to run away with this.
So we'll leave you for a while until play resumes here at 1:40. Should say at this stage that very sad to say that our good friend Ed Seaborn isn't able to be here for this game. Ed sadly is unwell. Hope you get better soon, needless to say, and you could be back with us for the T20. But I'm sure he will be watching at home, and I wonder what he will have made of this morning session. He might send us an email, you never know. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Thoughts on the morning session, thoughts on what Gloucestershire might do to the afternoon session, and indeed perhaps the impact of Messrs Wheel and Chappell in particular with the ball this morning. The bowling figures: Higgins 6 overs for 29, Chappell 5 overs for 9, Matt Taylor 7 overs 3 maidens, no wicket for 5, Brad Wheel 6 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 36, George Scott 6 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 26, and Zafagahar 1 over for 8. 6 bowlers used, no wickets taken. Most of the problems at lunch, I'm afraid, are with Graham Van Buren and the Gloucestershire coaching team. We'll rejoin you shortly before 1:40 for the resumption here at Bristol.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium for the afternoon session, where the visitors Somerset will resume on 114 for none. Matt Renshaw has batted really well this morning, he's on 65. And Tom Lammonby, his partner, on 44. My name's Dan Whiting, I'm joined here by Ian Randall, and Gloucestershire hoping for a far better afternoon than they had a morning, Ian.
Yes, Dan. They weren't alone, though, in struggling to take wickets, because there are 3 games in the First Division this morning where a wicket hasn't fallen before lunch. The game at Edgbaston, where Northants are 119 without loss against Warwickshire having been put in, and at Beckenham, where Surrey are 105 without loss, having chosen to bat first. And in the Roses match, Lancashire 53 for 2 against Yorkshire. So, wickets have been hard to come by this morning, and Gloucestershire, having used 5 bowlers and not come up with anything in 31 overs, now have to effectively start again, having had the benefit of a chat over lunch about what this pitch has or hasn't given them, and then how they might be able to extract a little bit more from it, if that's possible.
Yeah, they actually had 6 bowlers because Zafar Gahar had a little over before lunch, so they actually used 6 bowlers, but there wasn't a lot in it. And looking back, I know hindsight's a wonderful thing, but was it the right decision to stick them in at the toss?
Oh, I don't think you'd find too many in the crowd today who would think that was the wrong decision. No, we've spoken, a lot about the 2 major factors. The pitch will tend to offer any help first thing, and then it gets better and better to bat on after that. So you want to be batting last on it if you can. Gloucestershire here, if they don't dislodge one of these 2 reasonably early, could be facing a big Somerset first innings total where they might be thinking about only batting once. Yeah,
stiff breeze blowing across the ground, and Matt Taylor's going to get us away after lunch. As he comes in and full toss, and Lammonby whips that through his favoured mid-wicket area. And what a nice way to start the afternoon session for Somerset. Moves on to 48.
Well, that was
gentle.
A loosener for Matt Taylor, who bowled well this morning. 7 overs for 5 runs only, so it was a very good opening stint from him. So he and Matt Chappell with the Zach Chappell with the economical bowlers from that far end.
Taylor in, and Lammonby works that to mid-on, scampers through for a single.
But it was the boundaries that cost Gloucestershire, and something like 75% of the runs came from the bowling from this Ashley Down Road end. The economical end was the one that Taylor is bowling from at the moment, the pavilion end, but the break has to be applied. If they can't dislodge one of these 2, then they have to apply the break a bit.
Yeah, here's Matt Taylor bowling to Renshaw, and Renshaw drives that one firmly. Speaking to a couple of people around the scene, don't think Gloucestershire bowled particularly well this morning. A few people saying.
Were you stopped on your perambulation around the ground at lunchtime?
Yeah, it was a little bit. I had a little chat with Steve Kirby. Good man, always entertaining.
What could Gloucestershire do with him in the attack at the moment?
Oh yeah, used to get it up to 90 miles an hour, Curbs. Right, we've got that short mid-wicket now in to Renshaw. Taylor in, and Renshaw works that one to square leg. No run. George Scott, I think, has gone into the short mid-wicket. So we've got just one slip, which is Miles Hammond. We've got Marcus Harris in the gully. We've got Zafar Gahar out at cover point. That extra cover, we got Jacob Bethel. Wonder if we'll see him have a bowl. Graham Van Buren at mid-off, Ryan Higgins mid-on, George Scott short mid-wicket, Zach Chappell at square leg. Oh, that's well bowled. That gets the outside edge, but he runs away past Marcus Harris. It's not going to go all the way. Zafar Gahar is in pursuit, and Renshaw just gets a couple. Brings the score on to 121. And rounding up the field is Brad Wheel down at fine leg down here in front of us to our right.
Now, interestingly, that bright blue sky is gone.
Yeah.
And we now have cloud cover, and Gloucestershire won't mind that one bit, I would suggest.
No. No, I don't think they will at all, Ian. As, Taylor comes into Renshaw. And that completes the over, first over after lunch. And Somerset have got a habit of wickets do fall in clusters with them as well. You know, it's like when they collapse spectacularly, don't they?
Well, they have done this season in part.
Yeah.
There are the bowling figures, with one over after lunch having been bowled by Matt Taylor. And Ryan Higgins is going to open up, I think, after lunch here from the Ashley Down Road end. 6 overs for 29 this morning. Not his usual economy. It didn't really tell the whole story of the way he bowled.
But it's one thing batting on a featherbed at Bristol and another thing batting at Taunton, which used to be a very good batting wicket and has seen not so good performances with the bat in recent years.
So Lammonby on 49 now has a really packed offside field to contend with from Ryan Higgins. So he's only got a mid-on and a mid-wicket and a fine leg, so it's very much a field with trying to dry up the runs on the offside. I'll give you the full field in a moment. Is that your car, Dan?
No, it's not my car.
Just checking.
Just checking, mate.
Pushed out by Lammonby into the offside, so there is a slip. Kind of a fourth slip / fine gully, and then a point, a short square cover, and an extra cover and a mid-off. Higgins in, edged onto us where second slip would have been, and it's going down to the boundary for 4. And that will be 50 for Lammonby. Nothing that the first slip could do about that, but Lammonby gets to his 50 off 93 balls, I think it is, and that was his 9th 4. See, despite the dive there of Hammond, nothing he could do about that. I wonder whether Van Buren will think about the second slip now, or whether they will just accept that those sort of things are bound to happen. A bit of a zip from Higgins.
What's happened there? It's interesting.
It's a bit shorter around the wicket to Lammonby, but it did climb quite a long way actually. Got a big off cutter from Ryan Higgins. Nigel Long's the umpire that he just runs past now. And Lammonby is squared up by that. 9 boundaries, as I say, in Lammonby's 50. That's his second 50 of the season so far. Top score, the other one he made 56. So I'll go on past that. Somerset 125 for no wicket. Higgins fields that off his own bowling. It's not really played with any force by Lammonby back down the pitch. So 11 added since lunch by Somerset. So both the openers, 9 4s in their respective 50s. And Somerset here at the moment very much driving this opening day.
Certainly are. Match referee today is James Whittaker. Played all his career at Leicestershire, where he scored over 17,000 runs for the Foxes. Taylor's about to bowl to Renshaw, who leaves that one well alone.
Is that all formats? Sorry, Dan. Didn't mean to throw you under a bus there. Sorry.
Pass.
Pass.
He played one test though, and that was on the 86-87 Can't Bat, Can't Bowl, Can't Field tour under Mike Gatting, where they won the Ashes, or retained the Ashes actually, out in Australia. Played in the Adelaide Test when Ian Botham got injured. Taylor into Renshaw, who just drops that one down into the offside, no run. And then James Whittaker was chairman of selectors from 2013 to 2018. Difficult job.
Oh, am I getting my counties mixed up here? Was it James Whittaker and Phil Whittakase, both at Leicestershire?
They were.
Ah, there we are.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you had Taylor comes in. You had Mike Powell at Warwickshire and Mike Powell at Glamorgan. Then there's two OA Shahs. There's an OA Shah at the old Middlesex and Essex OA Shah, and there's a Mike OA Shah at Lancashire. But what I really cannot get my head around, Ian, is there's two Ryan Sidebottoms. That just throws me. I can't deal with that at all. It's an unusual name at the best of times. Matt Taylor in, and Renshaw nurdles that into the onside, no run.
I think the best one I heard was obviously the football season is now finished, but there was a Jordan Moore Taylor, now plays at Forest Green, and a Taylor Moore, now playing at Bristol City. And you thought, if they had those two in the same team, with the odd Taylor as well, you'd be in real trouble.
That's driven nicely by Renshaw. That's going to run away across this quick outfield. And that wasn't a half volley at all. That was a good length delivery, and he just moved his bat through the line of that one.
And as you
got
also
it wide
know,
of extra.
Matt Taylor here.
Yeah.
And used to be a Matty Taylor at Bristol Rovers.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. All I can say, Ian, is thank God we're not doing Nottinghamshire in the near future, because they've got Pattinson and Patterson White.
Yeah.
So, that's.
Oh, the other team you want, of course, is you want to do Sale Sharks Rugby, because they have four. I think they're all related, but the Dupree brothers.
Yeah.
I think there were four in the same team.
Matt Taylor in, man comes across from the onside into the covers now to stop that one where Renshaw hit the ball before. Renshaw moves across his stumps and works it backwards square for a couple. That completes the over. 131. Renshaw's moved on to 73. Lavenby on 53. And this is looking ominous for Gloucestershire here. Really is.
Just to say that I had a message on my phone about 5 minutes ago to say that we are expecting at some point this afternoon some news from the ECB. Now, I don't know what that is, but there's been a lot of talk about an announcement about a coach, isn't there? So it needs to be seen whether that is accurate or not. But there was a rumour about an announcement before the end of the week, and we are now Thursday. Here is Higgins in. That's squirted off the backside half of Lavenby's bat down towards the third man boundaries. Africo Haas on the chase, and they'll come back for two. I don't like to use the word processional yet, but it's looking a pretty hard day for the bowlers out there.
This has got 600 written all over it like Surrey, isn't it? It really has.
Higgins with 2 slips now back in, and Lammonby round his pad. Works that into the onside, but they'll take a comfortably single up to Brad Wheel. So obviously as and when and if anything is announced today, we'll let you know as soon as it happens.
Keep your emails coming into us as well. Commentators at glosscc.co.uk. There it is up in the top right hand corner.
Renshaw waits for Higgins round the wicket. Well, that's about an off cutter again. That starts a little bit too wide, and a no ball called by umpire Nigel Long. Gloucestershire haven't been too guilty of that today. That is the 3rd no ball of the day, but that were far more. Higgins in particular had, I think, a problem at Northampton where he was regularly overstepping.
It's been costly as well, hasn't it?
Well, there was the. Again, that's better angle again, better length. Well, at Northampton, of course, he got the wicket off a no ball, which really might have helped Gloucestershire go on to win that game. Was it about the 5th wicket in the 2nd innings potentially?
It's Gareth Berg. Yeah.
And very, very important moment in the game, given how close it was at the end. Higgins in again, let go by Renshaw. Just getting his measure again. So far this season, Renshaw's got 100 already, which is 47. Helped by that one big score, obviously. Van Buren at mid-off for the left-hander. Extra cover and a short cover. Renshaw likes getting around that front pad, though. He does again here. And fielded by Chappell at mid-wicket. Yeah, it remains to be seen where young Bethel will bat. I think the inference might be he might bat at 7, which is where Lace was batting obviously previously.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's a huge talent, come over from Barbados.
Renshaw, bat raised, waits again and again, lets that go on length and as well as accuracy. What was probably 4th stump from Ryan Higgins, but just going to get back into some kind of rhythm again. James Bracey just gives Higgins a pat on the back as he makes his way up to mid-on, which is where he'll be fielding for the start of Taylor's next over. So he did give you the lunch scores, but interesting that only at Headingley was there a wicket before lunch, albeit Surrey have lost 2 since the resumption. They're 106 for 2 at Beckenham against Kent, but Northants still, cracking on. 142 without loss they are against Warwickshire. And Northants, of course, in the lower reaches of the table along with Gloucestershire.
Yeah, Matt Taylor to Lammonby, who prods that out into the offside, no run.
Taylor just lost his footing there as he delivered that. I think it doesn't look to be anything other than a genuine tumble. Doesn't look to have done any damage. But he's down to 1 slip and what you might call the floater. Albeit, interestingly, Miles Hammond was at 2nd slip earlier, but they've taken Scott out of the slips and moved Hammond 1 across.
Taylor in, and Lammonby drives uppishly, and it just evades the dive there of George Scott. So that was close to the plan working.
If Scott is in at first slip for the quicker bowlers with the new ball, why would he not? I know he's a good fielder, but why would he not stay there if you're only having 1 slip later on?
Yeah. Questions. Taylor in, and Renshaw. He's got a lot of time, Matt Renshaw, isn't he? It's a sign of a good player. And he just seems to have that extra bit of time that other players don't have. Steve Kirby at lunchtime saying he introduced me to Lachlan Stevens, who's the batting coach at Somerset. Kirby said he's a He's a very nice man for an Australian. He's the ex-head coach of Western Australian Perth Scorchers. Taylor comes in. Renshaw leaves that one alone. He's just signed a contract until the end of 2023, and he's been involved in 3 Sheffield Shield titles and a Big Bash title. So his credentials are excellent, Lachlan Stevens. So, yeah.
He'd have #winner against his name on,
on
social media, wouldn't he?
Without a doubt. Andy Hurry, Director of Cricket, Somerset, putting together a good team there. Taylor, and Renshaw defends that one. Andy Hurry himself, been with Somerset since 2001. And he was head of cricket when Somerset won Division 2 of the County Championship back in 2007, when he was head coach, and Justin Langer was captain of Somerset at that time. Taylor in, and Renshaw defends that. It bobbles just before it gets to Ryan Higgins at mid-on, and that completes the over. 137 for none. Renshaw 73, Lammonby 57, and it's going quite nicely if you're a cider man.
It's interesting.
Or lady.
Yeah. Somerset won at Bristol that year when they won that title in 07.
Did they?
That was their last win here.
Yeah.
Gloucester had beaten them the year before, and obviously they haven't played each other very much in full-day cricket here since those 2 results. I mean, the overall record is slightly in Gloucester's favour, but it's still a very keenly anticipated fixture. Higgins is thinking now there might be something starting to happen with this ball, which is 36 overs old now, so he's gone for 3 slips to tighten up that cordon, and here he is into Lammonby, and lets that go. So Scott has gone back into first slip now with Hammond, and I think that's Harris in the jumper at third. Zafar Gohar is at point. Young Jacob Bethel in the covers, Van Buren at mid-off. Higgins bowling across Lammonby, lets that go. It's quite wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, 15th of June 2007 it was, by an innings and 151 runs. That's a big win for Somerset. The overall record is Gloucestershire against Somerset, played 204 games, won 74, drew 72, lost 58, with 1 match abandoned in 1979.
Higgins again gets to the outside half of the bat from Lammonby, steered down towards the 3rd man boundary. Again there's a chase for Zafar, and he will go through and they'll complete 2 runs, underarm throw. Now here is the announcement from the ECB, and they have confirmed that the men's test match head coach will be Brendan McCullum.
Just test
head coach. He will be in place for the start of the role for next month's 3 test series against New Zealand, which starts on the 2nd of June. Here is Higgins in, and that's let go, but a tightish leave by Lammonby. Subject to obtaining the necessary work visa, the selection panel of Tom Harrison, Rob Key, Andrew Strauss and Mo Bobat unanimously agreed that he was the outstanding candidate for the role, having impressed during the interview process. McCullum, of course, was born in New Zealand, currently works for the Calcutta Knight Riders in the IPL, and Higgins again just asking questions of Lammonby at the moment. McCullum also had obviously a test playing career that saw him win 101 test caps for New Zealand, captain from 2012 to 2016. So there we are. It had been muted, certain areas of the media. Higgins in, that's lower bounce this time, taken by James Bracey. So Brendan McCullum, England's new Test match head coach, I say subject to visa paperwork being completed on time, said with a certain irony given Graham Van Buren's situation last year here at Gloucestershire, and he will be in place for the Test series against New Zealand starting at the beginning of June.
Interesting. I was under the impression that McCullum was after the red ball and the white ball role, and I'm wondering, Gloucestershire fans will be interested whether Mark Lane is in the running for that white ball role which they're talking about. Be really... Taylor in, and Renshaw plays that out to Ryan Higgins mid-on.
Well, certainly, Lane was on the ground this morning before play, so
yeah.
As we know, since his playing days, he's been involved back here with Gloucestershire during part of last season, helping Ian Harvey. He's, I want to say, assistant director of sport. I don't mean that. Almost like deputy director of sport at Marlborough College.
Taylor bustling into the crease. Good leave by Renshaw.
So, would that be a sabbatical from there? How would that work if he was to be successful?
Lammonby was part of the record partnership for Somerset for the second wicket, though, 211 with Tom Abel at Taunton in 2020. But for the opening stand, as Taylor comes in. Oh, and that's well bowled. And that's a misfield there again. There's been a few this morning. As that runs through. Doesn't go for a boundary. But that is...
Probably wasn't a single. If Chappell stops that, there probably isn't a single there. But it's... I don't know whether that's bounced on a morning wicket there.
Off the square.
One of the pitches that they use for the morning nets.
Anyway, it's 2 to Renshaw. It's Taylor in, and that's worked lovely. Just whipped, let the ball come to him, played it under his head and worked it through mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot from Renshaw and brings on to 79. That's now 145 and just 100 shy of the record Somerset opening stand, which was between Brian Rose and Phil Slocum at Taunton back in 1979.
And
a couple from Western-super-Mare there.
Against Gloucestershire only. Here.
Against Gloucestershire only there, yeah. But
thanks to our good friend Adrian Thomas for all these numbers that he provides us with.
Yeah, and thanks to my buddy Sam Dalling for his research as well on the Somerset stream. Here's Matt Taylor. And Renshaw gets in behind that one, prods onto the front foot, plays a forward defensive. Yeah, Brian Rose and Phil Slocum, both from sunny Western, home with John Cleese. Jeffrey Archer and the pop band Racy.
Oh, yeah, good one. Yes, I do remember them.
Some girls, lay your love on me. Taylor in short, Renshaw biffs that one into the fence, and this is all getting rather easy, isn't it? 149 now.
Well, I did say to somebody at lunch, I did go back to that Surrey card where they got 294 for 4 by the close of the first day, and his first comment to me was, yes, but they were 3 down at lunch, which is exactly the point you made at about 1:45. And I think his view was that 294, Somerset could be well beyond that. They could be 360 sort of area if this pitch really is as good to bat on as it looks at the moment. Higgins to continue. He's getting a little bit of movement off the seam here, but at the moment the line hasn't been quite right. The leaves have been easy leaves for the batsman to decide. We haven't had too many of those where you've said, I know you might say, yes, it's a good leave or a bad leave, but the ones that have been really tight, there haven't been many of those. Higgins, again, that's let go. It's probably, that's 2 sets, isn't it? That's a full set outside of Lammonby's off stump.
I wonder what Dale Benkinston said to them in the lunch break. I really wonder if he was quite calm about their morning's performance and, was words of encouragement, or if he started to have a little bit of a go.
Well, Higgins has still got 3 slips in, and that's clipped again past Chappell. He won't get that, I don't think. That's going to race away to square leg for 4, up in front of the main stand, and the 150 up for Somerset, and they're getting to the stage now. They're almost scoring at 4 and over. It's outside the leg stump from Higgins, and it's a no ball as well, so double damage. And when you're packing the legs, packing the offside, Chappell's got a massive area to cover there. Anything that's timed is whistling away for 4. It's a straighter line from Higgins. Apart from Chappell, only Brad Wheel is in front of the wicket on the leg side. And nothing unusual in that. But the runs have not dried up since lunch. We had 41 in 30 minutes. Higgins back over the wicket. Again, that's round the pad of Lammonby, so it's one he can work away. And Matt Taylor in front of the pavilion.
Well, I don't want to depress Gloucestershire fans, but Tom Abel's coming in next. He's averaging just shy of 135 against Gloucestershire. So,
you think Abel not Banton, do you?
Yeah, I think Abel will come in 3.
Banton's a very aggressive player too, isn't he? Doesn't play his white ball record. Higgins in, and again work from Renshaw into the gap on the leg side, and they'll pick up a comfortable 2. There's a big area there. Wheel does the chasing, and Graham Van Buren's got a problem here, because one of his main threat bowlers, if I can call him that, so far this season, his leading wicket taker, isn't having any joy, and nobody else is outside the off stump. Nobody else. I mean, Chappell initially did this morning. I think we're going to see Chappell again now, but Higgins, the way Higgins took his sweater there, that was I won't say it was weary, it was almost a bit like, this isn't my day at the moment. 10 overs he's bowled for 49, and that is quite unlike Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, he's normally the Prince of Parsimony here, isn't he? He doesn't give much away.
His economy rate for this season is well under 3, but here he's not finding anything at all to help him, and say 10 overs of 49 is uncharacteristic. Change from 2 for Matt Taylor, only 4 overs after lunch. To be fair, 4 overs have cost 24, and Zach Chappell's coming back.
Yeah, he bowled well this morning. 5 overs, none for 9. He probed away, and he'll be glad to be in the side. He'll be glad to be getting some cricket under his belt. As will Brad Will, as will Jacob Bethel. As Chappell comes in, and that's whipped. With a bit of bottom hand coming into it from Lammonby. And moves the score on to 160.
I mean, long way to go yet, but it doesn't look, I mean, you made the point about Somerset wickets falling in clusters, and you might say, one might bring 2 or 3, but there doesn't look to be that sort of scenario happening here at the moment.
Chapel in, and that's left well alone. Goes through into the gloves of James Bracey.
A note from Matt Barrett, who's watching from just outside Tokyo, just to prove that we are truly global here. You were talking about commentary on matches with players with the same or similar names as each other. Think yourself lucky you didn't commentate on this match from 2001, where all 22 players had the same surname, and he's also sent the card through, which is very good for him. Thank you for that, Matt. And yeah, actually, I think I'll come back to that in a moment. Here is
Chapel in, and that's a good leave by Lamley.
I mean, sure, it's all 22 players had the same name, Patel. So surely you refer to each player by their Christian name, don't you?
I would suggest so. Yeah, it probably makes sense.
I mean, you wouldn't have Patel on the back of 22 shirts, surely to goodness.
Well.
And Mark from Madrid poses a question. You mentioned James Whittaker's only test. Who did he replace in the side for the Adelaide game, and why?
I know who.
Do you?
Yeah,
okay.
It's Ian Botham. Chapel in, and that's beautifully. That hits one of the ends of the pitch actually, which takes some of the pace off it, because that had 4 runs written all over it, and that slowed it down. They're going to get 3. But a little bit unlucky there, because it was a good shot from Lammonby.
It literally bobbled right off a wicket end, didn't it?
Why wouldn't he have played? I reckon he was, well, injured seems too obvious. Yeah. Was he out partying with Elton John? I think they had a few good nights with Elton John on that tour, didn't they? Just after Elton's surgery, where he was getting like a burning sensation in his throat, wasn't he? Zach Chapel in, and that's through to Bracey. More like less candle in the wind, more candle in the windpipe, I think it was. So 163 for none. Renshaw 85, Lammonby 69.
Wonder what Mark from Madrid will be putting on his blog later. I'm sure he'll be. Actually, I'm not sure that Mark does a blog at the end of every day or at the end of every match. I got a suspicion it's the end of every day. It certainly was at one point.
Has he got a soft spot for Middlesex as well, Mark from Madrid? I think I seem to recall Kevin Hand speaking about him. It's Chapel in to Renshaw and beats him outside the off stump. That's well bowled. That's a bit more like it from the Gloucestershire side. Let's have a bit of spirit. Let's make Somerset work hard for these runs, at least. If you can't take wickets, at least dry it up, as you said, and make them work hard for their runs. But at the moment, it's all a little bit processional, a little bit too easy. And they're just ticking along nicely.
And I think this was inevitable. Van Buren has decided that Higgins 4-0, 20-0 since lunch. There needs to be a change. So Brad Wheels coming back for a third spell in all, but a second spell at this Ashley Down Road end. Thank you for your emails so far today, which have come from far and wide, it must be said. Don't forget that our email address, I'm sure James will put it on top right hand corner of your screen in a moment. commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Thank you. And Dan and I will be we'll try our best to offer opinions, or to at least offer yours, which is the important part of this whole process.
Ask us anything. In fact, ask Ian anything.
Yeah, that's really about right. Here's Wheel into Lammonby, who wants a single there, but there isn't one. George Scott comes across. I mean, Dan did mention earlier on James Whittaker, one test wonder, or one test cap. How many other one test caps can you mention? Okay, how many do you want? You don't want too many, do you? So come on, any one test caps that you can think of, drop us a note. I'll throw a couple in to start with. Here's Wheel, and that short mid wicket is back in for Lammonby, which is Ryan Higgins at the moment.
Who have you got then? One test one test wonders.
Well, I think Gloucestershire fans will say that Mike Smith deserved more than the test he got at Headingley, and he didn't bowl terribly. He didn't have much luck in the field. I think there was a drop catch from Graham Thorpe. We wish him well, by the way, too, after his news yesterday. Wheel in once more, a very straight defensive bat from Lammonby up to mid-off.
Shock to the system that was, wasn't it?
It
Graham
was,
Thorpe,
yeah. So Mike Smith, I'll give you. I'll give you Boyd Rankin.
Okay, yeah.
I'll give you Gavin Hamilton.
Oh, yeah, like it. Made his debut same test as, or same tour as Michael Vaughan, didn't he? South Africa. And
Alan Wells.
Yeah, Alan Wells.
I'll stop there at the moment. Here's Wheel and defended again by Lammonby. I'll give you actually one more, which I was Tony Pygott, which wasn't in this country, obviously.
Well, he was out in New Zealand getting married, wasn't he? And suddenly got the call up for England. I don't know what his missus thought. And he said, "Sorry, darling, I'm just cancelling the wedding. I've got to go and play for England at the weekend." You know, I'm sure that went down rather well. But hey.
That's the sort of ones that would come into my head, I think.
Alan Butcher. There's another one.
Wheel. Oh, that's a better ball. It's probably the best ball he's bowled, actually.
Yeah, that's very well bowled.
Forcing Lammonby forward, or drawing Lammonby forward.
I've got a feeling Paul Parker, Sussex. Do you remember him?
Mm-hmm.
Good fielder.
PWG Parker, in fact.
Yeah, he came in for the end of...
Yeah, that's a better ball from Wheel.
Came in for the end of the 81 series against Australia. I think they dropped Gower.
Wheel again, forcing Lammonby back into his crease, and again he defends. So a tighter return for Wheel than previously. In fact, that's his second maiden out of 7 overs. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 36. But there's the ball's face, as you can see, for the Somerset openers, and the view from across on the main Schoolwood side of the ground across to the Kennington Avenue side. Car park pretty full today. Decent following in from both Somerset and of course Gloucestershire as well. And Dave Bartlett, the head of medical, just having a wander around the ground down below us. 2 lonies in the attack together.
Chapel.
I mean, they've scored 163 in 41 overs, so they're almost at 4 and over. Somerset going so quickly at the moment that, you know, a quiet spell, if they don't lose a wicket, is of no bother to them at all, is it?
No, absolutely none. They've worked themselves into a real position of strength here. And this looks like another game this season where Gloucestershire are looking to... As Chapel comes in, and that's a bouncer. Which goes through to Bracey. But Gloucestershire are looking to either come from behind, or they're in a... You know, they're behind the 8 ball, aren't they, again?
Yeah, and
it's every game this season they've been in that position.
Do you think at Northampton they were in that position? Even on when you got maybe, actually to be fair, they batted well on the 3rd day there, didn't they? So they were probably behind the 8 ball until the 3rd day.
Yeah. Here's Chapel. Oh, that's a... it's Renshaw.
Just to a position where I remember I was elsewhere on that Saturday, and I remember looking at the card at the close and thinking, ooh, you know, they 300 to chase on the last day. Both teams are genuinely in that.
Yeah. Northampton's another wicket, a little bit like this at Bristol, where it gets better and better as the game goes on. But these wickets are flat. They're cruel on bowlers, aren't they, Ian? Cruel. Chapel in, and Renshaw defends that.
And obviously the argument has been that what you don't want, if England's red ball cricket is to improve, what you don't want is pitches where literally as you know, bowlers who don't bowl express pace can just basically put the ball on the spot and let the pitch do the work for them. The skill is in the bowler having the ability to you know, make it move off the seam or to make it swing without the pitch helping them.
Chappell in, and Renshaw works that one, and well fielded down there. Is that Ryan? Is that Higgins?
Brad Wheel down there.
Brad Wheel. Yeah, it's well fielded.
And therefore that is the...
But we have seen in recent seasons those guys who aren't express pace, who are towards the top of the wicket charts. You know, the Darren Stevens, the Tim Murters, the you know, those sorts of guys. Ryan Higgins is one here, isn't he? He's not the quickest of the bowlers by any stretch of the imagination. There's Chappell in from the pavilion end, and Renshaw just gets up onto his toes, and that's what I'm talking about. When he's got the time, he just works that one around the corner. He just lets the ball come onto him and just nurdles it around the corner. He looks in complete control here. It's inevitable he's going to get his 100, isn't it?
It looks it. It looks it. And there's pad rash for Tom Abel at the moment.
Yeah.
42 overs with his pads on. And for Gloucestershire, Somerset will look at the Gloucestershire batting order and say there is some fallibility there at the moment. Wheel, meanwhile, trying to get something going for Gloucestershire, bowling at Lammonby. The two left-handers, I wouldn't say they're doing much as they please here, but they are certainly commanding the situation. What was your note about Lammonby's average against Gloucestershire? It's going up again. Had real problems with him in the past. Wheel again over the wicket. That's commendably straight, but it's again defended by Lammonby. And these two, having been in since 11 o'clock, have got a pretty good measure of this pitch by now, and the ball is getting a little bit older, a little bit softer.
Looks like a good game here back in 1992, where Somerset won by 17 runs at Tuffley, at Gloucester. Tuffley Avenue.
So which year was that?
92.
That, yeah, I'll come back to that one. Here's Wheel. That's always a full toss outside the off stump, and that's punched away for 4. I think it'll be a chase for Van Buren. He won't get it, and that'll be 4 more to Lammonby. That was the last game played at the Wagon Works. That was the one where Harvey Trump took 14 wickets.
Oh, okay.
It spun rather too much for the pitch inspector's liking. That was the last game played there.
Not that ever happens at Somerset at all.
No. 169 without loss. Still with that short mid-wicket in place for the clip. But Lammonby catching Matt Renshaw now again, having been quite some way behind in terms of runs scored earlier. Exactly 100 of that 169 has come in boundaries. And the run rate, well, on ball by ball run rate, 3.89, which is pretty fast. Now that was Wheel just forcing a half an error from Lammonby, but he's somehow got it almost up to the boundary at wide long off. And yet that was in a sense that was a mistimed shot, and yet it's almost gone for 4.
It's well bowled. Out of that 100 runs that have come in boundaries, I reckon there have been 6 or 7 full tosses. And you just cannot afford to do this at Division 1 level. You cannot afford to bowl. You know, it just releases the pressure valve that the bowlers create to get wickets and to trap batsmen.
Back down to 1 slip for Wheel now, and that's outside the off stump, and Lammonby lets it go. Will he take his cap? He will, from umpire Nigel Long. The card doesn't show very much, and that's because the openers are still together. So the balls faced almost identical, but Lammonby now catching Renshaw up in terms of runs scored. And here we are, 50 minutes after lunch on the first day, and it's already looking, as Dan has intimated, as if Gloucestershire are in a pretty testing situation.
Zach Chappell. No relation to Greg, Ian or Trevor from the pavilion end. Or Glenn. Or Holmes, that village, that town in Cheshire. As Renshaw plays a forward defensive.
Matthew Cleave offers Paul Parker, by the way, so well done to him in terms of our one test wonders. And I hope I pronounced this right. Gihan or Gihan Ratnayaka says, hi, enjoying the commentary and the footage on my day off. I'm a former Surrey supporter who moved to Taunton 4 years ago and now a big Somerset fan, keeping half an eye on the South London derby like the West Country derby. I'll come back to Gihan's email in a moment.
Chappell into Renshaw. And that's short. And they've got a man at deep backward square leg who stops the boundary there, so Renshaw just gets one for it.
He says, great to hear about Dan's support for Melanoma UK, especially working with cricketers that raise awareness of a serious disease, something close to my heart as I help treat it. Great to spread the awareness. Thanks for your support. Hopefully everyone can enjoy the cricket and the weather safely. Best wishes. So, tick, tick, tick for all those boxes there. Well done, Mr. Whiting.
Yeah, thanks, Guian. Thanks for your email. And Melanoma UK have got a number of cricketers involved. Andy Flower is an ambassador who had melanoma removed from his face a few years ago. As Chappell comes into Lammonby, who plays that into the offside. Ryan Sidebottom is a ambassador, and Steve Kirby's done a lot of work with Melanoma UK. Jack Brooks has done a lot of work with Melanoma UK, and I believe Darren Goff has as well. So a number of cricketers there getting involved in a charity that looks after and tries to raise awareness, because cricketers are obviously exposed to prolonged periods of sunshine. Number of men on the pavilion roof by the look of it.
Oh, they're probably having a committee meeting, I would think.
Ah. Chappell to Lammonby. Oh, and that's off the glove. That's out. Yes. Chappell bends one back in. Lammonby tries to leave it, fends it off the glove, and it goes out to Marcus Harris in the gully. And that is the end of Tom Lammonby for 76. Curious shot, wasn't it?
Almost too close to him to play that. But Gloucestershire won't mind that he's made the mistake. And at least it gives them somebody new to bowl at, albeit if it is Tom able to come in next, somebody who's in form. But at last, a breakthrough. It's taken more than 43 overs. And you could see from Chappell's celebration what it meant to him. But Lammonby's given his team a really good base, suffice to say. The first wicket record for Somerset against Gloucestershire isn't broken, but Lammonby goes for 76. And I think here is the skipper at number 3.
Yeah, great platform there from Lammonby and Renshaw, and Tom Abel coming in, who's a man who leads from the front. He was involved in the show which we did for Melanoma UK down in Taunton last month, and he's a natural leader, Tom Abel. He, you know, it's not just on the pitch what he does. He walks around Taunton. He knows the names of all the staff at Taunton, from the bar staff to the, to the cleaning staff to the security guys. He knows everyone, and they all know him. And there's no sort of condescending attitudes. There's no sort of the big I am with him at all. He's just one of the genuine nice guys of county cricket.
So he's coming in, so we'll have a left-hand, right-hand combination for a while. Well, yes, Gloucestershire can get rid of Matt Renshaw at the other end. While he's taking guard. Mark from Madrid's been back on. He says Adelaide, talking about that Ian Botham test, was the Ian Botham-James Whittaker equation, was reckoned to be a likely draw on a feather bed of a pitch. So the selectors went for a batting replacement for Botham rather than breaking a bowler's heart by making him bowl on it.
Yeah, that
I believe
sounds
Whittaker
right.
only scored 12, so not sure how successful that was. So Abel, quite a square stance he's got too.
Yeah, he's quite open. Here's Chappell into him. Oh, and Abel leaves that one alone. I thought about it, and it goes through to Bracey, and they'll want to get rid of Abel early, and a couple of quick wickets here, and they're back in it.
172 for one. And yes, he says, Middlesex were my local side for years. I went there with my dad in the 1950s and spent many a happy Sunday while at university listening to the late Norman de Mesquita on Radio London. Sadly, despite having visited the Middlesex comms box a few times, I never did meet him. No, I see. There's a voice from my youth as well.
Norman de Mesquita, yes.
Not on BBC London, but on the old Light programme.
Yeah. Chappell into Abel, who's up on his toes, plays that out to point. No run. That's the end of the over. 172 for one.
Well, we've got a great question here from Liam, who says, afternoon guys, can you name the bowler who bowled 8 wides in an over for Leicestershire against Somerset in the C&G Trophy final in 2001?
Yeah.
Can you? Dan's thinking. Meanwhile, while he's thinking,
he retired. He didn't hardly play after that. He played a couple of games in the second team, but he went to pieces.
So while Dan, he'll scribble his name down in a minute, and I'll bring it to you during this over from Brad Wheel. With Renshaw on the Australians' unlucky number of 87. He's not there for very long as he squeezes that away through the offside. There's a chase for George Scott down towards the boundary at backward point, and they'll pick up a couple. So C&G Trophy final 2001, Leicestershire against Somerset with a bowler who bowled 8 wides in an over, and Dan's just written a name down on a piece of paper. He hasn't looked this up. I can honestly say to you, with absolute truth, he's not looked it up on any internet site, and the name he's come up with is
Scott Boswell.
Right.
Is it Scott Boswell? Scott Boswell.
Here is Wheel in, and that's outside the off stump. So, to be completely genuine, during the next over, I will try and find the card for that game and see if you're correct.
He did. He bowled it at Trescothick, and Trescothick was like, I mean, they weren't just wides, they were like he went to pieces at Lord's, and they weren't even hitting the cut strip. They were like, it was sad.
Like Simon Kerrigan, the Test match, and that was just as bad. Wasn't
it's really sad to see, you know.
Cloud cover lifting a little bit. Wheel in. Renshaw's just powered that away through the offside. That's one of the best shots he's played, actually. He's just punched that off. He stood tall and punched that away for 4 to that shorter boundary on the Kennington Avenue side, and Renshaw into the 90s.
Lovely shot. Up on his toes, off the back foot.
It was a bit short from Wheel, but again, he's got into such a good frame of mind and a rhythm now with his batting. This is looking dangerous for Gloucestershire. 93 to Renshaw. Wheel again, that's drivable, and he has driven it, but a good tumbling stop from Van Buren keeps them down to a single.
Nice shot again, wasn't it? Nice shot.
Got 14 first-class hundreds, Matt Renshaw. And I mean, Abel was just thinking about so many changes in the England setup. Abel was spoken about as a possible captain of England, even though he wasn't actually in the group. They said, if you're going to appoint somebody who wasn't actually in the squad, but who was a credible captain, who would you think of? And his name came up, and here he's beaten by Wheel.
Yeah, I did ask him.
Outside the off stump.
I did ask him live on stage, because it was just at that time when, you know, it was being mooted about his name being thrown into the ring. And I said, if you were offered the role, would you take it? And he said, absolutely.
Lammonby Sinnings, just to confirm, 131 balls and 11 fours, and Dan gets the spotter's badge for seeing it was Marcus Harris even without his his number being visible with the catch off Chapel.
I'm learning off the maestro, Ian.
Harris is the one thing about Harris is that he does field in probably only 2 or 3 positions on the ground, and therefore,
yeah, he's quite easy to spot as well.
Yeah.
He's got a distinctive gait.
That's the thing, isn't it? Chapel at the moment, 8 overs, 1 for 17 in 2 spells. 5 overs this morning, 3 so far this afternoon. Certainly earned himself a couple more, but the runs have been, I don't use the word likely, the words have been hemorrhaged at the other end. Let's try and find the card then for that final in 2001. See if that name Scott Boswell was correct.
Here's Chapel from the pavilion end, going to bowl to Renshaw, who plays that one defensively out to Graham Van Buren at mid-wicket.
So Somerset scored 271 for 5 with Keith Parsons 60 not out. And indeed, Scott Boswell, 2 overs for 23, and there were 9 wides in that. And Leicestershire, 230 all out. Wickets shared among the Somerset bowlers. Stephen Jones took 3.
Chapel in, he's bowled him! He has bowled Renshaw with an absolute beaut! Comes back in through the gate, flicks the bails, and that's the end of Matt Renshaw for 94. What a ball! Let's have a look again at this on the replay.
It's a big leg cutter, that, isn't it? It's come back a long way.
It's come back a hell of a long way. Oh, what delivery! And that is
2 wickets in this spell for Zach Chapel.
Yeah, and you know, there's the middle order here are susceptible. Banton is a good player, but he's susceptible early on. James Hildreth hasn't been in the best of form. You know, he got to 1,000. I mean, he's passed 1,000 runs 7 times, James Hildreth, but he hasn't got there since 2018, and this could well be his last season. Steve Davis is out of nick with the bat, so this has opened the door into that brittle Somerset middle order, and Gloucestershire will be looking to take advantage of that. But what a delivery there from Zach Chapel. How to announce yourself to your new employer. On loan.
Yeah, on loan. True. But it could technically be called a returnee, because he did have 1 game here previously on an earlier loan 3 years ago.
The prodigal son.
But I mean, but the point is well made. You've got young Jacob Bethel, who's only 18. Only played 1 first-class game, but both Wheel and Chapel have been short of first-team cricket. So you know, it's an opportunity for them. So no wonder they're keen to, you know, step away from their parent club and come here and play in a Division 1 game, not a Division 2 game, in a Division 1 game and a derby match as well. And if anything, Chapel's was the one name that supporters this morning weren't sure whether he would get in, because he's mainly a white ball player, but on the basis of what we've seen so far, you know, fully justifying his selection. He was tidy before lunch, and he's been tidy since, and 2 wickets.
Doesn't bowl much rubbish, does he? Doesn't bowl, you know, he's there on the money a lot of time and nibbles it about. Anyway, Tom Banton's about to face his first delivery from the half an appeal there. That looks slightly quicker, but he's a big, strong, tall lad. And it does make you wonder, with the loans coming in, how long is it going to be before we see a transfer system in cricket? Because I think it's imminent. I think with agents coming into the game now, you know, some squads are huge and some need bolstering, and there's the haves and the have-nots, aren't there? And pardon the pun, from where Zach Chappell's parent club is, as he comes into the wicket, and Banton leaves that one well alone. But I don't think it's long before we do see some form of transfer system come in. Banton's a flamboyant batsman, where a lot of his shots inspired from hockey, and he got 100 against Warwickshire in a pre-season game, but broke his finger and missed the first couple. But he made an absolutely amazing catch in the game against Surrey, which did all the rounds on social media, and was lauded by all there at the Kia Oval as Chappell comes in and bowls to him, and he leaves that one well alone.
I think so. When I saw him early on, he had a little bit of a reputation for being an erratic runner.
Yeah.
But clearly that's something that is eminently coachable. And he's in no doubt in white ball terms, he's got the shots to go with it. Red ball wise, you know, still learning his trade.
Yeah, you want to get him early because he's a dangerous customer. Here's Chappell into him, and he drives that one nicely through the onside, and that's well fielded there by a sprawling Brad Wheel, by the look of it. No, Matt Taylor. Matt Taylor.
I mean, just to emphasise the point about learning his trade, and Chappell gets a good round of applause too for a wicket in that over. He doesn't have a first-class 100 yet.
Who, Banton?
Yeah. So conversion rate from 50 to 100. The white ball does all those sorts of things, but he's only 23, so he's got bags of time.
Yeah.
And clearly he's got ability. So the question is, how is it harnessed, and how does he use it in terms of does he continue to play red ball? Does he continue to play both? Here's Wheel to bowl to him. At the moment, he's just looking and defending and pushing that out on the offside. But 180 for 2 is a lot better than it was 15 minutes ago.
Certainly is.
Lammonby caught by Harris off Chappell for 76, and then Renshaw bowled by an absolute jaffer from Chappell for 94. That was a big leg cutter, wasn't it?
He went through the air as well as off the pitch, and Renshaw couldn't believe it, could he?
Certainly meant a sense of disbelief, certainly. Banton into the ground, and then up to Van Buren at mid-on. And we've got two slips on the gully now, so rather more orthodox again. Zafar Gohar and Ryan Higgins both just keeping themselves loose and ready if necessary.
Gloss bowling very full here, giving the ball a chance to swing.
Banton in the long sleeves, waits for Wheel. If you're watching on the stream, then Abel has the short sleeves. If it's obviously the details and who is on strike is normally at the bottom of the screen, but if your eye is taken away just for a moment, that's how it looks. Wheel back at the end of his run, sprints in once more, and it's rather a skiddy kind of delivery that he's got. He's not the tallest Brad Wheel, and that's where the skiddiness comes from, but he certainly, if he can get it in the right place, he can certainly make you hurry as a batsman. But this morning, I think the issue has been, and aside from Chappell and Matt Taylor's first spell, it's been a kind of a common problem. Both length and direction. That's a fuller length from wheel outside the off stump, and Banton, when he plays from the crease up to Chappell at mid-off. He's got 4 men saving. Well, he's got, if you include the gun as a catcher, he's got 3 saving, 1 on the offside.
Blue skies over the seat, unique.
Yes, that cloud cover we resumed at 20 minutes to 2 is gone again. Wheel past umpire Long, and Banton lets that go. Just straightened a touch. There's Paolo's ice creams.
I saw you with a cheeky ice cream at lunch, Ian. I saw you.
I was scuttle round there during the lunch interval. I was interested because there was not much of a queue. I know people say, well, yes, have an ice cream later on in the day, and that's fine, but just fancy one. First one of the season, that was.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I have to say it was a difficult one to judge how many jumpers to wear today, because the forecast was. I know Dan leaves home pretty early to get to cricket, and I do too. How many layers do you... It wasn't going to rain, so it wasn't a question of a waterproof. It was just, jumper, puffer jacket. Yeah, remains to be seen. Anyway, Zach Chappell.
Here he is, coming into the crease, and able. He's more than able as he rocks onto the front foot. Yeah, I just left at about 6:20 this morning, Ian. Just a nice little drive up from London to stay in my country retreat for 4 days and over the weekend, where it's going to be a gorgeous 23 degrees Saturday, I believe, or Sunday. I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah, I think it's slowly getting warmer.
Yeah. Chappell approaching from the pavilion end, and Abel's firmly behind that. Abel scored a brilliant 150 against Surrey at the Oval, and that Surrey attack went probably hard at him. And fantastic knock it really was. And he got 50 in the second innings as well, so he scored 200 in the game. And he's a wonderful, wonderful all-round sportsman, Tom Abel. He's a man who's their first captain via their academy as well. He's Taunton born and bred. Chappell in, and that's played out to mid-on, but he's from literally 5 minutes round the corner from the ground, and I'm sure if he becomes the first man to win them their first ever county championship, there'll be a blue plaque on his house. There'll be a statue to him in the car park.
In a slightly different way, that's sort of a James Bracey story at Gloucestershire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bracey grew up almost on the ground at Winterbourne, and Abel round the corner from the HQ at Taunton.
Yep, Chappell in to Abel, and he's off the mark. He's worked that one just backward a point, and he gets a single. Yeah, I mean, I think sort of Tom Abel is it's fantastic to see, and he's loved by all of them. He's adored by all those down at Taunton, and you can see why. But when we had him on stage down there at the end of March, he was on with Brian Rose, and it was lovely for Somerset fans to see the first man to lift a trophy for Somerset and the last man to lift a trophy for Somerset as well. Here's Chappell in to Banton, who strays onto his legs, and Banton works that one through mid-wicket, or more wide mid-on really. He's going to get 3 as Matt Taylor chases, and
trying to think whether you would actually get an all-run 4 over there. You might just about.
Possibly could.
It would depend on weight of shot.
Bumble talks about Old Trafford, because that's a big ground. And there was no rope back in those days. It was straight into the advertising boards, wasn't it? Or wasn't even advertising boards, just a picket fence probably back then. Maybe it was. Maybe it was for Embassy number 6 or something like that. Here's Chappell, bouncer, good bouncer as well at Abel. And that's the end of the over. But yeah, Bumble talks about that, and you could run 5s at Old Trafford back then.
Chappell bowled 5 overs this morning. He's bowled 5 overs so far in this spell, so maybe one more perhaps. I mean, he's certainly worth at least one more, but the question is, how does Graham Van Buren use him? Bear in mind, he wants him to be effective if he's bringing him back for certainly a third spell, you'd have thought, at some point later in the day.
Oh, you've got to keep him going. I think he's on the money.
184 for 2. Somerset's runs have dried up a little bit with the 2 wickets falling together, and Wheel in here to Banton, who can't pierce the field on the leg side. So the fall of the wickets at 172 and 179, and particularly as it was the 2 men who were set, there was always likely to be a bit of a lull. Had he had, for example, the wickets been Lammonby and Abel, then Renshaw might have kept the board ticking over. They've come to a little bit of a halt. Wheel in, Banton again into the leg side. Nothing for him there. Fielded by Jacob Bethel. Can bowl, actually, Jacob Bethel. He was obviously brought into the side as a batsman, but he's a slow left armer, albeit he did not bowl in his one previous first-class match, where his scores were respectively 15 and 8. Wheel in, that's clipped away, that's all on the ground. That's a nice shot to get away with. Banton, with 4 to his name, doubles his score. First boundary for him.
That was like watching a subcontinental batsman, wasn't it? Very wristy, just the wrist comes into the shot at the last minute and whipped through mid-wicket. Lovely to watch.
A certain shrug of the shoulders from Wheel as he turned round.
Well, it's a leg stump half volley. It got what it deserved.
Wheel picks up pace as usual on his approach to the wicket. That's short. That surprised Banton a little bit, but he didn't get that much on it, and there isn't a close catcher in on the leg side. Bethel's there to save the single, really. Therefore it dropped comfortably safe. On the offside, you've got a mid-off cover and an orthodox point, as well as a gully and 2 slips for Wheel. Banton waits for him. Again, that sounded nice off the middle of the bat. It's a good stop. And it's right from Van Buren at mid-on. But that was racing away, wasn't it?
Yeah, he looks very strong in that region, doesn't he, Tom Banton?
What's the adage? The faster it arrives, the faster it goes.
Yeah, that arc.
On occasion.
That arc between mid-on and mid-wicket, he looks very, very strong in that area.
Van Buren's left him the gap through mid-wicket to play there if he wants to, but just a dab this time. Tries to take the bat away, but it's played dead weight out on the offside end of the over. Wheel has not found this transition easy so far today. 11 overs for 53, and the 2 most economical bowlers are Chappell and Matt Taylor, although Matt Taylor's economy hit somewhat since lunch. 188 for 2, Somerset. They were put in this morning by Graham Van Buren, and we've just passed the midway point of the day, so 49 overs gone, 47 to go, and they'll be eyeing up maximum batting points here.
Chappell in, and Abel works that one into the onside. We've had some emails, haven't we, Ian?
We have. Jim Hodes, a Somerset fan who was in touch with us this morning, says, what about poor old Andy Lloyd in terms of your one test wonders? 10 runs against the West Indies. My boss did catch me watching this morning, so he turns out he was watching when you read my email earlier. So touche.
Jim, you should have left us your surname. Next email's from John Smith. Chapel in, and Abel.
You mustn't laugh at your own lines, Dan.
Sorry.
This is from John in Devon. He says, last time my son and I were at the county ground was for the ODI against Ireland. The game was rather short. He is now back in New Zealand, but he's watching the morning's play and has gone to bed. Pleased to know that we're reaching all parts of the world. And
New Zealand, Tokyo. Where did we have last time? Indonesia we had last time, didn't we?
Probably. And Andy Nichol, who's a Somerset supporter from Glastonbury, says, well, I'll tell you what he says in a minute.
Chapel to Abel. Oh, that's delightful. Tom Abel, straight down the ground. Gorgeous.
It's a very good shot. There's not much you can do about that. It was gun barrel straight. And here's a second look at it. Well, Chapel's got 2 wickets in this spell. And there wasn't a lot wrong with that, actually. It was just a good length ball. But he just played it textbook down the ground. So Andy in Glastonbury says, not really a one-test wonder, but Ryan Sidebottom played his first test in 2001 and his second in 2007. And of course, Arnie, his dad, was a genuine one-test wonder.
He was. Yeah, played for Man United as well. Chapel looking for revenge after that ball. Abel's equal to it though, gets up on his toes, defends it into the offside. Yeah, it's a big gap between them, wasn't there? Between his first test and his next test.
Thank you for all your correspondence on the email today. We love you getting in touch with us because it can be informative. Of course, it can. It can be funny as well, and the funny emails are often just as good. But serious points, well thought out. Mark from Madrid in particular this morning put a very well constructed email together, and.
Yep, Chapel to Abel, who plays that out. Yeah, well, I can only echo what Ian said. We love your, we love your interaction, and generally we just love you, don't we?
Generally we do.
Yeah.
And a lot to be said here, and people say some nice things about the coverage, and we're grateful for that. But what we bring you in terms of what we're able to describe is only made possible by the works likes of James Healy and Cam and Pete Lamb, who are going to be with us tomorrow on the cameras.
Yeah.
And indeed Matt, who is with us today outside to our right hand side.
And that's punched off the back foot by Abel, but Graham Van Buren in the covers is equal to it, and that's the end of the over. 192 for 2. Abel on to 5, Tom Banton on 8. The men out just after lunch. Tom Lammonby caught by Marcus Harris, the one that he tried to leave alone. It came back a long way. Took his gloves and he was caught off the glove, just looping to Marcus Harris in the gully, and then Matt Renshaw was bowled by an absolute peach, a seed of doom. And in fact, we're going to see Zafar Gahar have a little twirl.
We are from this Ashley Down Road end. Just to tell you that in the game at Edgbaston, Northants are 215 for no wicket against Warwickshire. Vasconcelos 118 not out, and Will Young 80 not out. And that after they were put in. So, Northants, of course, thought to be one of the teams likely to be in the mixer at the bottom of the table when it comes to decision time at the end of the season. And those of you with good knowledge of your Gloucestershire fixtures will know that Northants play Gloucestershire at Cheltenham at the festival, second week. So that you sense will be a very important game in the context of the campaign as a whole. So Zafar Gahar is going to have a bowl from this Ashley Down Road end.
Do you know who I met at lunchtime, Ian?
Who you met?
Yeah.
Well, there's about 60 million people in Britain, Dan, so I'm...
he's not a person.
Not a
he's
person.
One of my favourite people.
Oh, right.
Favourite friends
presumably
here.
Benny Gordon.
Oh, Benny, it was Benny. Yeah. Yeah, had a little
He generally comes to at least one day of each of the 4-day games, so maybe more for this game. You're not missing anything because there's a lid being brought out for a short leg fielder.
For those who don't know, Benny is the Labrador who comes to all the games.
From Instow in North Devon.
Yeah, which is home of Craig Overton, I believe.
So a short leg and a slip in for Zafar Gohar to bowl to Banton. Mid on quite deep. Mid off more orthodox on the just about on the single, but Zach Chapel is a little bit deeper at mid on. Harris is at mid off. Wonder how long it'll be before Banton is tempted by the spin of Zafar Gohar. You're used to playing in white ball cricket, you know, basically it's probably half a dozen balls to play yourself in and then off you go. Well, here he's got a great platform to take his time and be a bit more careful. Gohar running around the wicket again, just making sure at the moment that he's making Banton play as much as possible. 192 for 2 in the 51st. Run rate still pretty close to 4. Quite flat from Zafar again here. The downside earlier, what was it, 65 overs in that Lancashire innings at Old Trafford? Is that right, 65?
Yeah. Can you imagine bowling 65 overs? It's bad enough when you've been in the field on a Saturday in the league for 50.
Zafar Gohar again. Just got, I mean, sure he'd be conscious here that probably isn't going to be much for him in this pitch on the first afternoon. It's a question of economy, economy, economy. Trots it off about 4 paces. Oh, that was nudged away very fine by Banton. There'll be a slide and a chase for Miles Hammond, and they'll just add 1 to the Somerset score. But even with that spell from Chappell, which looks like it's going to come to an end now. That's a good effort actually from him this afternoon. But even with that spell from Chappell, you know, Somerset are still in the box seat here. So Higgins is going to come back from the pavilion end. So a change of ends for him to try and nip out one of these two before they get set.
Yeah, he's talking about Instow, and Craig Overton. He's from North Devon Cricket Club. He played there. Chris Rogers played there for a while as well, came in as their overseas. And some lovely cricket grounds in that neck of the woods. North Devon, sort of Somerset borders. Linton and Lynmouth at the Valley of the Rocks is an absolutely stunning ground, one of the nicest in the UK. And it's a lovely part of the world. Here's Ryan Higgins from the pavilion end. And Banton drives a little bit uppishly, but it goes out to mid-off, no harm done.
Chappell's figures for that spell, 6 overs, 2 for 17. So that was a good second dig, so to speak, from him.
Yeah, reasonable.
And both wickets so far in the day.
Higgins approaching the crease, and that goes through to James Bracey. No run. Oh, the sun must be out. Ian Randall has put on a cap. It's a lovely wide number. You look a little bit like Andre Agassi in his prime.
Well, to be fair, the sun is bouncing a little bit off our keyboards here.
So
that's almost as much of the reason as it is for the sun coming into the box.
Higgins. Banton just works that one into the onside. There's no run.
Let's be fair, we're not knocking the sun here.
No. We'll take that all day long. I think we're getting the weather just to our left, actually. I think it might be an evening of the hot air balloons tonight, which we normally see arriving over the pavilion, don't we, in the evening here at Bristol. Higgins comes in and Banton goes to cut that, gets on it too early. It goes out to mid-off. Yeah, we normally see the hot air balloons, but with the wind's quite prevalent, or it's just dropped a little bit, but we don't want it too windy for the hot air balloons, otherwise it'd be more like Concorde going over on a just gentle preamble over the city of Bristol. Higgins in, and that's wide of the crease, goes through to James Bracing. Talking about Higgins, he looked tired. He's the one who's played in every game so far, isn't he? He's not been rested.
He's not.
You know, Dale seems to have a rotation system, and Ryan Higgins doesn't seem to be in that rotation.
I mean, 178 overs in the first 5. I mean, he's bowled a lot more overs than anybody else.
Yeah. Here he comes, and that's again wide. He bowled a lot last season as well. He bowled 443, which, when you consider that the next highest was Matt Taylor with 266, or Dan Worrell bowled 250, David Payne bowled 258. So it's a hell of a lot more, didn't he, Ryan Higgins, last season? He gets through a workload. You've got to consider he bats at 6 as well. He's a fit man. Anyway, that's the end of the over. We're going to have Zafar Gahal from the Ashley Down Road end.
And I suppose is he the only genuine all-rounder in the team?
Zafar Gahal.
Here is Zafar from this Ashley Down Road end, and pushed away for a single to the diving figure of wheel by Tom Abel. 194 for 2.
George Scott, or is he a batsman who can?
See, I think Higgins is a genuine all-rounder. Van Buren is a batter who bowls. I think Scott is a batter who bowls. Into the ground this time from Banton.
Zafar
is a bowler who bats, I think. You know, the fact that Higgins is at 6 suggests that he is. You know, he's a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah.
Zafar again, drawing Banton forward. Banton's patience, I suspect, is being ticked up by this at the moment. He's having to bide his time a little bit. Zafar to bowl to him again, draws him forward. Back to the tall figure of Scott in short at that short cover on, just for the missed time. Still the short leg in and the slip for the Pakistan slow left armour. And that's quite quick through the air.
Yeah, it is. It's quite flat.
Got a busy area just down from the Hammond roof seating. That flat garden area.
The Korev Terrace.
In on top of the Thatchers. Pretty busy today. Banton waits for Zafar again around the wicket. Lets that go. That was on. That didn't turn. It was on the arm. He just judged he could leave that on length as much as anything.
That was very well left. Wow.
I mean, ordinarily you'd think that was turning away from the right-hander, but he just went on with the arm and bowled to be able to just to leave it. But he obviously is seeing that the ball is not spinning for Zafar at the moment, and therefore confident to leave it. 194 for 2, and Gloucestershire would love one more here pretty quickly if they can.
Well, they would. They'd love 3 or 4 more, but I'd love to have won the Euro Millions the other night. Here's Ryan Higgins to Tom Abel.
Was I right in thinking that was one ticket
One ticket.
One British ticket.
184 million. Wasn't you, was it him?
It wasn't mine, no.
No. Would you be here now if you were?
I did actually joke to the lady in the supermarket yesterday where they had the display up where it says what the prize is, and the display was blank, and I said, I'm here because I didn't win last night.
Higgins into a... Would you buy a ticket the next day? If you won 184 million, would you go and buy another lucky dip?
I probably wouldn't. And in fact, I don't think I've ever bought a Euro Millions ticket.
Have you not?
And I've probably only bought half a dozen lottery tickets in my life.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I tend to buy what I would call raffle tickets for
Okay.
other causes.
Okay. But not lottery. You're not a
Not
man.
lottery
No.
as such.
Oh, it couldn't be you then. Here's Higgins into...
No, so
over.
various. I mean, you know, I can be careful what I say here, but I do support various charities, and they do tend to send me raffle tickets.
Okay. Yeah,
and that's fine.
Yeah.
And you know, therefore, I will do my lottery, so to speak, through them.
Yeah.
Just in case there might be a chance. Although you might argue that the chances of winning of that might almost be smaller.
Higgins in and
because in the lottery there are phased. You know, if you get 3 numbers, you get a prize. Is that right? You get in the ordinary national lottery. I think if you get 3 numbers,
yeah, it's 25 quid now. I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas in a raffle, it's basically win or it's a number. It's win or lose.
Yeah.
Whereas you know, there's a possibility of getting a phased kind of situation.
Higgins in and that goes through to break. What about Tom Bowler at the video? Is it Tom Bowler? You know when you have to buy you buy a ticket, and if it ends in a 5 or a 0, you win the relevant bottle.
Possibly.
Yeah. I did one once and ended up with a bottle of Albanian Retsina, which didn't go down too well. I've drunk more pleasant bottles of Plonk. Defended there by Abel. Good battle this between Higgins and Abel.
So something I didn't know.
Yeah, go on.
Just on that sort of topic, and somebody I admit here to being somebody who does not. There is the Thatchers, by the way, and there is the roof that we spoke about, just on top of the garden area on top of the roof. There are the 2 wickets that have fallen, both since lunch, both in that chapel spell from the pavilion end. As a completely teetotal person, I did not know until somebody told me the other day that if you have you can have a dry, a sweet, or a medium white wine, but the red wine basically is defined by the type of grape, not by whether it is dry, sweet, or medium. And I never knew that. Did you know that? I'm sure you did.
Yeah,
You had an idea. You had an idea.
Yeah, yeah. Just I'm getting more into my New Zealand Sauvignon Blancs now.
It's half a bowls, and he's hit down the ground. Oh, that's thudded into something pretty noisily. 6 runs. Pretty clean hit, and it's Somerset's 200 up.
Yeah.
Chappell caught the ball on the rebound there.
Nice footwork there by Banton.
First real attacking shot he's played against the spinner. Will that be an exception, I wonder? Banton on to 15.
Yeah, I've got really quite into my New Zealand Sauvignon Blancs here.
Yeah, see, I think probably, Dan, you're on your own there.
Yeah, I did drink with my daughter, actually.
Banton waits again for Zafar. This time uses his feet but defends.
It's not often everyone's daughter says, "Dad, can you get the Savvy B out?"
Zafar to Banton, chops that into the ground. Played that quite late.
Yeah, it's well bowled there. Did him in the flight a little bit.
Well, Zafar could have a long bowl here. If there's not much for the quicker bowlers, he'll be used, if that's the right word, to try and keep things quiet at one end. and force a mistake. Well, that's again dabbed very late by Banton. Dribbles it down through where the slip cordon would be, and they'll come back for 2.
Did he do that deliberately, or was that a full shot there? Let's have a look at this.
I think he probably did play it deliberately. Yes, that's a late dab, isn't it?
Yeah. It's the latest of late.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, he started the game, and it was Dan spoke about this morning, and we kind of said it tongue in cheek. He hasn't yet got 1,000 runs in first-class cricket. He started the day needing 27, and he's got 17 of them. So it's a very small milestone in the relative scheme of things, but I suppose it would be noteworthy to him in particular.
Higgins bowling to the Somerset captain Tom Abel, who lets that one go. Abel's being watchful here.
He's only scored 6 in 45 minutes.
He has. He can do everything though, Tom Abel. He's a wonderful fielder. And he's a decent bowler. He's a very, very good bowler. Took a hat-trick a few years ago against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. And he's a very, very good T20 player as well. Higgins in, he lets that one go. Because he can do all the facets of the game, he's very, very useful in T20, and he's played in Pakistan leagues, he's played for Brisbane Heat as well in the Big Bash, as well as in the 100, so he's a fine, fine all-round sportsman.
There's the close-up from our camera on the Kennington Avenue side, looking across towards the main stand. Seeing Abel close up.
Higgins to him, and he defends that one out to point. Opens the face a little. Just fiddling with his gloves. Let's get some batsmen like a sort of fiddle with their gloves. Then some like to go for a little walk around. Some like to twirl the bat. I saw Abel there just twirling the bat actually.
So at the moment, I'll do the maths in my head after this ball.
So Higgins, and that's a moral victory to the bowler there. Abel's going to get 4 runs for it as it goes through the slip cordon, but that's a moral victory to Ryan Higgins. And Gloucestershire looking, having got rid of one Tom, looking to prize out this pair of Toms here.
Yeah, there wasn't a chance. He didn't carry, but
no.
It's still...
He pushed quite firmly at it though. It goes to show the sluggish nature of this pitch, doesn't it? Because he did push quite firmly at it, but it went along the deck for 4. Here's Higgins. Oh, that's a good leave. Goes through to James Bracey.
Somerset scored 92 in this session at the moment, and there are 8 overs to go after it. So yeah, they could be like, I mean, they were 114 at lunch. They could well be, you know, it could be more than 228 by the time we get to tea. They could have more than doubled the score in the afternoon session, and you could. I mean, I suggested to somebody at lunch 360 might be on.
Higgins left well alone. Abel wants nothing to do with that.
And they could get to 360, even though you feel as if there's been a bit of a lull since Renshaw and Lammonby were out, but they were rattling along at such a rate, and there's the full card.
Well, it's only 4 and over from here. There's 40 overs left in the day, and that would leave him 154 to get off 40 overs. So it's not beyond the realms of expectation, you know, possibility, is it? So
I think, you know, people, I mean, more respected watchers of cricket of Bristol and I would, you can work out the pattern of how the day might go, and sides do tend to score a little bit more quickly in the 3rd session, particularly against the older ball
and tiring bowlers. Yeah.
Still, the short leg for Zafar Gahar though, and that's punched into the offside by Banton off his back foot. Didn't time it, just rings his right hand there, and Jacob Bethel does the fielding. I think there's certainly one more spell for Chappell in the day. There's probably actually one more spell for all the quicker bowlers, you would think. But Zafar may be in for a long bowl here. Somerset were put in this morning. Gloucestershire, if you joined us during the day, Gloucestershire bringing in all 3 of the loanees that were announced yesterday to start in this match. Zafrin, that's a bit short. That's punched away on the bounce. A very good stop from Jacob Bethel. That could well have been 4. It got past George Scott, and Bethel dived away to his right-hand side at quite a square cover and stopped what I think that would have been a certain boundary. Beats him, it races away.
What a wonderful piece of fielding. 18-year-old Jacob Bethel. You can do it when you're a young man, though, can't you, Ian?
Yes, and also, to be fair, that he's a left-hander.
Yeah,
so
right.
To his right side, that was a particularly good stop. Zafrin once more, just have straightened a touch.
A little bit of grip there. That's the first one we've seen.
Zaffer in again. That definitely that did spin. Slow spin, but it did turn away from the right-handed Banton, who's had quite a lot of the strike lately. In fact, far more than his captain.
Jack Leach will be liking the look of this, won't he? 4th innings, perhaps, bowling last on it.
Whoa, that was pushed a bit through a bit further by Zaffer. Pitched up a bit more, didn't get up a great deal, and Banton did well to drop on that.
That's well bowled.
And just keep the strike. But I think, again, you would say perhaps the bowler felt a little bit unfortunate there, because it was straight enough that if he beats the Banton defence, he's probably calling for an umpire to make a decision. There's the view towards the apartments from our camera on top of the pavilion. Quite a few in the crowd down below our commentary position today, and they've seen those 2 wickets fall since lunch.
Big contingent come up the M5 this morning from Somerset as well. So good to have the local derby back, isn't it? 4-day local derby.
Will they be behind you or in front of you tomorrow, Dan?
Sorry?
Will they be behind you or in front of you?
They'll be behind me. Oh, that's well bowled, and that's out. Higgins nicks off Tom Banton. Great diving catch by James Bracey, and Banton goes for 18.
Still short of his 1,000 runs in first-class cricket.
Good ball this by Higgins. Yeah, he had to play at that. It's angled in. Higgins goes quite wide of the crease. Angled in at Banton. He has to play it in. And he just gets a little feather through. And it's a good diving catch by James Bracey. And 207 for 3. Gloucestershire are hauling themselves back into this.
Yes, they probably need at least one more before tea, and you'd say that the session is far more even than the first one. The runs have continued to come, but they have chipped away. They've got the 2 batsmen are well set, and now here comes James Hildreth at number 5.
I'm going to say it, because you're going to say it anyway. He's possibly the best player of his generation ever to have played for England.
Yeah, and do you think this might be his last season, do you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think his contract, I believe his contract expires at the end of the season. He's, 37 now?
Yeah.
But I mean, he's a fantastic all-round sportsman. He's one of those really annoying blokes who's really good at all sport. I mean, he played hockey for the west of England, he's played squash and tennis for the south of England, played rugby for Millfield, he played football for Luton, of all people, and what a career. 18,000 runs, 47 hundreds. And if you think that his career started, his debut was in 2005, the year after Jacob Bethel was born. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. He's been a very good servant to Somerset.
Jacob Bethel was in nappies when James Hildreth made his debut.
Might be one of those people who just plays on a series of 1-year deals and says,
He might be. Anyway,
going.
Here's Higgins to him, and he walks down the pitch. Nonchalantly just walks down the track to Higgins and defends it out to mid-off.
To be fair, he's already got 250s this season.
He has. He had a wonderful year, 2010, where he got 700s in 2010, and then 2015 he got 1,400 runs at 53. Is Higgins to him? Hits him on the pad. Hildreth wants to get off the mark, doesn't. Sent back by his skipper Tom Abel. But if he wasn't going to be picked in 2015, so what was that, 7 years ago, he'd have been 30. If he wasn't going to be picked then, he was never going to be picked, really, was he? You know, so, but, you know, what a fantastic career. High score of 303. Not many people have got triple centuries who are playing at the moment, and he's one of them. Oh, and that's played back with a square. Hildy's off the mark.
And he must have
4
come
runs.
in, I mean, already, and it's right. I'm not going to let you just bowl to me.
No.
I'm going to come out here and, if not force the issue, certainly be positive in what I'm looking to do.
Yeah. No, he's still a fine player, and here's Higgins to him. Oh, and he's walking down the wicket. I wonder if Bracey's considering standing up.
I wonder if that's the message, if you like, that's come back from all 3 of the Somerset batsmen that have been dismissed. There is basically no pace in this pitch.
I think so.
Straight away down a good spot. I mean, I called for Bracey to stand up to George Scott before lunch. Eventually he did, and you've called for it, and within 2 balls he has done.
Higgins to Hildreth, and that's over pitched. Hildreth digs that one out to, looks like George. No, it's not George Scott. It's somewhere out in the covers. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 211 for 3. Abel on 10. Hildreth on 4. Banton, the man out in that over. Caught Bracey, bowled Higgins for 18. Hildreth, the man from Millfield, same as Tom Lace.
Good, very good facility down there.
Very strong sporting wise, and
I've got a story I was told about Millfield to come back to. Not a cricket story directly. Here's Zafar in and Abel defends.
Well,
so
if Hildreth's played rugby for them, he's going to be a good rugby player, isn't he? When Gareth Edwards went there, you know, on a scholarship, he's going to be decent.
I was told that this might be tricky in a Zafar over because he's through these deliveries pretty quickly. That's worked out into the leg side. There used to be a swimming pool at Millfield, and I think it was covered in one of those. What's the referee? That's the umpire doing. He's walking out just to see where Zafar is following through. Nigel Long. He's bowling quite close to the stumps, but he's got to be a bit careful there. It wasn't a warning, just a little marker, I think. Zafar in down the leg side, flicked away by Abel. It's going very, very fine. There's a chase down towards the rope, and it's well stopped. They've come back for 3. Miles Hammond was the player on the chase there, and they've come back for a 3rd run. 211 for 3. So if you imagine what I would call a crinkly tin cover over this swimming pool at Millfield, 25-metre pool. Okay. And they were talking about putting a new pool on the site. Zafar in and away out on the offside, fielded by George Scott. And because I think this pool obviously had been in for some time and it was showing its age. And the school had decided that they would replace a 25-metre pool with a 25-metre pool. Zafar comes in, and that's defended by Hildreth. Out onto the offside again, fielded by Bethel this time. No run. With a new building.
Okay, new facility.
New facility.
Yeah.
But the pool was the same size.
Okay.
Zafar again around the wicket. In and defended once more, coming forward carefully by Hildreth, end of the over. And the point is that pool will mean that you can stage a national championship there or a regional championship, etc.
Yeah.
And apparently, one of the parents at one of the pupils said, why don't you put in a 33 1/3 metre pool, which you can use for Olympic training and Olympic trials and such like.
Mm-hmm.
And the school said, basically, we haven't got the money. And the parent apparently wrote a cheque because they asked what the difference was in the cost, and the parent said, right,
wow,
here's a cheque, put in a 33 1/3 metre pool.
Wow. Higgins could leave that by the Somerset skipper.
And they did, by the way.
Did they? Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe it was that person who won the 184
million. This is some time ago. Now I may have got the differential in the pool wrong. It may have been 33 1/3 and 50 rather than 25 and 33 1/3. But the principle was the same. You know, you wanted a pool for an Olympic level, and they hadn't got one. And the parent paid for the larger pool to be installed.
It's just left alone.
Yeah. It's, and you know it is a good facility there. For all sports,
yeah, no, it's got a wonderful.
I think reputation is the word you're looking for, Dan.
Yeah, it is. It's a wonderful reputation and sort of ethos for sport, isn't it? As that's defended by Abel.
Our friend Jihan is back on the email, and he says a couple of questions about cricket ball colours. Why is the standard colour of the ball always been red prior to the era of shorter formats? Have other dark colours been tried, and also are any other colours apart from red, white, or pink used in List A?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Higgins, and that's a big shout there. Oh, let's have a look at this one on the replay. Big shout.
Not very far forward, Tom Abel here.
No, he wasn't. Here we go as Higgins comes in. No, he's got outside the line there. He looks like he's outside the line.
It might be hitting.
Yeah, but the impact is outside the line. And if you're playing a shot, you can't be given. Here's Higgins. And Abel leaves that one alone. That goes the other way. That goes away. Bracey takes that in front of first, second slip. It's an interesting question about the colour of the ball. I don't know why it's red. You know, it's white and pink's been used. We trialled pink ball, didn't we, in the day-night in the county championship a few years ago. And
we've had day-night tests with the pink ball.
Yeah, nothing really happens with it. And here's Higgins. I also believe that this thick inside edge from Abel, he's going to get a couple. I believe that people with colour blindness have real issues picking up the pink ball. I believe that there are real issues there. But no, I haven't got a clue. Gihan White, or Jihan White, it's red. But how different do these colour balls behave? Well, a red ball will move around generally more. A white ball is what they use in one-day cricket, and it will do a little bit early on.
But not much later.
Not much later. And that loses its colour as well, so they've started to use two balls, haven't they? One from each end.
South Africa Hart to continue from the Ashley down road end. That's cut away off the back foot by Hildreth. It's a nice shot. That'll race away for four. Wheel won't be able to haul that in. And he played that very, very simply. Got into position really quickly. Spotted it. Picked up the length. And cut it away. 220 for three. Simon Bennett's been in touch from Truro. He's a Somerset supporter. He said you were talking about Paul Parker getting the one Test cap, one of the best fielders of his generation, says Simon. How about Scott Borthwick, who played in the same Test as Boyd Rankin on the 2013-14 tour? Again, just the one Test match for him. That's a good observation. One more to add to the list. Oh, Zafagahar in and Hildreth forward. Combination of bat and pad there.
Was Darren Patterson one as well?
Ooh, that's a good call.
He was an Australian, wasn't he, I think?
Graham Van Buren is in at short leg.
It's a roofer from Cleethorpes, wasn't he?
Oh, it's cut. Oh, not much bounce there. That should have gone up. Oh, you think that would have gone for 4 away through the offside, but he got it off the bottom half of the bat. Didn't bounce an awful lot, and he picked up a single there, Hildreth. That was a bit of a scruffy looking shot in the end.
If he'd have got a thinner edge on that, it'd have been absolutely fuming, because that was probably the worst ball that Zafagahar has bowled. It was a bit of a pie.
And we'll come to Malcolm Hoskins' email in a moment about our friend Scott Boswell.
Truro's a nice part of the world, isn't it? It's lovely down there.
It is. Not bad here today either, to be fair. Sun just goes behind the clouds for a moment. Now a leg slip for Zafagahar. Graham Van Buren's gone a bit finer. He's gone from short leg to leg slip. And I'll come back to Malcolm's email at the end of the over, because Zaffa does whistle through his overs. We're almost at the scheduled tea time, so there's 3 overs in arrears at the moment. From where you might argue they ought to be, although the board doesn't indicate they are behind on the over rate at the moment. And they'll certainly get, well, it's 39, so yeah, they're going to be 3 overs behind effectively. 221 for 3. Zaffa in, worked by going back into his crease by Abel into the onside.
I tell you who were quick was Surrey. I mean, that Mark Church, thank God he's not on an hourly rate. He'd be a poor man, wouldn't he? He'd be as poor as a church mouse.
So Malcolm Hoskins says, I was at Lords when Scott Boswell bowled the 9 wides. My big disappointment was Stephen Jones getting Boswell out, depriving me of writing in the scorecard Boswell bowled Johnson. Bowled Jones, surely that should be. Anyway, hearing the talk about all-run 5s, I saw a game at Bristol where Jeff Clayton batted all afternoon for 4 to the anger of the crowd. Gloucestershire were left an impossible target and ran a 5 for a ball just short of the fine leg boundary with no fielder in the vicinity. In the Sunday game at Old Trafford, I saw Len Hill of Glamorgan run out going for a 7th run after overthrows.
Higgins to Hildreth, who doesn't play that convincingly. So this guy batted all afternoon for, what was his name?
For 4 to the anger of the crowd.
What was his name?
Jeff Clayton.
That's a proper dig in, that is, isn't it? Real dig in and plod on, Jeff. Higgins from the pavilion end. Hildreth walking down the wicket to him again. Wonder if Bracey's going to think about standing up, pinning him back in his crease. So that's a wonderful all afternoon for 4. Wow.
Well, that's Hashim Amla type batting, isn't it?
Yeah. Higgins in. And that's nearly sneaked through the defences of James Hildreth. I remember when Chris Tavares once in, when he was at his worst for England, and
actually, relative here. I'm not sure whether worst is the right word. You mean slowest?
Slowest, yeah. But Angus Loughran, who played Stato, do you remember in fantasy football? He came out with a chair for him at one point.
I should just say that Somerset 221 for 3. Still,
Higgins to Hildreth.
Northants openers are together at Edgbaston.
Wowzers.
262 for no wicket having been put in. Vasconcelos and Young still going.
Yeah.
That's in 59 overs, so they're racing along there.
Vasconcelos goes for it from the word go. He's a dangerous, dangerous man. He's only a short guy. He's about 5'6", little left-hander. You give him any widths and he flays the bat. Higgins to Hildreth, and that's beautifully lent on And that's going to go all the way to the boundary. That's nothing more than a push from James Hildreth. Glorious shot there.
That's all in the timing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely lovely.
Here's another look at this. I mean, he's taken 2 steps down the pitch to Higgins there.
Yeah. Wonder if he's going to get a bouncer. No fast bowler likes anyone walking down the pitch to him. I know Higgins isn't a fast bowler, but you know, no one likes him. Hildreth just sneaks a single into the onside. That brings up 226 for 3. There's a couple of overs left to tee.
So just on the concept of, you know, good batting pitches around the country, in the first division there are 4 games being played, including this one, and the highest number of wickets taken so far in any match is 3. There are 3 here, there are 3 at Beckenham, there are 2 at Headingley, and there are none at Birmingham, at Edgbaston. So Gloucestershire, on that basis, to get 3 wickets today, they're not actually in a bad way. I mean, the scoreboard doesn't look great, but they, in relative terms of what's happening around the country, this is a commendable effort. 2 overs to tee. They'd have to nip out another one. Hildreth, though, is experienced enough to know.
Do you remember 1990 they messed around with a ball and there was some absolutely outrageous batting averages? A lot of my energy bills back then, you know? A lot of my energy
Unlike
bills,
energy bills.
Well, my energy bills now.
Hildreth.
Batting averages going through the roof.
Short on the bounce to Van Buren.
But yeah, 1990 they messed around with a seam on the ball, and I think Simon Hughes wasn't very happy at Middlesex.
Zaffer in his 8th over has worked away past Van Buren. He's so close there. They'll think about 2, and he breaks the stumps, but Hildreth is back. I think 37-year-old wouldn't want his skipper. It was his call, to be fair, but he wouldn't want too many sharp 2s like that. Paul didn't get, went to the shorter boundary. It wasn't all the way to the rope either, so it was a bit of a risk taking one on the arm. 0 for 29 for Zaffer at the moment, as you can see. But Somerset 114 that they had at lunch, so they've doubled the score in the afternoon session despite the loss of the 3 wickets. Hammered a slip, Van Buren at short leg. Half stopped by the skipper. But it's one of those ones where Somerset would have been pretty confident that although they were put in, again as Hildreth defends, looking at the scores at Bristol this season, they would have said, well, you know, there've been some. Gloucestershire have pushed Yorkshire hard. The Surrey game was a high-scoring draw. Indication would be there should be runs in this pitch. It's tossed up by, very much tossed up by Zafar Gohar. Last ball of his pre-tee spell.
Remember, if you're in the Bristol area as well and you want to come down after tea, we've got free entry here, as it is all season, by Gloucestershire. Fantastic initiative. Some clubs are charging, Gloucestershire don't. So if you're in the area, please come down, watch a bit of free cricket. Come and buy beer in the bar and enjoy the sunshine, because it's absolutely glorious here, and quite a healthy crowd for the West Country derby.
8 overs for 29, Zafar. Of which he bowled 1 over before lunch, didn't he? So 7 overs this afternoon for 21.
Ryan Higgins going to bowl the last one. He ambles into the crease to Tom Abel, who he's marching down the pitch now as well. Seem to be.
Abel's only only 41 balls. That's not considering he's been out there for over an hour, he's not had a great deal of the strike.
No, he's the others have farmed the strike a little bit. In fact, Hildreth's overtaken him. He's on 16, Abel on 15. Higgins comes in and Abel walks down the wicket to him. Bracey has to stand up. He's got to stop the batsman messing with Higgins' length, but also negating the swing. Obviously, if you're another yard further back or a yard and a half further back, that ball's got more room to swing. And what these guys are doing walking down the pitch is stopping Ryan Higgins from swinging the ball. Higgins comes in, short ball, just tucked away off his rib cage by Tom Abel, goes into the leg side, single. 229 for 3, both batsmen on 16.
Both teams with 1 bonus point.
They certainly have, yeah.
But it looks as if, and you made the point earlier on, I think in the session, Somerset are going to be pressurising Gloucestershire with this score.
Yes, they are.
Well, they look. They have the potential here still to pressurise Gloucestershire with a score, you know, and the rate they're going at, they'd be getting close. They'd be certainly north of 350. You'd have thought, if they keep wickets in hand by the end of play.
Yep, here's Higgins to Hildreth. Plays it out to mid-on. And I think this will be the final ball coming up.
Which would then mean they'd have a little charge in the morning to try and get a 400 in the 110 overs.
In the 110, yeah.
And then the debate becomes, you know, how do they tactically run it after that?
Yeah, I think what's going to be key is the new ball at 80 overs. That could come into it, those overs between 80 and 100. Higgins comes into Hildreth, who lets that one go through to the gloves of James Bracey, and that, ladies and gents, will be tea. So Somerset 229 for 3. They were 114 for none at lunch, but they lost Tom Lammonby pretty soon afterwards. He was caught off his gloves by one that came back into him from Zach Chappell. Then Matt Renshaw was bowled by an absolute beauty from Chappell as well. So Chappell doing really well there. Got Renshaw for 94, just missing out on 100. Tom Banton was caught behind, feathered one behind to James Bracey off the bowling of Ryan Higgins for 18. And that made the score 207 for 3. But James Hildreth's come in, played some lovely shots. Tom Abel's played some lovely shots. And we go to tea with the visitors at 229 for 3. And Ian, it should be an intriguing final session, shouldn't it?
Yeah, a bit more even in the afternoon. In Somerset, I say 114 for no wicket this morning. They've added 115 for 3 wickets this afternoon. So a little bit more even, but it's still firmly advantage to the visitors at this stage. Gloucestershire have got to get at least another 3 wickets to keep them in range, I think, after tea. Otherwise, Somerset will be, when it comes to their turn to be in the field, they will be chipping away with their banter as well as their good attack at this Gloucestershire side, which they may see as, you know, a little bit vulnerable in certain areas, with 3 loanees in the side. A young man playing only his second first-class game in the middle order, and they're trying to boss this game by batting big in the first innings, as Dan said. Kettle on. Well, we'll be here shortly. Hope it is with you as well, and we'll resume in a little over a quarter of an hour at around about 5 minutes past 4. Join us then for the post-tea session on this first day. Somerset 229 for 3, having been put in. Familiar tone of Terry Blake welcoming you back here to the Seat Unique Stadium after this post-tea session on the first day between Gloucestershire and Somerset, and a first bowl at this Ashley Down Road end for Zach Chappell. After tea, both not out batsmen on 16. I'll bring you up to date with the scores elsewhere. At tea at Edgbaston, Northants 287 for no wicket against Warwickshire. Vasconcelos and Young together there, as they have been since the outset. Tea at Beckenham, Surrey 206 for 3 against Kent. And at Headingley, Lancashire 196 for 2 against Yorkshire. So really difficult to get wickets around the country so far today. Here is Chappell, third spell of the day starting, and immediately able to push that out onto the offside. Back to 2 slips again. So we've got a kind of a double hit here, Dan. We've got 16 overs with the old ball and potentially 16 overs with a new ball. So is Gloucestershire's strategy different in the first part to the second part?
Yeah, I'm surprised Chappell's bowling now, actually. It's got to be said, but there you go.
Right arm over the wicket, down the leg side. Oh, a couple of the slips thought they heard something, but umpire Long wasn't interested. Yes, so you thought Chappell might be saved for a bit of a dart with the second new ball?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he's been impressive. I like the look of him. He's lollops into the crease, doesn't he? There's no sort of he doesn't really attack the crease, but he's a strong boy, strong shoulders, and he gets that arm through very quickly.
Very tall as well, Zach Chappell. That's pitched up, clipped into the leg side. Good stop by Brad Wheel. I'll get James just to check the emails that might have arrived over tea. Thanks to you for your contributions today. We'll put the email address back in the top right hand corner of the screen in a minute or two. So as you've got it, there it is. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Dan and I always welcome to receive your interaction. Chappell past umpire Long. That's short and chopped away. That's dived on by the left-handed Bethel. Prevents a run.
Looks a wonderful fielder, doesn't he, Jacob Bethel?
He's made some good stops today. And remains to be seen where he might bat. I think the view expressed to us was that he might bat at 7, which is where Tom Lace, of course, has been batting as a specialist batter. Only his second first-class game. But a proud moment for him this morning when he would have been presented with his Gloucestershire cap. Abel waits for Chappell, and again just nudges that into the onside. Somerset just I have to say they have to start again. They kind of do, but these two have been in for a little while now. Even Hildreth, who came in when Bantam was caught behind, he's faced 26 balls, so he's had a little bit of an idea what the pitch is doing. He's had some information from the batters ahead of him, and he clearly worked out that there was time to come down the pitch and use your feet to Higgins and to the spinners. So Chappell's asked for one of the slips to be taken out here and put as an extra man on the leg side. So George Scott now covering that clip off his pads from Abel, but Abel's not tempted by that, and that goes through. Last ball of the first over after tea, 229 for 3. Somerset 114 in the first session, 115 in the second session. There'll be a lot will depend on how they get on here, but every chance they could be 350 up by the close.
They could be, or you never know. It could be 300 for 8. You never know. That's the beauty of cricket, isn't it? But the big news from around the county circuit this afternoon is Shaheen Shah Afridi has left Middlesex. Signed amidst much fanfare at the start of the season. And he went down ill on the last day of the Sussex game against Hove. The last game at Hove against Sussex. And he wasn't due to bat, and then surprisingly he was rested for this Nottinghamshire game, and he was due to be here until June. So we're going to see Matt Taylor from the pavilion end. Hildreth just plays him into the onside. So he's due to be here until June, and he's gone back to prepare for Pakistan's series and spend some time with his family. So big blow there, because Middlesex are doing very well at the top of Division 2, and they've got a big game against Nottinghamshire, and that'll be a blow to the Seax's hopes. Taylor in, and Hildreth gets a little bit late and it dribbles out behind him. That's well bowled. Matt Taylor's been the pick of the bowlers this season, I'd say.
And you're talking ahead of Higgins?
Yeah, I think I would say he has. He's been. I think he's been more threatening. Here he is. And Hildreth. It looks like he Q-ends that one, or maybe it's an inside edge onto the pads. But Hildreth just needs to work out the angles here.
Just say too, and we did mention it earlier, Brendan McCullum has been appointed as the England men's red ball coach today on a 4-year contract.
Here's Matt Taylor in, and Hildreth nurdles that into the onside. They think about 2, but they don't take it on. They don't take on the arm there of, is that Zafar Gahar out there?
Yes, there was a flock of birds just was looking around for any seed that might be there on those wicket ends, and they all disappeared as Zafar went towards the ball.
230 for 3. 17 to Abel, 16 to Hildreth as Abel. That's that one that's angled across him, just go through into the gloves of James Bracey. And gorgeous evening here in Bristol. As we said earlier, admission is free here. Not all counties are doing it, but Gloucestershire do, and it's come down if you're in the Bristol area. Come and join us. We've got still 30 odd overs left to play, so there's a few hours left. Taylor in to Abel, who plays that one down, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, so 230 for 3. Hildreth on 16. Sorry, Hildreth on 17. Abel on 16. And we have had 65 overs gone.
And just to complete
66 actually.
Yeah, just complete the picture about McCullum. He'll be in place for the series against New Zealand, which starts on his native country, of course, on the 2nd of June. I'm acutely aware, he said, of the significant challenges the team faces at present. I strongly believe in my ability to help the team emerge as a stronger force once we've confronted them head on.
I'm really looking forward to him. He was a fantastic cricketer. He played the game in the right way as well, didn't he, Brendan McCullum? And yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what he can do for England.
Let's come back to his IPL record at the moment. Here's Chappell in. That's punched, but not with any great force, out through the offside by Hildreth. He'll get a couple, even though he didn't really time that. And again, the fielding's done by Zafar Gahar. He's been coaching at the Kolkata Knight Riders in the IPL. He's been there for 3 years, and there was a thought that how would that fit in with England duties? And presumably Tom Harrison and Rob Key and those at the ECB have sorted that out in terms of him kind coming to take the England job. I mean, a 4-year contract is quite a commitment from the ECB. They clearly think he's the right man. Here is Chappell. Right arm over the wicket, worked away by Hildreth. He'll get just one down to fine leg. Matt Taylor's down in front of the club offices down there. Some of the spectators in that part of the ground in the shade, but a lot of the ground in sunshine at the moment. A very pleasant evening. A very little cloud about now.
So pleasant, I've removed my jumper here.
Yeah.
It's getting warm here.
And Chappell's going to have a chance to bowl at Tom Abel just with the one slip. And Abel always down the leg side, he's flicked that away. I don't think that was off the pad. It's given, in fact, as 4 byes, didn't get anything on it at all. So the angle from Chappell, doing for James Bracey there, not much chance for the keeper. Look how, here's Bracey's outside off stump and nothing at all on it.
Oh, just went on and on and on. No chance there for Bracey.
Chappell hasn't bowled much that's been loose. And knowing how Peter Moores coaches the bowlers at knots, or treats the bowlers at knots, it's no surprise that actually appears to have quite good discipline overall today.
Yeah, he looks a really good bowler actually. I'd really like the look of him. I think he can add value. How long's he here for? He's here for. I think he's here for a month, isn't he?
I'll just check that. The deal was different for all 3 players.
It was, yeah.
So
can't remember.
It's 2 months. Oh, sorry. It's a month for Chappell and 2 weeks for Wheel. Very short from Chappell this time. And 1 match for Bethel. So interesting that Wheel is 2 weeks when Gloucestershire don't play next week. So that was a slightly curious one. They don't play again after this game until the start of the T20. A lot of people talking about the structure of the championship for next year, and nobody really knows what that's going to be yet. And I'll come back to that in a second. Is Chappell in again, and worked out onto the onside by Tom Abel, straight to George Scott, 237 for 3. And at the moment Gloucestershire have 7 home championship games. 2 of them are at Cheltenham, of course, and this is the 3rd already in Bristol, so it is quite a sobering thought. If you're a Gloucestershire fan in Bristol and you like your red ball cricket, after this game, which will be on the 15th of May, there will be only 2 red ball games in Bristol for the rest of the summer.
Wow,
which is quite a
and
everybody understands why that is, because you've got the 2 games at Cheltenham in July, but there's 1 game at the end of June and 1 game in the middle of September, and that's why I think there's so much clamour for them to at least retain 14 red ball games.
Taylor into Hildreth, who plays that to George Scott at mid-wicket.
And the challenge, I think, in that is if you go to the 3 6s scenario, where you play each team twice in the first block, and then you play the 4 teams in a revised group once in the second block, how do you make the second block relevant for all 3 groups? That's the challenge, I think.
It's a good point, and that's angled away by Hildreth, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. Soft hands, went downwards, and he was always in control of that stroke.
That was, I think people felt last year, that was fine for the top group because they were chasing the championship, but what about the other 2 groups?
Yeah, I can see that. I can see the problem with counties. They're going to drop their prices for membership because people aren't getting as much. They're not getting as much bang for their buck, are they? As Taylor is about to bowl to Hildreth, who drives that pleasantly out to the covers, but for no run. The other thing is, is it going to be the end of outground cricket? Because I know Gloucestershire won't, because Cheltenham is, you know, such a wonderful, wonderful occasion. But I think it might be, you know, I think you're going to see maybe Gloucestershire use Cheltenham, maybe Yorkshire might use Scarborough. But apart from that, I think most grounds will play their home games, or most counties will play their home games at headquarters. You know,
So
we're already seeing that.
would Kent go to Beckenham, for example?
Well, exactly. Taylor around the wicket, bowls to Hildreth. I think Kent would, because when they play Surrey there, you know, why go all the way down to Canterbury when they can get a big crowd? Because Beckenham is, as the crow flies, probably only 5 or 6 miles from the Oval. It's not far at all. But then, you know, you've got grounds that have disappeared off the face of the earth. Lovely venues like St Helens at Swansea. Taylor comes around the wicket to Hildreth, who angles that backward a point. St Helens at Swansea, with all that history there of Sobers 6-6s and wonderful, wonderful ground.
But do you not think, I've no axe to grind with Glamorgan at all, but do you not think that venue was getting a bit tired?
Possibly, but you know, I think it's just
Glamorgan have put their money into Sapphire Gardens, haven't
they have, yeah.
Can't blame them for that.
Hildreth defends it. Somerset have done that with Taunton as well. You know, we don't see games at Weston-super-Mare anymore, which was a lovely place at Clarence Park. Wasn't even used by any cricket club. It was just a park, and the groundsman from Taunton used to go for a wander up there about a month before it was due to be used, and it was actually done by the Western Corporation, so the council would actually do the pitch. And I remember going there as a kid with my Somerset supporting uncle and watching a massive queue for the cider tent down one side and a small queue for the toilets, and then the queue for the cider tent would get smaller and the queue for the toilets would grow, and it just went back and forth all afternoon.
2:41 for 3, Chappell in, and Abel's being very patient here. He's conscious, I think, of the situation in the game.
Bath's another one that they used. Lovely place there by the river, by the rugby ground.
But can't play on the Rec anymore.
No. Where Mike Gatting hit a lovely 258 for Middlesex there in 1985, I think it was. Frome they've used, home of Harold Gimlet, that tortured genius.
Chappell in, that's short and cut for 4. It's chopped away past Bethel and past Marcus Harris in the gully, down to the right of the pavilion. Abel goes to he's been in for an hour and a half, Tom Abel, for his 16 before that shot, and he's clearly worked out that there are runs out there, and he is going to try and make sure that he is there to make them. That's the way I'd put it.
Yeah, the Dredge family were from Frome as well. Colin played for Somerset with a rather awkward action.
Pulled away on the short ball from Chappell. Brad Wheels on the boundary at deep square. I'll just pick up one. Now, I am old enough to remember Colin Dredge.
Yeah.
The demon of Frome.
He was the demon of Frome. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good side. Somerset had Dasher Denning, Brian Rose, Viv. Then they had people like Dennis Breakwell and Derek Taylor keeping wicket, or sometimes interspersed with Trevor Gard, who was a wonderful, wonderful wicket-keeper. Couldn't bat, but what a keeper. Vic Marks.
Almost a full length, almost a Yorker length ball from Chappell.
Budgie Burgess, Graham Burgess, who's master at Lydney School, I believe, sort of for cricket and rugby.
Hallam Mosley.
Hallam Mosley.
That team?
He could underarm it in from the boundary. He used to underarm it in about 80 yards. What a wonderful, wonderful cricketer he was. Yeah, and then Joel Garner and...
He'll just waits, and That's very short from Chapel.
Peter Roebuck, Phil Slocum. Then they'd have people come in sort of like, I think, Julian Wyatt and Martin Olive. People like that.
I have a news of a wicket at Edgbaston.
Ooh.
That one I don't see much, but it's the first one of the day. And Northants 288 for 1 against Warwickshire. Here's Chapel in here at Bristol, and that's pulled away, and Wheel hasn't seen that, and he wouldn't have got it anyway because it's gone away to the boundary at mid-wicket. I'm not sure George Scott really saw it either, but it's whistled away. It couldn't be more central, actually. Talk about mid-wicket boundary. That's exactly where that went, all the way along the ground. And 4 more. The man out is Ricardo Vasconcelos for 156, and that first wicket stand was worth 287 in 64 overs, and Will Young is still there on 113 not out. So Northants, well, heading, it would seem, for an inevitable 5 batting points at Edgbaston.
So Matt Taylor going to come around the wicket to Abel, who leaves that, and in fact Bracey fumbles that and is going to go through for a bye. That one hurt Bracey actually. Oh no, not another injury, please.
That's not a good sight.
No.
For Gloucestershire, he's taken. It looks like it's the little finger he's looking at.
Oh, well, while we have this delay, because it's going to be a delay, because Dave Bartlett's running on, we've had an email from Giles Beard, and it's a long one from Brazil. And he says, can I just say thank you? You've been loving the coverage of the games. Suddenly woken up to the reality that I can watch live cricket streamed direct to my home each week, even all the way out here in Brazil. Well, the current team clearly doesn't have the stardust of glory's past. They have spirit aplenty and seem to produce their best when playing behind the 8 ball. Well, they do, yeah. However, please do explain one thing to me. Back in the day, we could pretty much name the lineup before we arrived. For the bowlers, it would be the legendary Brian Brain, David Graveney, Phil Bainbridge, John Charles, and occasionally A.N. Other. We did have Proctor after all. These days, it seems like the bowlers are drawn from a hat. The first 5 games this season saw no less than 12. Higgins, Starman, Zafar, Shah, Amir, Khan, Shaw, Warner, Singdale, M. Taylor, J. Taylor, Payne, Goodman, and now today we have 2 more in the form of Brad and Zach, who presumably are a couple of American tourists who fancy the game. Well, I think that's a little bit harsh because I think Zach Chappell has been absolutely superb today. If I show up next week, will I get a chance to turn my arm over? Or are we going to see Brian Brain make another appearance at the age of 81? Would you agree that Gloss have even more chance of winning games if they tried to start their best bowling line-up each week? And if it were a placid wicket not offering a lot, which 5 would you select to save the day? Well, I think, let's trust in Dale. I think he knows what he's doing, and it's been a really tough run of games, hasn't it? While the 6 county championship 4-day games in a row. So we're going to commence again. Bracey looks all right as Matt Taylor goes around the wicket to Hildreth, who leaves that alone. Bracey catches that one, rings his hand a little bit.
Yeah, there may have been clearly maybe the way he took it, he's just taken the right glove off again. Those odd ones where, and particularly, this is on the first day in the first innings when he's got a bat in an important position. Hopefully that finger's not too bad.
Taylor into Hildreth. Taylor slips in his delivery stride. Please, no more injuries. No more injuries. So Ian, Giles's email, what's your view?
So there have been a lot of bowlers used. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to count them up.
12.
Actually, we've used 14 in all because Van Buren's had a bowl who he didn't mention.
Yeah.
And Miles Hammond's had a bowler he didn't
Yes,
mention.
he has. Yeah.
But I kind of get the point.
Taylor to Hildreth.
I think if everybody was fit, and obviously you can only play one overseas, so I think Mohammed Amir would not have been signed if David Payne hadn't been injured. That would be my view.
Okay.
So
yeah.
you'd have had Zafar Gohar and Marcus Harris as your potential 2 overseas players.
That's cut away by Hildreth, or Nassim Shah, who would have been, wouldn't it?
Yeah, or Nassim Shah. That's quite true. So, so I think you probably would have said your side would have had Higgins batting at 6 as one of your bowlers, and then it's 8, 9, 10, 11. If Tom Lace or another specialist batter is batting at 7, you've got 4 bowlers, and to me.
Taylor in, and Hildreth defends out off the back foot into the covers. Yep, that's the end of the over.
You're probably going to end up playing Higgins plus 4, because to go in with only 4 seamers in a game feels a bit thin. So I think you probably Nassim Shah you'd pick if he was fit. David Payne you'd pick if he was fit, and then it's. The other 2 spots are very much up for grabs, and I think
including Higgins as the all-rounder.
Yes.
Here, yeah.
So you've got Van Buren as your second spinner, I suppose, if you really want to.
Yeah.
And then on experience, you'd have to say it would probably be Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw, because the younger bowlers don't have the knowledge that they should. But at the moment. It does feel a little bit like it's kind of on rotation, just not to make sure that you don't break people for later in the season. Zafar Gohar's coming back. A short burst therefore for Zach Chappell. 10 overs still to go with the old ball. And Zafar just trots in off a short run, left arm around the wicket. Somerset now, of course, with 2 batting points, and still 26 overs to go in the day.
Glorious evening here in Bristol, really is.
Short leg and the slip for Zafar Gohar into the ground from Hildreth. Out on the offside, he's got 29. Hasn't really looked in very much bother at all, actually, James Hildreth. Zafar into bowl 2, and that's cut, but straight to the fielder, Jacob Bethel. In extra cover, he's got a backward point, got a straightish short cover, or straightish short extra cover, orthodox cover, almost down towards point, and a mid-off on the offside. Zafar wheels in again and tossed right up this time, and Hildreth defends. This is almost like a subplot, this little 10 over spell here. How much does Somerset try and accelerate? They've already done pretty well on the over rate today. As we've mentioned, they almost the first 2 sessions virtually identical in terms of runs scored. Zafar from the Ashley Down Road end and goes past the outside edge. I think Hildreth judged that pretty well, to be truthful. He didn't play a shot, and Somerset remain 252 for 3, 29 to Hildreth and 21 to skipper Tom Abel. Zafar Gohar has now bowled 9 overs for 29. Just the 2 boundaries conceded, plus that big, I see that big 6 that Banton hit. It did go a long way back, but that's not the longest boundary on the ground, particularly with the way that the the land now curves round, or the boundary line curves round with the apartments, and that's the end that Gloucestershire tend to attack a lot in white ball cricket. Double change, so Zafar back for Chapel and Brad Wheel coming back as well.
Yeah, he's going to come in from the pavilion end. Benton likes that area, especially at Taunton, where if you hit down towards the stand, as Wheel comes in, that's driven pleasantly by Tom Abel. Doesn't get any runs for it. The stand between, I can't remember what it's called, is it the Ian Botham stand? Between the one by the flats and the Colin Atkinson pavilion there. That's quite a short hit at Taunton. Sort of down towards the river.
Jerry Frost has been in touch on the email. To be fair, we thought about this and we didn't mention it. And he says, I'm enjoying the commentary very much. I'm surprised when you're discussing Insto you did not mention David Shepherd.
That's left alone
and
by Abel.
Of course, he's quite right to bring that up. Obviously, international umpire, Gloucestershire batsman, postmaster.
We apologise. We apologise. Hopper on one leg, like a flamingo when Nelson arrived.
But just to say, you're quite right to bring it up, and you can always. Dan was talking about a lot of names from that particular part of the world, and we should have put Sheps in there.
Wheel in to Abel, who's firmly behind that. Abel looks like he's set for a big one here. He looks like he's set for a long time, doesn't he? Getting himself in, getting his eye in.
In that game last year here, where Somerset, batted a little bit on the first day, and then most of the second day, he got 132 not out. So he has history, as they say.
Wheel to Abel. It would be interesting to see if Tom Abel is picked for England this summer, because he's been mentioned. He's been mentioned as a future skipper as well. You do wonder if there is any sort of succession planning there from the England sort of hierarchy with regards to captaincy. Is Stokes in for the long haul? As Wheel comes into Abel. Ben Stokes is. We've had two captains who've captained for long periods of time in the scheme of things, in Cook and Root in recent years, and I really hope Ben Stokes does a wonderful job. I really do. I think he's a good man. His Wheel comes into Abel. But I think what England need to have is a long-term plan as well, in the fact that we got to a stage with Joe Root thinking, who could do the role? Who can do the role? And it's sort of been forced upon Stokes, really.
Is it not like, in a sense, any job in any industry that you don't? Well, maybe some bosses do, but you assume that the person in the role is going to do it almost forever.
Yeah, but I think you have to have some sort of form of succession planning, don't you? You have to think 2 years down the line who's going to be potentially the captain. I know form comes into it, etc., so you can't always plan.
It's a good stop by Van Buren. Almost turned his back a bit there, but he got his body in the way. So you had a long career in one particular phase of industry. Do you think that your bosses were planning after Dan Whiting?
Yeah, I think they were always looking to fire me. No.
Zafar Gahar in once more from this Ashley Down Road end. He's just trying to, I suspect here, as much as anything else, dry the runs up.
I think in any industry you're always looking around who's the next, who can do that job better, can't you? Look at football, the way it's going with Haaland this week signed.
Chopped away, into the gap. And well placed that was, and it's a chase for Wheel out towards the boundary. He's going to need some help with the relay work, and his chase and the throw from a teammate gives Somerset 3 runs, but it's a long boundary out there. Bethel and Wheel doing the fielding between them. I think it might have been Bethel who's on the chase actually, and Wheel who threw the ball in.
The Shire could just do with splitting these two up now.
Came to forward comes Abel. 48 they've added these two.
Yeah.
If you can hear the rummaging in the background, he's allowed because he's been a busy boy today. James Healy's tucking into a packet of crisps. Here's Zaffa in, worked onto the onside, good tumbling stop again. Actually, you know, they've not dropped anything today. I mean, we were critical of the Surrey game and chances that went to ground, but they haven't, you know, anything that has been nicked and gone to hand today, they've clung on to. And again, off the back foot, Abel this time using his feet, but a good stop by Wheel at backward point. End of Zaffa's over. He's got through 10 overs for 32, and at the moment it's a very patient process for Gloucestershire here. I think they're kind of waiting for the second new ball in a way. I think just trying to dry up the runs and prevent Somerset getting away in this period, in the knowledge that the second new ball might bring them some reward, albeit that can disappear just as quickly because of the hardness of it. And how can they change the balance of the day, which at the moment is very heavily in Somerset's favour?
Wheel into the crease to Hildreth, who uses the pace, gets that one back with a point. That's a nice shot. He's not going to get all of it, all the runs. He's got 2 there. I think there was a hand on it there from
it's Miles Hammond, I think.
Was it Jake? No, I think it's Jacob Bethel at backward point. With 33 on his back.
50 partnership for these two.
Yeah. They haven't looked in any trouble whatsoever, have they? Wheel to Hildreth, who defends that one back down the pitch.
I recall a conversation during the Surrey match. It may have been on commentary, it may not, Dan, where you said...
oh, no, you're not allowed to repeat these.
No.
You're not allowed to repeat these.
You know, how long would Surrey bat for? And your reply was, well, they'll bat until Gloucestershire get them out because they put them in. Yeah. And is that the same situation here?
I think so. I think Somerset will want 500 here. As Wheel comes in to Hildreth. I think they'll want 500. I think they'll have seen the scores from the game against Surrey. And I think Somerset will set their stall out to bat once in this game. The weather's set fair. There's no Chris Dent to score a double 100 either.
Marcus Harris might, though.
He might. Yeah, he's a wonderful player. He's a lovely player, isn't he, Marcus Harris? Some of his cover driving. Got Steve Davis coming in next for Somerset. As Hildreth defends that out to cover.
Noticeably that to Wheel, he's not using his feet.
No, he's not walking down the pitch to Wheel. Yep, so Steve Davis in next. Lewis Gregory, he's a big hitter. Scored 160 odd maximums in his career. He's only 29. And he played Middlesex, first game of last season at Lord's, Somerset. As Wheel comes in, Hildreth defends that square. Good tumbling stop again by Bethel, but they scamper through for a single. And it was getting a little bit of a nipper towards the end. You know, it was, I think they were about 5 down, still needing 90 to win, and it was a Lord's wicket that was doing a little bit. And as with 90 to win, and Lewis Gregory walked out of the dressing room, said to his teammates, just 15 bombs. 15 sixes needed. And he went and whacked a load and they came home by 5 wickets. Wheel in to Hildreth, to Abel, who goes into the onside. That's the end of the over, 258 for 3.
Yeah, the email map's pretty big today, isn't it? Truro?
Yeah.
Brazil?
Japan? Yeah. Yeah.
It's been truly a global day on the emails, and thank you for your interaction with your...
St Albans?
St Albans.
Dan Botton in Finchley? Yeah.
It's been a pleasure to hear from you today. Hopefully you found the cricket interesting. Certainly it's been a challenge from a Gloucestershire perspective. Trying to get wickets at Bristol at the moment on pitches that are really good for batting. Zafar Gohar. Certainly can go back at the end of last season where the pitch against Durham really was, I think, prepared very much with him in mind. It's a different challenge for him here.
Yeah, you're right. These about as responsive as my 15-year-old daughter with an iPad in her hand.
It's really a patient operation, this. Worked off his thigh pad by Hildreth for a single. The one thing that you'd say is that Zafar clearly took the decision. He could have basically not been here at this point, but he chose to be here in case he was needed.
Yeah.
And this will be his 4th game out of 6. So that looks a genuinely good decision from his point of view. Chopped into the ground this time by Abel.
Yeah, I think he's
straight to wheel.
I think he's a good team man. I really do. I think he's wonderful in the field. He can do all the disciplines of the game pretty well.
Yeah, not very much an 8 with the bat.
Yeah.
Not a tail ender.
Yeah, and I think he gives it 100% every game, doesn't he? And I don't know. It's not for me to say what's gone on with Shaheen Shah Afridi at Middlesex, but he's disappeared off home quite quickly.
Here is Zafar Gohar round the wicket again off the back foot, using his feet to make room. Tom Abel and Jacob Bethel keeps them to a single at point. 259 for 3, 260 for 3 now as it ticks up. Hildreth is still quite a way ahead of his skipper in terms of runs scored, but not in terms of balls faced. He's very much on the bottom end of the balls faced, but he's just providing a very good support for his captain here. And our friend Just is back on from Slovenia. He wants to get them on the map for today.
Dobro večer.
Eating delightful traditional Bosnian food and watching Gloucestershire playing. He says, shout out to all Gloucestershire and Somerset supporters that watch on the stream.
Wheel into Abel, who plays off the back foot.
Let's go Gloss, he says. Take a few more today, please. Cheers. Just thank you for your input as ever. And I say, sometimes supporters email us from parts of the world where you just would not expect.
He's having Bosnian food. I hope you're having cevapi.
Cricket to be talked about.
I love cevapi. It's like a sort of a mincemeat sausage. As Abel defends that into the covers.
There is, unsurprisingly, there is not much movement at the moment, is there?
No, it's pretty flat out there.
I mean, the ball that Zach Chappell produced to get rid of Matt Renshaw probably would win any ball of the day competition.
It would, yeah. Keep the emails coming into us to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. As Wheel comes in short, ball to Tom Abel. It's in the air, one bounce down to long leg there. Wasn't totally in control of that, I don't think, but it's got a single. Moves on to 23. Hildreth on to 36. And Gloucestershire striving for this 4th wicket. Wheel to Hildreth, who defends that into the onside. We're glad Somerset supporters are enjoying the commentary as well. There were a few comments. Your friend Mr. James on social media, weren't there, saying that he's a little bit biased down at Hampshire.
Interesting to read some of the comments too about McCullum's appointment as the England Test coach.
As that's short, and Hildreth punches that into the offside.
So do you think a new coach will lead to some, not saying a lot, but some people getting a chance who might not previously have done so? Or some people getting a chance, having had a chance before and then been almost discarded? One S. Robson might be the name I think coming up with.
Yeah, he was touted in the Mirror, I think, this week. That's defended by Hildreth. I'd go younger. I think if we're having a red ball reset, let's reset properly and let's pick that lot who are 21, 22, 23, 24. I'd go James Bracey in there because, you know, I think that he is... he's got what it takes, and I don't think he's been given that proper opportunity. I'd go Josh Bohannon, and I think they've got to go with Harry Brook. I mean, he's averaging 158. He's scoring hundreds every week. And
well, did I read somewhere that his lowest score this season is 56 not out in a red ball innings?
Yeah, I mean, that was against Gloucestershire in the second innings, wasn't it? Here.
So that tells you what kind of form he's in. Zappa to continue, still with the old ball at the moment. We're counting down the overs to the new one, and it's a good stop. Very good stop. Caught that a bit on the bounce there, young Jacob Bethel. It's just checked by George Scott. Did that?
I think he's head-butted the floor.
Is he? How's that come out, I wonder? Has he either got the ball on in his face as he's dived towards it?
No, I think it's hit him on the hand. Oh, is it hit him on the hand and hit him back in the face? Possibly.
Umpire's just checking and asking whether the medics can come out, and here is Dave Bartlett.
Just been busy, isn't he, Dave Bartlett?
Just to check that Jacob Bethel is okay. As you can see, we're in the 77th over, and it's just a kind of this is a so what happened then situation.
Yeah, let's see if we can see this. Can we see this from side on possibly? Where I think the ball's flicked up off Bethel's wrist, and as he's followed through in his dive, he's head-butted the ball back out to the next fielder along in the covers. It was a good stop though.
He has fielded well today.
Yeah, I like the look of him.
And they're clearly convinced he's all right. He hasn't called for a drink or anything. And Dave Bartlett, who was on a wander around the perimeter, trots back to the rest of the group that he was walking around the ground with. And Zafar Gohar will continue to Hildreth with a leg slip in now, and that's again into the ground, and it's bounced past George Scott. There's a chase for Bethel, having stopped the previous ball, and he'll come back for a couple. So remember, 96 overs a day in the championship, so in theory you have to bowl those by 6 o'clock, but there is a kind of an acceptance, I think, if an acceptance is the right word, that there is a 30-minute buffer, and certainly in the Yorkshire and Surrey matches both teams were very much using that. We may not quite get that far today. 20 overs to go from 5 o'clock. We'll be Certainly past 6, mind you. And Van Buren's come across from leg slip to give it an extra man on the offside. So you've now got a point, a short extra cover, an orthodox cover and a mid-off. And Hildreth lunges forward at that. And Zaffer just making sure, after what he had a quiet word from Nigel Long earlier on, even then when the ball stopped mid-pitch, he leaned right across so he wasn't going to be stepping on the line of the ball. The potential line of the ball at some later point. Van Buren in on the catch there, really. But nothing offered from Hildreth. 207 at the fall of the last wicket. Zaffer round the wicket. And again, Hildreth defends.
Oh, that one a little bit slower, didn't he?
Yeah, 3 overs to go until the second new ball, and one assumes
with stupid boy. But good fielder. Wheel into Abel, who defends that. He's far from stupid. Jacob Bethel, he's grew up in Barbados, 18 years old. Went to Harrison College there, which includes amongst its alumni Sir Clyde Walcott. He then got a scholarship to rugby school over here. And Ian Bell described him as the best 17-year-old he has ever seen. He's just signed a 3-year deal with the Bears from 21, and that's down the leg side, and Abel gets that fine. That's well worked away, and you can't bowl there to Tom Abel. 4 runs.
Particularly on a fast outfield, and with that being a relatively short boundary,
yeah,
that was going to race away. To be fair, Chappell is quite wide there at long leg, but even if he was fine, he'd struggle to have cut that off.
Averaging 50 before today this season, Tom Abel. As he defends that one. Yeah, as I said, including that beautiful 150 against Surrey, where we had Gareth Batty on our podcast, and he said they went at him properly, Surrey. They went properly hard at him. And Hashim Amla came off the pitch and said, wow, that was test intensity. And Tom Abel came through it. Wheel to him and plays that one. Looks like he's got a lot of time at the wicket, doesn't he?
It does look like he has, and that's a balance between his own skill set, the pace of this pitch, and a soft ball. I suggest it's probably a mix of all of those 3 things.
Yeah.
But he doesn't look in any bother at all at the moment.
No, 2 overs after this till the new ball is due. And Gloucestershire need a breakthrough. Defended into the covers.
Well, I think it's going back to the Surrey game. Was it 12 wickets in 3 days?
Yeah, including 3 in the first hour. They certainly made us work as commentators, didn't they? I think I used up all my stories there, Ian.
We've had your 1 test wonders, by the way, today. I've given half a dozen or so out. You got any more you can add?
That's gone through to Bracey, who again doesn't take that cleanly and is wringing his hand. Let's keep an eye on that one. Well, I came up with Alan Butcher, and I came up with Darren Pattinson, and I came up with Paul Parker, and
I'll let you off.
try to think who else was there.
There was quite a long list, to be fair. There's the Somerset card. Hildreth.
Kabir Ali.
You could have Kabir Ali. We didn't have Kabir Ali, but we could have Kabir Ali.
Yeah.
And actually, here's the one that I was struggling with earlier. It took me about half an hour to think of this gentleman's name. Dan was talking about Steve Kirby and the fact that a player who played for both Gloucestershire and Somerset, as Zafar into the right-handed, long-sleeved, shirted James Hildreth out on the offside.
Who's that player?
Jamal Hussain was the name I was struggling to get. It took me a long time to get there. Had one good season at Gloucestershire, and then went to Somerset and didn't really hit the same heights there at all. And in fact, sort of faded out of first-class cricket after that.
Who did he play for?
So he started here.
Yeah.
But
was he a one-test wonder?
No. But in terms of players who played for both, who played for both Gloucestershire and Somerset.
Sorry. Yeah. Talking one-test wonders, John Lewis, was he one?
So Lewis. Zafar around the wicket, and again, Hildreth happy to defend. I think he's being respectful here, isn't he? He's not. If Zafar's bowled a good ball on a decent line, he'll defend it and wait for the next one in case there is one that he can cut. That's where, if anything, he's tended to pick up his runs. That was a little flick off his pads for a single, but generally, if there's been runs available, it's been off the back foot from the spinner. But Zafar has bowled 13 overs for 38, with only one maiden in that. So that's perhaps an evidence that there's always a ball in there where you can just nick a single to rotate the strike. There's the view looking at those in the Marker Lane and the Jack Russell stands in front of the apartments, and the apartments too fairly well populated as we tick beyond 5 o'clock. People perhaps have come home a little early, and Graham Van Buren.
It's Jacob Bethel, isn't it?
Is it Bethel? Going to give the ball to Jacob Bethel.
Yeah.
So this may only be one over, but this is the 80th over, and the youngster's going to have a bowl.
Yeah, here he comes.
So he does bowl slow left arm, but in his other first-class appearance, he didn't bowl at all.
From the pavilion end. Nice high action, just angled into the legs of James Hildreth, but lovely action. Gets over that front leg nicely, pivots off that front foot.
And you'd be pretty sure that Somerset wouldn't have seen much of him.
No. Darts one in, Hildreth rocks onto the back foot, plays it out to deep cover for a single. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. 270 it is now. Hildreth moves into the 40s.
Higgins is limbering up.
Yeah, it's just to get one through the new ball. Oh, there's a little bit of a shout. One sneaks along the deck. Keeps a little low with the old ball. Nothing. It was a short ball anyway, but Abel just needs to be a little bit careful. Bethel into Abel, who just whips that one into the onside, scatters the pigeons on the ends there, who now start flying towards us.
But not into our commentary box, I'm pleased to say.
No. Here's Bethel, short, and Hildreth rocks onto the back foot, cuts that out to the deep cover boundary for a single. 272 the score. Hildreth on to 41. Abel on 29. As Abel cuts. Somerset formed in 1875, although they didn't gain first-class status until 1895, 20 years later. But I think we are going to see a brand new Cherry.
Well, Ryan Higgins is certainly coming on, and here is the new ball. There's the signal from by Nigel Long, and new ball to be taken straight away. So just one over, you would think, from Jacob Bethel makes it 7 bowlers used by Gloucestershire today, and Ryan Higgins to come back for another space ball. 17 overs already, 1 for 65, and still 16 overs to go on the day. So we'll be about a 6:15 finish, I would have thought, that sort of time. Chappell might well fancy another blast from the far end. He has 2 of the wickets, but Gloucestershire need at least a couple in this hour, Dan, don't they?
They certainly do.
Here's Higgins to try and provide an instant return for his reintroduction.
Yeah, they certainly do. Otherwise, they're going to be looking at, conceding 600 again, and looking at a very awkward last hour, maybe hour and a half tomorrow evening.
Yeah, and that would mean that Somerset would have, fresh bowlers after a day and a half's rest, possibly more. Here's Higgins in, and a long way down the pitch there, James Hildreth. There was an appeal from Ryan Higgins, but never likely to be answered in the affirmative. And you effectively have fresh bowlers twice, which is exactly what happened last year.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Abel will remember that. Thankfully, Gloucestershire did win the game at Taunton, but that was beforehand. And here, James Bracey's going to stand up to Ryan Higgins to keep Hildreth in his crease. And Hildreth from the crease just stands as tall as he can and defends back up the pitch.
But again, Gloucestershire want at least 2 bonus points, bowling bonus points here, and they've got 30 overs to get 3 wickets. That's been the story of their season. They've competed, but always come from behind, and their first innings they've struggled a little bit.
Higgins with Bracey now right behind James Hildreth. Again, that's a more accurate affair, and just defended. So a little bit of acclimatisation here to the second new ball.
See, that's good cricket there from James Bracey. He's pinned Hildreth back in his crease there. Doesn't allow Hildreth to walk down the wicket to Higgins.
43 Somerset added in those overs against the old ball. So a little bit of that was a break relative to what had gone before. Now, can they really make some inroads here with this second new ball? I'll take you back to Dan's stat about the Surrey match. 294 for 4 they were at the close of the first day. Well, Somerset will be quite a way beyond that, you would think. Higgins in all down the leg side. Bracey, has he taken that? No, he hasn't. Oh, he has. He has stopped it.
He stopped it.
He did really well. No, he didn't. It wasn't a clean take, but I had visions of that go speeding away for
clattering
four byes, but he did well to stop it.
Yeah.
I hope that hand isn't too sore at the end of today, because Bracey certainly a couple of occasions has he's taken the right glove off at the moment, because he's bringing the helmet back to this end of the ground, this Seat Unique Stadium here in Bristol. So the Ashley Down Road end, Bracey's put the helmet down, and he'll go back to standing back to Zach Chappell, who's going to be sharing the new ball with Higgins. And I think on the basis of what we've seen today, that's got to be the right call.
Yeah, 100%. He's thought he's bowled really well, Zach Chappell. He's been there or thereabouts with almost every delivery. He's hardly bowled any rubbish at all. And he's made them work for their runs. Here he is approaching the crease, and Abel lets that one go through to James Bracey. 2 slips in now with the new ball. George Scott at first, Miles Hammond at second, and we've got Marcus Harris in that sort of floating position. It's a very fine gully. Is it like a floating 5th slip, or is it like a fine gully? And we got point, extra cover, mid on, square leg, and there's a long leg down to our left. As Chappell comes in and Abel gets up on his toes, defends that out to Marcus Harris in that position. He'll be looking forward to having a bout on this, won't he, Marcus Harris, I think. Taking on Craig Overton. That's going to be the real battle.
And Peter Siddle.
And Peter Siddle, yeah.
His former Victorian teammate.
Yeah. No, I'm really looking forward to that one. Chappell. And that is defended to Harris. So it's a little shy at the stumps, underarm. Abel goes walkabout, but he's back in his ground comfortably, and the ball misses the stumps, and it's backed up.
Abel's been in for 2 hours and 20 minutes for his 29. And not, some of that is about balls faced, and he and Hildreth now almost identical on that. But Hildreth has got 41.
Chappell to Abel. Play to mid on, no run. There's definitely something of Michael Stipe of REM about Zach Chappell.
Just a hint of a little bit of stubble there, as well as the...
Yeah, he's got a goatee. Yeah, and here he comes in. Squares Abel up a little bit there. Plays it out into the offside.
This is, if you... so neither you or me, or certainly not me, I don't know whether to your knowledge, have been professional cricketers. And it is that concept, isn't it, of returning for a 3rd spell or even a 4th spell in the day, and you've got to be as effective, no loss of pace, compared to the 1st or 2nd ball you bowled.
Yeah, that must be hard. That must be really hard. This Chappell comes in, and Abel drops it at his toes, wants a quick single, doesn't get one. So Chappell there, and obviously he's got a gig to play tonight as well, and there's a few shiny happy people out there in front of the Thatcher's bar.
I'll get my coat, I think. Can't match that. There are the bowling figures of today. George Scott's only bowl was this morning before lunch. Really, that was to try and quell the runs at that stage. Did a reasonable job, but there was a couple of full tosses in there that were put away. Higgins then to continue his duel with Hildreth, and even if the runs did dry up a bit for Somerset, they have scored well today. So whilst we were saying that there was a possibility of them pushing on, and they haven't quite done that yet, and you have to credit the Gloucestershire bowlers for sticking to task, they're still in a very good position. Higgins in. I mean, the thing I suppose is that what you might say, and to come back to your point about the 600 played 400 in the Surrey match, do Somerset wonder how they might get 20 wickets on this, and therefore they've got to try and make sure they get as many batting bonus points as they can, because if it is going to be a draw, well, you just maximise and squeeze everything out of it that is possibly yours. Higgins in, clipped away on through the leg side. That might be 4. It's well placed and it will go all the way to the rope at wide mid-wicket. Just pick the delivery there. That was all about the placement of the shot, not about the power of it. Just clipped away by Hildreth. It was just about on leg stump, probably going down leg side, but
straying, erring.
Yes,
yeah,
that's a good word. And his stance is much straighter than Abel's is much more square. Hildreth's much more classical stance in a way. Must be a bit of bat and pad there, out on the leg side. But he remains a really good batsman and someone who's given Somerset tremendous value. Higgins in, or outside the off stump, and Bracey whips the bails off, but Hildreth was well back.
He's a handsome player, isn't he, Hildreth? He's good to watch and very pleasing on the eye. He's doesn't try and hit it too hard, he just times it beautifully.
Richard Elliott's been in touch on the email, says, go Gloss, hello both, thanks for the commentary today. I'm in my home office working from there. Here's Higgins in, defended by Hildreth. You may be able to see me occasionally, as I can see you from my open window behind the roof in the gap between the pavilion and the Hammond roof. Interesting. Bit of an issue as the live stream is a couple of minutes behind the live action, so I hear the user and ask before you commentate on them. I'm about to wrap up, really, on a day like this, and treat myself to a few overs and maybe a cider. Give me a mention, I'll give you a wave. Go Gloss. Thank you, Richard. So yes, you must be literally in one of the houses very, very close to the ground. You wouldn't be able to see all of the ground, I suspect, from your home office, but you're not far to get here when it's free after tea.
Good view of the wicket today, though. Here's Chappell in, squares Abel up again a little bit, but
yes, as it's pitch 13 today and not say pitch 19.
Yeah,
a much better view, I'd suggest.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, the one that we had Exeter University on pre-season would have been absolutely useless for him, wouldn't it? You'd have seen the covers. And that was about it, but certainly a little bit warmer here today than it was against Exeter University, wasn't it?
That was
about 5 degrees.
Oh, that was cold.
Chappell in. Oh, glorious from Abel. Just works him through the onside there. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way. It's a long old chase there. He's going to get 3, might even get 4. No, he turns down the 4th. Or Hildreth turns down the 4th.
Yeah, when you're 37, you don't want to be sprinting a 4th run on the throw, do you?
No, not really. Not really. It's especially when you haven't hit it yourself.
I did wonder actually, as Matt Taylor was running towards the boundary rope, whether it might be a chance of an all-round 4 because the ball was just holding up. Taylor stopped it, but he got it. He's throwing quickly. That was the key point.
If you've hit it yourself, you turn for the 5th, don't you? But when it's somebody else's runs, you say no. Chappell in, and Hildreth works that one gently into the behind square on the onside.
I wonder how Dale Benkenstein will sort of sum up the bowling effort today.
Yeah,
I think the feeling would be too many 4 balls before lunch. By and large, that has quietened down since. But I think we totted. I think there were 19 boundaries in the morning session. That's a lot.
Chappell in, and Abel firmly behind that. Abel on 32. Hildreth just 4 runs shy of his 50. 13
Well,
overs
we've mentioned
left
this
in the day.
before about milestones. People have tended to get out. So Renshaw did get past 5,000 runs, but he didn't get his 100. Banton was still short of his 1,000 runs when he got out. Hildreth coming up to 18,000 runs.
It's Tom Abel in his 99th first-class game for Somerset. Plays it out into the covers. Not wishing Tom
Hildreth
Abel to get
started
out. He's a
needing
lovely guy.
68 to get to 18,000 runs, and he's on 46 at the moment.
Abel regarded as the nicest man in county cricket.
Says who?
One of the staff in the office, actually, here at Gloucestershire, which, yeah.
Well, I believe you when you say you've spoken to him, met him, and how
Evades a bouncer
how
there from
amenable he
Chapel.
is.
Yeah, he is. He's a good guy. He's a good man. And I did tell him I'm a little bit nervous about my car over there in the car park. So
Well,
I don't want
we've only had the one Banton blow that's cleared the rope today.
Yeah, I said to Abel, I don't want you hitting my car over there. And he said to me, don't worry, I don't hit it that far. But he does, I tell you.
So more emails to get through in due course. I'll try and if I can see what I can do in this over.
I'm struggling to actually see my screen. with
Yeah,
the
so
sun.
maybe I might have to take one or two of these down. Here is Higgins coming in from the Ashley Down Road end. That's again played cut away off the back foot by Hildreth. They'll take two. They might get one on the throw. Certainly Abel will be looking for it. And Hildreth goes to 49. Mike Cook, our friend from Florida, is on the email. Hi guys, he's hoping for the New England Red Bull duo. The New England Red Bull duo will give opportunities to players that deserve it on ability and not the county they play for. Obviously it's a bit late for Andy Stovall, said in context, but maybe a chance for Chris Dent. True, Mike, if Chris wasn't injured at the moment, he may not play first team cricket again. There's Higgins in, clipped away by Abel. That's well placed. He'll only get two for it though, because there's a man coming round on the boundary down there. Zach Chappell is away by the club office. Dent with ankle ligament trouble. I don't think we'll see him again Red Bull wise, possibly until the Cheltenham Festival in the middle of July. So certainly New Zealand wise he wouldn't get an opportunity. Brian says, just saying hello from a sunny Peacehaven just outside Brighton. Here is Higgins in. That's a nice carry off a new ball through to James Bracey. Not the most exotic location for the global map, but hey ho, Somerset fan. Think it's our day so far. Can someone give the camera at the end Zahra is bowling from a little wipe before tomorrow, please? We'll see what we can do on that. Brian, thanks for getting in touch. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage anyway. Aidan Hamilton says that we're here in Marseille watching the Somerset batters. Lucky man.
Ooh la la.
Higgins in. That's clipped away off his pads by Abel. He'll only get one because Chappell's throw is quickly in from fine leg. Replayers who've played only once for England, the name Mark Lathwell came to mind. But it's
he played twice.
He played twice. Quite. It's exactly what Aidan said. You can see the email here. He played two games, not the one. And a couple more from Jihan and Mike I'll get to in a moment.
A couple who played twice. Steve James played twice for England.
He is coming to our Cricket Society next winter, Steve James.
Cheltenham Cricket Society?
Yeah, Lydney man, of course. Higgins in and defended by Hildreth, who's on 49 at the moment. Jihan says, people say cricket is becoming a batter's game. Could there be merit for the fielding side having a coin toss at 40 overs into the innings if they have the option of a new ball? Would this redress the balance? That's an interesting question.
Ooh.
Or would this hinder the development of spinners? You see that you've answered your own question there, Jihan, haven't you?
Yeah.
Great idea initially, and then you think about the ramifications of it. Higgins again to Hildreth.
Yeah, I mean, you'd kill spin bowling completely, wouldn't you? I mean, with the sort of one-day competitions as well, spin bowling has changed because it's very different bowling in white ball cricket to red ball cricket. And spinners bowl darts, they bowl flatter, and you don't get the loop so much that you do in red ball cricket. As a spinner, say, trying to bowl a side out in the fourth innings with men around the bat, and you're trying a bit of F&G, a bit of flight and guile, and you don't get that so much in white ball cricket, and that would just kill it completely. But I like the way he's thinking.
Yeah,
there.
it's a left field suggestion, isn't it? Anything is tribal.
Yeah.
And Mike Unwin says, could I ask you to mention the refreshed online Somerset Cricket Museum? Might consider that done. Gloucestershire, of course, have a site here at the Ashley Down Road end with certain historical artefacts as well. That's more of a physical thing, but happy to mention the refreshed Somerset Online Museum. No doubt you've got some input in that, so happy to give your work due recognition. Here, 286 for 3. We have still 11 overs to go on the day. Might not quite get to my 360, but they won't be far short. Wouldn't have thought. Sort of maybe might get to 340 perhaps, but that's still a very good return for Somerset, having been put in.
Yeah, here's Zach Chappell going to bowl to Tom Abel. And Abel nurdles him into the onside. It's a lovely story from Somerset, actually. It involves Dennis Breakwell and Brian Rose from that successful Somerset side for the late 70s. And it's a John Player League game, and it's quite a tight run chase. And Brian Rose, who's already out, can't do anything about it, is captain. He's turning the air blue. He says to Breakwell, get your pads on. He said, I would do, Skip, but you made me 12th man earlier. Chappell into Abel. Lets that one go outside. The off stump through to the gloves of James Bracey.
Just say at the moment, Hildreth is on 49 from 95 balls. And he's not looked at any bother, has he?
No.
Not at all.
No, he's been completely comfortable. And
Abel actually, so Hildreth in a very relaxed way has looked comfortable.
Yeah.
Abel in a more, I'll think of the word after this ball.
Chappell into Abel, who defends that. Accumulative.
Yeah, sort of in a more studied textbook kind of way.
Yeah.
I want to use the word stiff, but that wouldn't be quite right. Almost a little bit restrictive in his compact would be a better word, perhaps.
Yeah, he knows his game, doesn't he? He doesn't play outside his areas, and I think he's. I like the look of him. I think test-wise, I like the look of him. Chappell, and that's well played, and good sprawling stop there out mid-off, and Abel scampers through, rotates the strike, gets a single.
And this has been kind of a, not every day, but a little bit of a mirror image of quite a few days we've seen in Bristol this year, but also in the games at Southampton and at Northampton in particular.
Yep.
Gloucestershire trying really hard to compete, but on good pitches you do notice the difference between Division 2 and Division 1.
Chappell in, and that's down the leg side and tickled around the corner. Nice and fine. So cheers and applause from the Somerset faithful, and that's James Hildreth's 50 there, which is a really, really lovely knock, which comes off
96, I think.
96 balls.
7 fours.
7 fours, and he's been there 15 minutes short, or 14 minutes short of 2 hours. Pretty innings.
Yeah, attractive.
Yeah. Chappell into Hildreth, plays it into the onside. A little shy at the stumps there, well backed up.
That was Higgins' competitive edge coming out there. That was perhaps a little bit of frustration as well at having a long day that hadn't brought him a whole pile of wickets.
Well, it's good to see. This is a derby game. Gloucestershire are at home. They're up against it. They're trying to make things happen, and I like to see that.
Matt Taylor returning. So Higgins' stint with the new ball over.
10 overs left.
Yeah, 20 overs for 75 today for Ryan Higgins. Only 3 maidens as well, which is, again, probably says that it's been hard to stifle this Somerset attack. They've been looking to, bat positively. And Matt Taylor then from the Ashley Down Road, and I think for the first time today he's bowled all his other overs from the far end and to the quite open stanced Abel in the first instance. That's off his hip firmly down to deep fine leg in front of the offices. Those who've been on the terrace above the Thatchers have had a very pleasant day.
Yeah.
And if you have booked hospitality at the ground for this match in particular, you probably book it quite a long way ahead, and you just hope that it's a nice day weather-wise.
Yeah.
That's part of the whole attraction, and they've been very, very fortunate with the weather here today, and indeed this season as a whole, bar that last day of the Surrey game. And there's a big appeal and a wicket for Matt Taylor. A wicket for Matt Taylor. Hildreth goes with a nick to James Bracey, and I think he knew he'd hit it as well. So a reward at last for Gloucestershire, with this fourth wicket stand being broken, and Taylor very economical this morning, a little bit more expensive this afternoon, but he gets a feather of an edge off the outside of James Hildreth's bat, and he's got to go, having just reached his half century, and he too will fall short of 18,000 runs. He'll need another knock to get those.
Yeah,
but he's out for 53.
He'll be disappointed because he's batted really well. He's got to the milestone, and he'll want to push on and get that 100. He hasn't scored 100 for a while, and he will be really, really disappointed because he was properly in there, and he hasn't scored 100. No, it's not. It's a different stat. Sorry, I'm talking absolute gibberish.
No, that's unlike you, Dan. Stephen Davis coming out at number 6, the Somerset keeper, and obviously we now go back to the right-hand, left-hand combination.
Yeah,
he's
an elegant cover driver. He does hit the ball in the air though, Davis. He hits it through that sort of arc of extra cover to sort of backward point in the air. And let's see if Gloucestershire have set a field here for that. Be interesting to see.
Yes, they're still really to count it as an even day. They probably still need 2 wickets in these remaining overs.
Brad Wheels just going to point, but he's not that far backward. And Davis does hit it, especially early on in his innings.
A chat from Zach Chappell there to Matt Taylor, who, red ball wise, wouldn't have bowled a lot at Stephen Davis. You can get all sorts of information about players, but bowling at them is a different issue. And here he is, and Davis immediately gets that pretty soundly in the middle, out towards Wheel, who is at point. So we're back to 2 slips and a gully again, now for Matt Taylor. Big gap on the leg side. Zafagahar's he's got an acre there to try and police at mid-wicket. Nobody between him and the man down at fine leg. Just Higgins and Zafar in front of square on the leg side. It's outside the off stump from Matt Taylor. That's 2 sets of stumps wide of the off stump. So an easy one to leave for the new man. Hildreth 53 off 98. And a second catch of the day for James Bracey.
Yeah, Davis struggled a little bit with the bat. He got 51 against Essex.
Matt Taylor in again to bowl to him. And he gets solidly behind it.
Just Norton won against Surrey, and his place must be under a little bit of threat. He's been around a long time now, Davis.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, basically only one score this season. That 51.
Tom Banton can keep wicket as well. He keeps in the white ball side. So Davis's place must be under a little bit of pressure.
Matt Taylor passed on by Nigel Long, and Davis is away with a single to the left of Zafika Hart, and Matt Taylor will get his. Does he want his hat? The umpire says, and Taylor doesn't want his glasses, his sunglasses, but just the cap. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 37. His figures. There's the story of the day. Big first wicket stand between Lammonby and Renshaw. 172 for the first wicket, almost taking half of the day's play. That stand between those two, and then since then Gloucestershire have chipped away, but you really want one big stand like that, and the rest of the order can bat from that platform. Hildreth's already got a half century. Abel's still there. They've got people below Davis who can bat.
They bat all the way, don't they?
Right down to potentially Siddle at number 11.
Chappell into Davis. Just nurdled round the corner for a single. Davis, again, he's another one who made his debut back in 2005, same year as Hildreth, for Worcestershire. Finished above Graham Hick in the averages that year, but played for England in white ball cricket in 2009, but was replaced by a man familiar to many Somerset fans, Craig Keysvetter. And it was Keysvetter who became the wicket-keeper as England won the T20 World Cup that year.
So I got a thought here, and it relates to the Somerset squad as a whole for this game rather than the team.
Chappell to Abel, leaves that low. Go
So
on.
we've seen some changes in the Gloucestershire side with a move towards some younger players. In the 13 that Somerset named for this game, there are 4 players who are 37,
Yeah.
and 1 who is 35. So, is there going to be a changing of the guard, do you think, to some degree? When clearly Siddle is an overseas, but Van der Merwe, Brooks, Hildreth, Davis, you take those 4 out, there's got to be other people, either other county signings coming in or younger players coming in.
That's left through to Bracey. They've got a wonderful academy there, and Steve Kirby's working with the bowlers, and they've got people like Ned Leonard coming through the system, Casey Aldridge, and then they've got.
I mean, Goldsworthy would be a possible a batter who bowls.
Goldsworthy, Ben Green. They've got James Rue, who looks a real talent. Will Smead, who's been a wonderful T20 and white ball cricketer. So they've got them coming through. And they've got a big catchment area in the southwest. They encompass Somerset, Devon, Cornwall, and they've got them really coming through. So I don't think they need to go into the loan market. Chappell comes in to Abel, and that's gloriously punched through the offside. He's going to get a couple for no, he's just going to get the one actually. So yeah, they've got these good youngsters coming through the system there, and Sonny Baker's another one who I really like the look of. I think he'll be a fantastic cricketer. Long way to go, but I think they might be supplying a few from their talent pipeline into the England side in future years. I think they're that good. As Chappell comes in to Steve Davis. Davis, who went to Surrey 2009, spent 7-8 years there, and then went to Somerset in 2016. And he played 8 one-day internationals, 5 T20 internationals. He scored 14,000 runs at 37 apiece, which is more than respectable. For a wicket-keeper bat coming in the middle order, you'd take that, wouldn't you?
Oh, I should say.
Chappell into him, and just defends that into the offside.
He has batted higher on quite a lot of.
I think he's batted like. I think he opened at Surrey for a little bit, didn't he?
You know, if you are a batter, you can almost say that. Can you bat anywhere in? If you're a genuine batsman, can you bat anywhere in the order?
295 for 4. Davis on 2. Abel on 38, and we've got 8 overs left in the day. Still a gorgeous evening here in Bristol.
Well, Somerset have slowed up a bit.
They have, yeah, they have. But I think if they end up sort of 330 for 4, they'd take that, wouldn't they?
Yep, they've still had a decent day, and in a sense, the wickets column is the most important thing.
Yeah,
I mean they have to bear in mind that other sides have found it hard to take wickets here at Bristol this season. Therefore, this pitch may be no easier for them, and it could be a hard slog for 2 days if they are only going to bat once. But if they get a biggish total, then they might, in a sense, do what some sides do and not enforce the follow-on. Clipped away. And there'll just be one more. Davis rotating the strike with Abel here. Abel on to 39.
Yeah, they've got some big boys down the order who like to give it a biff. Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton. Big strong lads.
Higgins is trotting across from mid-on to go back into the slips here. I wonder if that's because has somebody gone off. George Scott's gone down to fine leg, and Van Buren's come across to mid-on, so quite sure why they've made that change. But Taylor over the wicket to Davis, and it's a halfway house that for one delivery, and Scott will now allow Higgins to go down to fine leg. So I wonder if Higgins might have a go from that other end.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just going to have a little graze down at fine leg for a few overs before maybe coming back for the last 3 or 4 from the pavilion end.
Well, bear in mind, you have to do that now. There are only 8 left. Here's Taylor in, and Davis goes again for a little walk, having let that last delivery go. Yes, he was going to have another burst, then it's probably going to be almost straight away. You have joined us perhaps at the end of a working day, be it at home or not. You're welcome to be with us here at the Seat Unique Stadium, and Matt Taylor pitches that up, and Stephen Davis again defends. But we had a lot of correspondence from Surrey supporters and indeed Gloucestershire supporters about Surrey taking time out of the game again a fortnight ago on the second day, batting on when they arguably didn't need to. Now ultimately, of course, the weather beat everybody in that game because there was no play on the 4th day. But Somerset might have to factor that in here a little bit. Here is Matt Taylor in, and that beats Davis. That's a good delivery. That's our view. That's a wide angle from the top of the pavilion. I think Davis just nudged at that but didn't get a touch. And equally, if it takes them a long time to get the first innings wickets, do they then risk going again with the bowlers, or do they have a quick thrash for 90 minutes just to give them a bit more of a breather? It's a delicate balance, isn't it, when you bat big in the first innings on what appears to be a really good pitch.
Yeah, It will be interesting to see if Tom Abel thinks this pitch will deteriorate, whether it's, with sun on it, will we see it deteriorate more than we saw in the Yorkshire and Surrey games? It just got better and better as it went on. This is Wheel in 2.
So, Abel.
So Abel.
This is not a quiz question with a speed gun attached to it necessarily, but Overton and Siddle would be quicker than anything Gloucestershire have got?
No, I think Wheel's probably quicker than Siddle. Yeah, I don't think Siddle.
Okay.
I don't think Siddle. I mean, Siddle's 37 now. He's not that. He's a good bowler, but I wouldn't say he's express. Craig Overton. Wheel comes in. Craig Overton's not as quick as Jamie. He was a little bit quicker a few years back. He's one of these bowlers seems to have got into the England setup and lost a little bit of pace, as a number of them have done in recent years. But Wheel, if they can winkle out Tom Abel before the close of play, they'll be happy with that. Wheel comes in and
see, Hampshire last week had a position where they could have enforced the follow-on but didn't.
Yeah,
but they clearly felt that the time in the game was on their side then, which ultimately it turned out to be.
Yeah, and I thought there was a little bit more for the bowlers in that wicket at the bowl, at the Ageas Bowl, than there is generally at Bristol. Wheel in to Abel. Oh, that's a good leave.
Judged that well.
The reason I like Abel and why I think he's got England potential is he's got a very good defence. And at Test level, you've got to have that defence before any of the flashy shots. We've seen a number of batsmen who've got wonderful attacking shots in recent years. People like Jason Roy or the like of, those guys who haven't quite made it. And what I like about Tom Abel, he's got just a normal stance. Wheel comes into him, defends it off the back foot. He's got a normal stance. He's not like, Burns or Sibley where they're leg side dominant or they've got idiosyncratic techniques. He's just textbook.
The stance is a bit open.
He's a little bit open.
That's the only thing you'd say.
Yeah, he does get squared up a little bit. But he's, he's averaging 50 and I'm not. So he's,
yeah, indeed.
He looks. I really like the look of him.
His overall career average is 33.
Yeah,
it's climbing as a
Wheel
result of
into him. He defends them
efforts this season. And the other thing too is that clearly his side have given him a very good base today, but he's come in and he's batted at his own pace. Now, if he's 40 not out at the close, having batted for 3 hours, he won't be bothered about that.
No. It's whether he's got the second gear, whether he can kick on tomorrow. I'm sure he'll have a look in the morning. He'll bat at this pace in the morning and have a look, and then he'll look to kick on.
But at the moment, I think Somerset are just trying to carefully negotiate their way to the close, 4 down.
Yeah, they don't need to do anything different. So there's 90 overs gone. 296 for 4. Abel 39. Davis on 2, and we're going to see Matt Taylor from the Ashley Down Road end.
Taylor just down to our right hand side, that's outside the off stump, and Davis doesn't need to play at that. As I thank you to our friends in Slovenia and literally over the road who have been in touch on the email today from we are talking literally almost all points of the compass, near and far, and thanks for your interaction today. Hope you've enjoyed whatever you've seen, all or part of the day's cricket here. Pleasant day to play, actually, you'd have thought. We haven't had any drinks breaks at all. I mean, some players have been fielding in sweaters, but some not. Batting wise the same, but it's been hard competitive cricket.
Surely in this game, Ian, it should be the Thatcher's cider hydration break.
Probably.
West Country derby.
Taylor in, and again Davis lets that go. How close was that? Probably not as close as the ooh would have you believe.
Where I stay when I'm down in the West Country, I stay in a little village called Winscombe, which is probably halfway between Bristol and Taunton. And they're so obsessed with cider there, they even have cider slush, like a slush puppy type cider in the pub. And Thatcher's is built or made in the village next door in Sandford.
Taylor over the wicket, down the leg side. Bracey pulls off a very good take. Half an appeal, strangled appeal really. Not much more than that. Until the grin from Miles Hammond maybe thought that they heard something, but it wasn't off the bat in Nigel Long's view. You can see only Hammond appealed. So, enthusiastic appealers in cricket up and down the game, up and down the pyramid. Taylor in, Davis defends. Back up the pitch, dribbles up past the umpire and fielded by Brad Wheel.
Talking Miles Hammond, I see last week in the game against Hampshire we had a Hammond and an organ playing.
Yes, somebody spotted that. I did notice. Yes, pulling out all the stops and all that stuff.
I didn't know that was mentioned.
Yeah, oh yeah. You can always spot a cricket supporter. They could come up with some great lines like that. Slower ball from Taylor out the back of the hand, but not bought by Stephen Davis. 296 for 4. The wicket to fall since tea. That of James Hildreth, caught behind by James Bracey off Matt Taylor for 53 when the score was 292. So they've only added 4, these two, since Davis came to the middle. But for Somerset, it's about being 4 wickets down at the start of tomorrow. And that, of course, is exactly where Surrey were 2 weeks ago.
Certainly is. Well, 294 for 4.
They were.
And Somerset look like they're going to be in a similar position. Abel facing up, just works that one off his hips pleasantly, actually. He's timed it really well. And he could even get 4 for it. No, he doesn't. It's been well dragged in there. He's going to get 3, though.
Van Buren and Bethel on the chase, I think.
Yeah, very...
Skipper and youngster.
Very good bit of work there by Van Buren. Steve Davis about to face.
He's not had much of wheel so far.
That's punched pleasantly through the offside, and that's again another big chase. And that's hurled in, and that's the 300 up. Comes up in the 92nd over, 4 down. And pair of 3s to start the over.
That was Higgins on the chase on that occasion.
Steve Davis. I've been numerous sportsmen called Steve Davis over the years, haven't there? That's played, angled down into the gully.
Yeah, he's a Davies, though.
He's a Davies as opposed to a Davis, as opposed to this world snooker champ. I think there's been one in rugby union playing for Wales, isn't there, Steve Davis?
There probably would have been.
Must have been law of averages. Law of averages. His wheel into Abel, and he's got that one down to final leg. It might have come off the hip, I think it has, because there's a pre-signal from the umpire, and it is a leg bye. So he moves the score on to 303.
Tell you what's been noticeable today, just seeing Paul Baldwin signal the leg bye. Very few LBW appeals.
Yeah.
Very few.
Yeah.
In fact, you could probably have fingers spare on one hand for the number we've had today.
Yeah, I think there's probably been maybe three proper appeals. Davis just gets up onto his toes.
Ball hasn't beaten the bat hardly at all.
No, it hasn't. There's been not a lot of lateral movement there, and it's been a tough day. But Graham Van Buren won the toss and stuck them in. And if you do that, then on a flat one, it can be a tough game, can't it?
I wonder if I'll come back to that in a moment.
Here's Will in to Davis and plays that one nicely. That one might go all the way actually, and I think it will. Yes, he's cut that one away. Off the back foot, just punched it through the offside. And that's an expensive over. 307 for 4. Abel 42. Davis has moved on to 9. And you were going to come on to that one.
Yeah, 17 overs for Brad Wheel for 71 today. Sometimes sportsmen say about sort of staying in a game over, to make it go as far as you can, still with a chance. I wonder if Van Buren thought in his mind that Gloucester have been short of first innings runs. I don't want here to say we're going to bat first and then finally get bowled out cheap, because then you're almost not in the game at all.
That's true.
And here, one doesn't know how it might pan out, but Gloucestershire, with Matt Taylor continuing the attack, even if they concede 400 or more than 400, they'll have had a good look at the pitch. They'll know there are no demons in it, and they can set about trying to ensure they get as many bonus points and a draw out of the game as possible. Whereas if they'd have been bowled out for, I'm making this up, 240 on the first day, Somerset back big once, suddenly you're right up against it.
Yeah, but I don't think you can think like that. I think you've got to back yourself. I mean, you can't think negatively as a captain, think, right, if we get bowled out in the first innings or whatever, at least we've got the second innings, because I'll come on to it after this ball from Matt Taylor.
Round the wicket. Oh, it's a full toss, and that'll be 4. Abel was quickly onto that, as rightly he should have been.
Yeah, I think that if they get bowled out cheaply in the first innings here, having inserted Somerset, I think they've got a chance of having to bat out their skins to save the game.
Yeah, it's proving a hard first phase of the season for Gloucester, that's for sure, and this is the last game at the end of this phase, which therefore is liable to be the most sapping. Taylor around the wicket, and that's let go by Abel. He's got 46. Will he become the 4th man to pass 50 in the Somerset team tonight? There are 3 overs after this one. You've got to think he might get there this evening. I suspect he won't be bothered if he doesn't, provided he's there to start tomorrow.
Been a baptism of fire for Graham Van Buren and for Dale Benkenstein, isn't it?
It has. Abel waits again, and he won't get a single there. That's just played straight to George Scott at short mid-wicket. But we really emphasise the point, very few LBW appeals today. Gloucestershire have not dropped anything in terms of chances. Anything that's come their way, they've clung on to it. It's just been a good batting pitch, and Somerset really taking advantage of a strong first session. That's the way I think we'd sum it up. The way I'd sum it up anyway. On the bounce from Abel into the ground, partly stopped by Matt Taylor off his own bowling. But the result of that strong start is that even if they're 3 runs short of scoring 200 in the last 2 sessions, 114 in the first session this morning. So, you can't. I think that tends to be slightly above par at Bristol. If you look back, 100 runs a session is a pretty good effort on a easy pace pitch. Taylor Sting around the wicket, Abel into the gap, and that will be his 50. He's punched that away beautifully up past wide mid-off, and Abel goes to his half century from 124 balls and 6 fours.
Yeah, just over 3 hours for Tom Abel, and what a glorious shot to bring up your 50.
So 4 Somerset batsmen have now got to 50 today, and I wonder if we might see the skipper have a bowl at some point before the close. We are just past 6 o'clock. There are 3 overs to go, and after Wheel being a bit expensive in the last over, Zafar Gahar's going to have at least 1 from the pavilion end.
Yeah, and I think they just want to get off this pitch. It's been a tough day at the office. Get off the pitch, regroup.
I wonder who's sat with his pads on, if anybody is in the pavilion for Somerset. Probably Leach, perhaps?
I think Gregory would probably come out.
Do you?
Yeah, I think he's the type of individual that wouldn't want a night watchman. I think he'd probably just say, no, I'll get out there and I'll do it. He tends to lead from the front. He was T20 skipper up till this year, wasn't he? And Tom Abel now leads the club in all formats of the game.
Maybe captain, but that doesn't stop him doing anything anybody else would want to do. So he's in at short leg there. He hasn't given Jacob Bethel that job, which some captains might have done.
Missing Tom Lace.
So Van Buren's doing the job himself.
Zafar Gahar in, and nice play to Van Buren.
And we mentioned it briefly earlier in the day. It's his 50th first-class match for Gloucestershire, Van Buren.
Here's Zafar Gahar over the wickets, the left-handed Steve Davis, who nurdles that behind square, picks up a single, moves the score to 316, moves Davis into double figures.
Yeah, Somerset, from a Gloucestershire point of view, Somerset are in a dangerous position, aren't they?
Very much so, very much so.
They're in the pound seats, as my dad would say.
Lewis Gregory sounds like he's played a lot of T20 cricket around the world, and I'll come on to it after this ball. Zafar Gahar bowls to Tom Abel, who defends that one studiously. Sounds like he's played for a couple of football sides. In Bangladesh, he's played for Rangpur Rangers, and he's also played for Islamabad United.
It's like playing for one of the banks in Pakistan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Slipping a leg slip.
Abel defends. Yeah, who do we have in the Surrey game last time? It was someone who played for Water and, or maybe it was Harris Ralph in the Yorkshire game. Water and Electricity, was it?
Yeah, I think it was him, I think.
That's Abel, rocks onto the back foot, cuts that one away. He's got that forward press. It's slightly short. He then moves quickly onto the back foot to carve it away into the offside.
We've seen 7 bowls already, and Miles Hammond is doing some limbering up. We're going to have an 8th bowler on the day, do you think? With Hammond bowling 1 over from this end?
Yeah, I think so. Zafar Gahar, short. Davis doesn't want to take it on though at this stage of the day. Just prods it out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, we are going to see Hammond. So an 8th bowler on the day for Gloucestershire. True, Jacob Bethel has only bowled 1 over, and Hammond will only have bowled 1 over. But it's been quite a lot of work for the 4 seamers and for Zafar. Zafar will probably, both he bowls the last one, have 15 overs in the day, which is not an unreasonable work done on the first day of a 4-day game. Higgins 20, Chappell 18, Matt Taylor 18, Brad Wheel 17.
This will infuriate a certain school of thought that's doing the rounds on social media in the Gloucestershire groups that, Gloucestershire have had a squad pre-season 28, and they'll be saying, well, why do they need to bring in these loanees? And if you know your side well, why do you need to use 8 bowlers? Especially in the first innings of a game. It's not my personal school of thought, but there is a certain school of thought doing the rounds amongst the fans.
And Van Buren hasn't bowled himself.
No.
That's the other thing, which he might have done on another day. So here is Hammond in with his off spin and worked away by Abel behind square on the leg side.
Does Marcus Harris have a little bowl, do you know?
No, I don't think Harris bowls.
A bit of Bracey, ever seen him bowl?
Yes, I've seen Bracey bowl. He took a wicket in a game, in a Royal London game at Chelmsford that I was at. Here is Hammond, first and last over of the day, and that's just again played safely away by Abel. He certainly is able today with the bat. Sorry, couldn't you?
That's as bad as mine, Ian.
Yeah,
You've been around me for too long.
317 for 4 Somerset. All that just going to be a bit tight this time for Abel. We've got to the last but one over in the day before we used that. So,
email come in from Matthew Cleave. Could Tom Abel be the one to fill the troublesome number 3 position for England? No fuss, no frills. I think so. I really do.
Hammond once again to Abel. He just works that straight up to Brad Wheel at mid-on.
If you look at the guys who are there at the moment, people like in that top order, because at 3 you might as well be an opener, mightn't you? You could be in the second ball of the game. You look at, I think he's definitely a better bat than Zach Crawley.
Hammond all down the leg side and taken on the juggle by James Bracey. There's an email from David Baker, who is in Austin in Texas, which I'm just conscious that we've only got one over to go on the day, so I'll just mention that at the end of this over from Hammond, which sees Abel chop that into the ground. So Hammond finishes the action from this Ashdown Road end. There's one over to go. And David says, watching and listening here from Austin in Texas. I was born in Minehead in Somerset. Was there for 25 years. Thanks so much for the great streams around the ground. Bristol looks super. A little similar to Taunton with the folks on their apartment balconies looking on. Makes me wish that Somerset would get rid of that moth-eaten sheet at the Coopers County ground, which looks so awful in what has to be one of the most beautiful grounds. What does he mean by the moth-eaten sheet, I wonder? Love watching Hildy bat, an absolute Somerset treasure. Yes, Hildreth did look very comfortable today, but ultimately he was dismissed, having got to his half-century. Here's Zafar.
Zafar Gahar in, and Davis tickles him round the corner, gets a single. What's the moth-eaten sheet, I wonder?
Which looks awful in what has to be one of the most beautiful county grounds.
I mean, Somerset is a lovely ground. The church is in the background, and what a great little pub. The Ring of Bells is round the corner.
It is the ground of many pavilions too, is it not?
It is. It's got an Andy Caddick pavilion, Colin Atkinson pavilion, Marcus Trescothick pavilion. That's the new one. Zafar Gahar comes in and Tom Abel defends that.
No, I got to forget this. Is it the Undarche pavilion? Oh no, is that the Andy Caddick one now? Has that been renamed?
Yeah, I think it's the Andy Caddick. Yeah. It used to, the old, where the Marcus Trescothick pavilion's been built. I'm sorry that they knocked that old thing down with it. It's old media box up there. Was it the pigeon loft or something?
The potting shed.
Potting shed, that was it. That's played defensively by Abel. They used to do a lovely carvery there on a Sunday with really nice pork rolls with apple sauce. Oh.
Don't get him started.
Oh. Zafar Gahar into Tom Abel. Tom Abel carefully prods that one back to him. They won't want to lose a wicket now. Only a few balls left in the day. I think 2 balls left in the day now. Gahar left arm around the wicket, and Abel plays that one out into the covers for a single.
I'm surprised he attacked that quite so vigorously.
Yeah.
One ball to go.
Yeah, but Zafar is going to stay. No, he's not. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Davis. I think Abel was just daydreaming there on the wrong side of the wicket. Here we go. I think this is last ball of the day. Zafar in over the wicket, and Davis defends that. 319 for 4. Davis finishes on 11 not out. Tom Abel on 52 not out. And a day that has belonged to the visitors Somerset, Ian Randall, hasn't it?
Yes, they were put in by Graham Van Buren this morning. I don't think many in the ground would have argued for that from a Gloucestershire perspective, trying to extract what could be done out of this pitch on the first morning, knowing that it generally gets better. Gloucestershire teammates just high-fiving each other as they walk off at the end of a long day in the field. But really, Somerset given the base by that opening stand between Lammonby and Matt Renshaw. 43 overs they put together, 172 they added. A long morning for Gloucestershire, nothing really they could cling on to in terms of opportunities made. And then, fortunately, from a Gloucestershire perspective, they were able to put a bit of a break on when Renshaw and Lammonby both went within 7 runs of each other in the same spell to Zach Chappell on his first-class debut for Gloucestershire. Bowled the ball of the day to get rid of Renshaw. That was a lovely leg cutter that took the off stump. But Abel has been exactly as his name would tell you for the last 3.5 hours. He's made an unbeaten 52, got some handy support from Banton initially and latterly from Hildreth. They put on a good stand. Hildreth in the end falling to a catch behind by James Bracey off Matt Taylor. Banton had earlier gone caught behind off Higgins, and then Stephen Davis seeing Abel to the close. Somerset in a good position. Gloucestershire have used 8 bowlers today. They've been tidy in the field. There's not been too much loose stuff, only 15 extras, so they've not had a rash of no balls or wides today. But my word, on this pitch, I still think, even if Somerset get a big score, and I hope I'm not proved wrong on this, to take 20 wickets he's going to take a lot of effort and some inspired bowling from somebody.
Yeah, it certainly will. I think Zach Chappell's been the pick of the bowlers today. He's been on the money. He's put the ball in the right areas, and he hasn't given any freebies away. But I think what we've seen today, we've seen some lovely straight drives from Matt Renshaw. Tom Lammonby working the ball into the gaps really nicely. Tom Abel batting with maturity and just not giving it away, not letting Gloucestershire into the game in any way. Once the door had slightly come ajar, Tom Abel firmly shut it. And James Hildreth played some pretty shots in his 53, but Somerset really in the ascendancy, and I think it's going to be another tough few days for the home side, Ian Randall.
So just before we close, I thought, Dan, on where Somerset might want to get to. Would they want to bat to tea tomorrow if they could? I
think so, yeah. I think they're just going to bat and bat and bat. Gloucestershire have stuck them in. It's down to you to bowl us out. And, as the saying goes, and I think that they'll be looking for sort of 550. I don't think they want to go on as long as Surrey did, because I think Surrey went on too long. But I think 550, you're not going to lose the game if you get 550. And you've got every chance of winning it by declaring at 550 rather than going on to the 600 as Surrey did. But you're not going to lose the game. If you put 550 on the board, you will not lose the game of cricket.
No, the balance is, and this will be a balance that Somerset may get to tomorrow, as we were discussing during the Surrey match, the balance between time and runs that you've got and overs that you need to get the 20 wickets. Today, Gloucestershire's 4 wickets split between Ryan Higgins, 1 for 75 from 20, Zach Chappell, 2 for 49 from 18, Matt Taylor, 1 for 46 from 18. The other bowlers, Brad Wheel, 17 overs for 71, George Scott, 6 overs for 26, Zafar Gohar, 15 overs for 42, and just 1 over each from Jacob Bethel and Miles Hammond. Thanks to Matt and to James on the camera work today. Thanks to you for your emails. You've been very welcome to us. Hope we've given you a good day's cricket to watch. Join us tomorrow. Forecast is good, and we'll be with you once again from 5 to 11. So from all the team here at the Seat Unique Stadium, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.